Hi everyone, so today the highway code rule 1 to 150, and then we will get a second part video to complete the rest. And please make sure that you do watch these two videos because the highway code is part of your driving test, so it's a must to learn the highway code. So let's get started. Rule number 1, and this rule is about pavements and footways, which includes any path along the side of a road. And this should be used if provided. Wherever possible, you need to avoid being next to the curb with your back to the traffic. If you have to step onto the road, you need to look both ways first before you cross the road. Always stay aware of your environment and avoid any unnecessary distractions, such as the most popular example, a mobile phone. Always show due care and consideration for others. And if you are interested in more information about this, you can find out more in the section Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6. But again, I'm going to say that we are going to be covering all of these rules. So you will be hearing them anyway. Now, rule number 2. If there is no pavement, please keep to the right hand side of the road so that you can see any oncoming traffic. You should take extra care and be prepared to walk in a single file, especially on narrow roads or in poor light, and keep close to the side of the road. It may be safer to cross the road well before a sharp right hand bend so that oncoming traffic has a better chance of seeing you. And then you can cross back after the bend. And again, more info can be found in the section Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6, which we will be covering in more detail. Rule number 3. Help other road users to see you. You need to wear or carry something which is light in color, bright or fluorescent in poor daylight conditions. When it's dark outside, please use reflective materials like armbands, waistcoats, jackets, footwear, sashes, which can be seen by drivers using headlights up to 3 times as far away as non-reflective materials. And this is covered in Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6, which we are covering and we will carry on covering. Rule number 4. Young children, they should not be out alone on the pavement or the road. When taking children out, please keep between them and the traffic and also make sure that you hold their hands firmly. Strap very young children into pushchairs or by using reins. When pushing a young child in a buggy, don't push the buggy into the road when you are checking to see if it's clear to cross, particularly if you are in between parked vehicles. You will not be as visible to drivers between parked vehicles, so obviously that's a risk which I don't think it's worth taking. And again, this is in the Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6. And our next rule is rule number 5. Organized walks or parades, which involve large groups of people walking along a road, should use a pavement if there is one available. If there aren't any pavements available, they should keep to the left. Lookouts should be positioned at the front and at the back of the group, and they should wear fluorescent clothing in daylight and reflective clothing in the dark. At night, the lookout in front should show a white light and the lookout at the back a red light. People on the outside of large groups should also carry lights and wear reflective clothing. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6. Next rule. Rule number 6, motorways. Pedestrians must not be on motorways or on slip roads except in an emergency. You can find out more info in Rule 271 and Rule 275, which we will be covering in our next video with part 2 of the Highway Code rules. And the laws that apply here are the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 17. So you can go and have a look at the laws as well. Also, the Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982 Regulations 15(1)b, the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995 Regulation 13. Next rule, number 7, and this is the Green Cross Code. The advice which I'm going to be giving you on crossing the road is for all pedestrians. Children should be taught the code and they should not be allowed out alone until they can understand and use the code properly. The age when they can do this is different for each child. Many children, they cannot judge how fast cars are going or how far away the cars are. Children learn by example, so parents and carers should always use the code in full when they are out with their children. Because please remember that the child will copy what you are doing. The parents and carers are responsible for deciding at which age children can use it safely by themselves. So again, this is up to your child, depending on how their understanding is at what age. Now let's have a look what this code is, the Green Cross Code. A. First, find a safe place to cross, and where there is space to reach the pavement on the other side. Where there is a crossing nearby, use the crossing. It's safer to cross using a subway, a footbridge, an island, a zebra, pelican, toucan, or puffin crossing, or where there is a crossing point controlled by a police officer, a school crossing patrol, or a traffic warden. Otherwise, please choose a place where you can see clearly in all directions. Try to avoid crossing between parked cars, and you can refer to Rule 14, which we will be covering later on. Also, try to avoid crossing on a blind bend or close to the brow of a hill. Move to a space where drivers and riders can see you clearly. Don't cross the road diagonally. Green Cross Code B. Stop just before you get to the curve where you can see if anything is coming. Don't get too close to the traffic. If there is no pavement, keep back from the edge of the road, but make sure that you can still see any approaching traffic. C. Look all around for traffic and listen. Traffic can come from any direction. You need to listen as well, because you can sometimes hear traffic before you even see it. D. If traffic is coming, let the traffic pass. Look all around again and listen. Don't cross until there is a safe gap in traffic and until you are certain that there is enough time for you to cross. Remember, even if the traffic is a long way off, it may be approaching very quickly. E. When it's safe, go straight across the road, but please don't run. Keep looking and listening for traffic while you are crossing the road in case that there is any traffic you didn't see or in case that other traffic appears suddenly. Look out for cyclists and motorcyclists which are traveling between lanes of traffic. Don't walk diagonally across the road. And the section that applies here is rules for pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection crossing the road, rules 7 to 17. Rule number 8. At a junction, when you are crossing or you are waiting to cross the road, other traffic should give way. So look out for traffic turning into the road, especially from behind you, and cross at a place where drivers can see you. If you started crossing already and traffic wants to turn into the road, you are the one who has priority and they should give way. Rules, you can refer to rules H2 and 170. And this is covered in section Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. Rule number 9. Pedestrian safety barriers. Where there are barriers, cross the road only at the gaps provided for pedestrians. Do not climb over the barriers or walk between them and the road. This is part of Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rule 7 to 17. Rule number 10. Tactile paving. Raised surfaces that can be felt underfoot provide warning and guidance to blind or partially sighted people. The most common surfaces are a series of raised studs which are used at crossing points with a dropped curb, or a series of rounded raised bars which are used at level crossings, at the top and bottom of steps, and at some other hazards. And this is covered in the Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rule 7 to 17. Rule number 11. One-way streets. On one-way streets, check which way the traffic is moving. Don't cross until it's safe to do without stopping. Bus and cycle lanes may operate in the opposite direction to the rest of the traffic. And the section that this mentions is Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rule 7 to 17. Rule number 12, bus and cycle lanes. Please take care when you are crossing these lanes, as traffic may be moving faster than in the other lanes, or it may be moving against the flow of traffic. And here we have the section Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, which we've started covering already, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. Rule number 13. Routes shared with cyclists. Cycle tracks may run alongside footpaths or pavements and be separated from them by a feature such as a change of material, a verge, a curb, or a white line. Routes like these may also incorporate short lengths of tactile paving to help visually impaired people stay on the correct side. On the pedestrian side, this may comprise of a series of flat-topped bars running across the direction of travel, also known as ladder pattern. On the cyclist side, the same bars are orientated in the direction of travel, tramline pattern. And this is covered in Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. And now let's move on to rule number 14. Parked vehicles. If you have to cross between parked vehicles, use the outside edges of the vehicles as if they were the curb. Stop there and make sure that you can see all around and that the traffic can also see you. Make sure that there is a gap between any parked vehicles on the other side so that you can reach the pavement. Never cross the road in front of or behind any vehicle with its engine running, especially a large vehicle, as the driver may not be able to see you. And the rules here are rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road 7 to 17. Rule number 15. Reversing vehicles. Never cross behind a vehicle which is reversing, showing white reversing lights, or sounding a warning. And this is covered in Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. Rule number 16. Moving vehicles. You must not get onto or hold onto a moving vehicle. This, I think we can all agree, is extremely dangerous. And this is covered, and actually the law which you can refer to is the Road Traffic Act 1988, section 26. And in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. And now, rule number 17. At night, wear something reflective to make it easier for others to see you. So you can refer back to rule number 3, which we already covered. If there is no pedestrian crossing nearby, cross the road near a street light so that traffic can see you more easily. And again, this is part of Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. And now let's move on to rule number 18. At all crossings, when you are using any type of crossing, you should always check that the traffic stopped before you start crossing the road or pushing a pram onto a crossing. Always cross between the studs or over the zebra markings. Don't cross at the side of the crossing or on the zigzag lines, as this can be dangerous. You must not loiter on any type of crossing. The laws that apply here are the Zebra, Pelican, and Puffin Pedestrian Crossings Regulations and General Directions 1997, Regulation 19, Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 25(5). And in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30, which we will be covering now. So, rule number 19. Zebra crossings. Give traffic plenty of time to see you and to stop before you start to cross. Vehicles will need more time when the road is slippery. Wait until traffic stopped from both directions or the road is clear before you cross it. Remember that traffic doesn't have to stop until someone has moved onto the crossing. Drivers and riders should give way to pedestrians waiting to cross, and they must give way to pedestrians already on a zebra crossing. So here the rule H2 applies. Keep looking both ways and listening in case a driver or a rider didn't see you and tries to overtake a vehicle which stopped. A zebra crossing with a central island is considered as two separate crossings. So here you can refer to Rule 20, which will be our next rule. The law which applies here is the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 14, Part 5. And in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30, which we are already covering. So let's have a look at the next rule, Rule 20. Where there is an island, as you can see in the picture on your screen, in the middle of a zebra crossing, wait on the island and follow Rule 19 before you cross the second half of the road. This is considered a separate crossing. So just a refresher, we've just covered Rule 19, but because this is considered like a separate crossing, you would do exactly the same as you did on the first one. So you wait and you make sure that the traffic has stopped before you cross the zebra crossing. And this is covered in the Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to Rule 30. Moving on to rule number 21. At traffic lights, there may be special signals for pedestrians. You should only start to cross the road when the green figure shows. If you have started to cross the road and the green figure goes out, you should still have time to reach the other side, but please don't delay. If no pedestrian signals have been provided, watch carefully and don't cross until the traffic lights are red and until the traffic stopped. Keep looking and check for traffic that may be turning the corner. Remember that traffic lights may let traffic move in some lanes while traffic in other lanes has stopped. And the section from the Highway Code is Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30. Rule number 22. Pelican crossings. These are signal-controlled crossings which are operated by pedestrians. Push the control button to activate the traffic signals. When the red figure shows, do not cross. When a steady green figure shows, check the traffic has stopped, then cross with care. When the green figure begins to flash, you should not start to cross. If you have already started crossing, you should have time to finish crossing safely. And this is covered in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, which we are covering, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30, which we are covering right now. Rule number 23. Puffin crossings. Puffin crossings differ from pelican crossings as the red and green figures are above the control box on your side of the road and there is no flashing green figure phase. Press the button and wait for the green figure to show. And just like the other rules, this is in the Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30. Rule number 24. When the road is congested, traffic on your side of the road may be forced to stop even though the lights are green. Traffic may still be moving on the other side of the road, so press the button and wait for the signal to cross. This as well is covered in Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30. Rule number 25. Token crossings. These are light controlled crossings which allow cyclists and pedestrians to share crossing space and cross at the same time. They are push button operated. Pedestrians and cyclists will see the green signal together. Cyclists are permitted to ride across. And this is a part of rules for pedestrians, rule 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule number 26. At some crossings, there is a bleeping sound or a voice signal to indicate to blind or partially sighted people when the steady green figure is showing, and there may also be a tactile signal to help deaf blind people. This is part of rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. And let's see what Rule 27 in the Highway Code says. Equestrian crossings are crossings for horse riders. They have pavement barriers, wider crossing spaces, horse and rider figures in the light panels, and either two sets of controls, one higher or just one higher control panel. And this is covered in the rules for pedestrians, rule 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule number 28. Staggered pelican or puffin crossings. When the crossings on each side of the central refuge are not in line, they are two separate crossings. On reaching the central island, press the button again and wait for a steady green figure. And of course, this is part of the Highway Code, rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule 29. Crossings controlled by an authorized person. Do not cross the road unless you are signaled to do so by a police officer, a traffic warden, or school crossing patrol. Always make sure that you cross in front of them. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rules 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Yes, speaking of, let's see rule number 30. Where there are no controlled crossing points available, it's advisable to cross where there is an island in the middle of the road. Use the green cross code. You can refer back to rule number 7 to cross the island, to cross to the island, and then stop and use it again to cross the second half of the road. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rule 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule number 31. Emergency vehicles. If an ambulance, fire engine, police, or other emergency vehicle approaches using flashing blue lights, headlights, and or sirens, please keep off the road. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rules 1 to 35, which we've started covering, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35, which we are covering just now. And now let's have a look at rule number 32. Buses. Get on or off a bus when it's stopped to allow you to do that. Watch out for cyclists when you are getting off. Never cross the road directly behind or in front of a bus. Wait until the bus moved off and until you can see clearly in both directions. And again, this is covered or contained in the rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rule 31 to 35. Rule number 33. Tramways. These may run through pedestrian areas. Their path will be marked out by shallow curbs, changes in the paving or other road surface, white lines, or yellow dots. Cross at designated crossings where provided. Elsewhere, treat trams as you would other road vehicles and look both ways along the track before crossing. Don't walk along the track as trams may come up behind you. Trams, please be aware that they move quietly and they cannot steer to avoid you. And this, of course, is part of rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35. Rule number 34. Railway level crossings. You must not cross or pass a stop line when the red lights show, including a red pedestrian figure. Also, do not cross if an alarm is sounding or the barriers are being lowered. The tone of the alarm may change if another train is approaching. If there are no lights, alarms, or barriers, stop, look both ways, and listen before crossing. A tactile surface comprising of rounded bars running across the direction of pedestrian travel may be installed on the footpath approaching a level crossing to warn visually impaired people of its presence. The tactile surface should extend across the full width of the footway and should be located at an appropriate distance from the barrier or projected line of the barrier. The law which applies here, if you would like to have more information, is the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, and it's regulation number 52. Also, as for the Highway Code, this is part of rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35. And now let's have a look at rule 35. Street and pavement repairs. A pavement may be closed temporarily because it's not safe to use. Take extra care if you are directed to walk in or to cross the road. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rules 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35, which we've just covered. Rule number 36. There is one class of manual wheelchair which is called a class 1 invalid carriage, and two classes of powered wheelchairs and powered mobility scooters. Manual wheelchairs and class 2 vehicles are those with an upper speed limit of 4 miles per hour or 6 kilometers per hour, and they are designed to be used on pavements. Class 3 vehicles are those with an upper speed limit of 8 miles per hour or 12 kilometers per hour, and they are equipped to be used on the road as well as the pavement. And this is part of the Highway Code rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, which we've just started covering, subsection subsection powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rule 36 to 37. Rule number 37. When you are on the road, you should obey the guidance and rules for other vehicles. When you are on the pavement, you should follow the guidance and rules for pedestrians. And just like the previous one, this is part of the highway code rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 37. And we've just covered these. And now let's move on to rule number 38. Pavements are safer than roads and they should be used when available. You should give pedestrians priority and show consideration for other pavement users, particularly those with a hearing or visual impairment who may not be aware that you are there. And this is included in rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on pavements, rules 38 to 40, which we've just started covering. And now let's see what rule 39 is. Powered wheelchairs and scooters must not travel faster than 4 miles per hour or 6 kilometers per hour on pavements or in pedestrian areas. You may need to reduce your speed to adjust to other pavement users who may not be able to move out of your way quickly enough or where the pavement is just too narrow. And the law which applies here is the use of invalid carriages on highway regulations 1988 regulation number 4. And in the highway code, these are rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on pavements, rule 38 to 40. And now let's have a look at rule number 40. When moving off the pavement onto the road, you should take special care. Before moving off, always look around and make sure it's safe to join the traffic. Always try to use dropped curbs when moving off the pavement, even if this means traveling further to locate one. If you have to climb or descend a curb, always approach it at right angles and don't try to negotiate a curb higher than the vehicle manufacturer's recommendations. And this is in rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on pavements, rules 38 to 40. Rule number 41. You should take care when you are traveling on the road as you may be traveling more slowly than other traffic. Your machine is restricted to 8 miles per hour or 12 kilometers per hour and may be less visible. This is part of rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Now let's have a look at rule number 42. When on the road, class 3 vehicles should travel in the direction of the traffic. Class 2 users should always use the pavement when it's available. When there is no pavement available, you should use caution when you are on the road. Class 2 users should, where possible, travel in the direction of the traffic. If you are traveling at night, when lights must be used, you should travel in the direction of the traffic to avoid confusing other road users. The law which applies here, and if you want more info, you can check it out. It's the use of invalid carriages on highway regulations 1988, regulation number 9. And of course, in the highway code is in the rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 43. You must follow the same rules about using lights, indicators, and horns as for other road vehicles if your vehicle is fitted with them. At night, lights must be used. Be aware that other road users may not see you, and you should make yourself more visible even in the daytime and also at dusk by, for instance, wearing a reflective jacket or reflective strips on the back of the vehicle. The law which applies here again is the use of invalid carriages on Highway Regulations 1988, Regulation number 9. And in the Highway Code, rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46. Subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 44. Take extra care at road junctions. When you are going straight ahead, check to make sure that there are no vehicles about to cross your path from the left, the right, or overtaking you and turning left. There are several options for dealing with right turns, especially turning in from a major road. If moving into the middle of the road is difficult or dangerous, you can stop on the left hand side of the road and wait for a safe gap in the traffic. Negotiate the turn as a pedestrian, for example, travel along the pavement and cross the road between pavements where it's safe to do so. Class 3 users should switch the vehicle to the lower speed limit when on the pavements. If the junction is too hazardous, it may be worth considering an alternative route. Similarly, when you are negotiating major roundabouts, for example, with 2 or more lanes, it may be safer for you to use the pavement or to find a route which avoids the roundabout altogether. And this is part of rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 45. All normal parking restrictions should be observed. Your vehicle should not be left unattended if it causes an obstruction to other pedestrians, especially those in wheelchairs. Parking concessions provided under the Blue Badge scheme, you can check further reading for the Blue Badge scheme, will apply to those vehicles displaying a valid Blue Badge. And this is in the rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. And now let's have a look at rule number 46. These vehicles must not be used on motorways, so please refer to the Rule 253, which we will be covering in Part 2. They should not be used on unrestricted dual carriageways where the speed limit exceeds 50 miles per hour or 80 kilometers per hour. But if they are used on these dual carriageways, they must have a flashing amber beacon. A flashing amber beacon should be used on all other dual carriageways, and this will be contained in rule number 220 in part 2. And the law which applies here is the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, section 17, 2 and 3, then also the Road Vehicle Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 17, 1 and 26. Also, the Highway Code, rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 47. Horse-drawn vehicles used on the highway should be operated and maintained in accordance with standards set out in the Department for Transport's Code of Practice for Horse-Drawn Vehicles. This code lays down the requirements for a road driving assessment and includes a comprehensive list of safety checks to ensure that the carriage and its fittings are safe and in good working order. The standards set out in the road driving assessment may be required to be met by a local authority if an operator wishes to obtain a local authority license to operate a passenger carrying service. And this is in the rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we just started covering, subsection horse-drawn vehicles, rules 47 to 48. Let's have a look at rule number 48. Safety equipment and clothing. All horse-drawn vehicles should have two red rear reflectors. It's safer not to drive at night, but if you do drive, a light showing white to the front and red to the rear must be fitted. The law which applies here is the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, regulation number 4. Also the Highway Code, rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we've just started covering, subsection horse-drawn vehicles, rule 47 to 48. Let's see rule number 49. Safety equipment. Children under the age of 14 must wear a helmet which complies with the regulations. It must be fastened securely. Other riders should also follow these requirements. These requirements do not apply to a child who is a follower of the Sikh religion while wearing a turban. And the laws are horses, Protective Headgear for Young Riders Act 1990, Section 1, the Horses Protective Headgear for Young Riders, Regulations 1992, Regulation 3. Also in the Highway Code, rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we are covering now, subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. Rule number 50. Other clothing. You should wear boots or shoes with hard soles and heels, light colored or fluorescent clothing in daylight, and reflective clothing if you have to ride at night or in poor visibility. And of course, this is contained in rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. Rule number 51. At night, it's safer not to ride on the road at night or in poor visibility. But if you do, make sure that you wear reflective clothing and your horse has reflective bands above the fetlock joints. A light which shows white to the front and red to the rear should be fitted with a band to the rider's right arm and or leg or riding boot. If you are leading a horse at night, carry a light in your right hand, showing white to the front and red to the rear, and wear reflective clothing on both you and your horse. It's strongly recommended that a fluorescent reflective tailguard is also worn by your horse. And the Highway Code section that applies here, rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. And now let's have a look at rule number 52. Before you take a horse or a horse-drawn vehicle onto the road, you should ensure all tech fits well and is in good condition, and make sure that you can control the horse. If you are an inexperienced horse rider or you didn't ride in a while, consider taking the Ride Safe Award from the British Horse Society. The Ride Safe Award provides a foundation for any horse rider to be safe and knowledgeable when riding in all environments, but particularly on the road. For more information, you can check out www.bhs.org.uk website. Always ride with other, less nervous horses if you think that your horse will be nervous of traffic. Never ride a horse without both a saddle and a bridle and a bridle. And this is a part of rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we are currently covering. Subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. Rule number 53. Before riding off or turning, look behind you to make sure it's safe, then give a clear arm signal. When riding on the road, you should keep to the left, keep both hands on the reins unless you are signaling, keep both feet in the stirrups, don't carry another person, don't carry anything which might affect your balance or get tangled up with the reins, keep a horse you are leading to your left, move in the direction of the traffic flow in a one-way street, never ride more than two abreast, and ride in a single file on narrow or busy roads and when riding round bends. And this is in the rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, subsection horse riders, rule 49 to 55. Rule number 54. You must not take a horse onto a footpath or pavement, and you should not take a horse onto a cycle track. Use a bridleway where possible. Equestrian crossings may be provided for horse riders to cross the road, and you should use this where available. And you can refer back to Rule 27, which we've already covered. You should dismount at level crossings where a horse rider dismount sign is displayed. The law that applies here is Highway Act 1835, Section 72, Roads, Section 72, and Roads Scotland Act 1984, Section 1295. And of course, the Highway Code rules about animals 47 to 58, subsection horse riders rules 49 to 55. Rule number 55. Avoid roundabouts wherever possible. If you use roundabouts, you should keep to the left and watch out for vehicles crossing your path to leave or to join the roundabout. Signal right when riding across exits to show that you are not leaving. Signal left just before you leave the roundabout. And this is in Rules About Animals 47 to 58, subsection Horse Riders, Rules 49 to 55, which we just covered. Rule 56. Dogs. Do not let a dog out on the road on its own. Keep it on a short lead when walking on the pavement, road, or path shared with cyclists or horse riders. And this is in Rules About Animals in the Highway Code, Rules 47 to 58, subsection Other Animals, Rules 56 to 58, which we've just started covering. And now let's have a look at our next rule, which is Rule 57. When in a vehicle, make sure dogs or other animals are suitably restrained so they cannot distract you while you are driving or injure you or themselves if you stop quickly. A seat belt, harness, a pet carrier, dog cage, or dog guard are ways of restraining animals in cars. And this is in the Highway Code, Rules About Animals, again, Rules 47 to 58, subsection Other Animals, Rules 56 to 58. Speaking of, let's move on to Rule 58 and see what the rule is about. Animals being herded. These should be kept under control at all times. You should, if possible, send another person along the road in front to warn other road users, especially at a bend or the brow of a hill. It's safer not to move animals after dark, but if you do move the animals, then wear reflective clothing and ensure that lights are carried white at the front and red at the rear of the herd. And this is in rules about animals in the Highway Code 47 to 58, subsection other animals, rule 56 to 58, which we've just covered. Rule 59, clothing. You should avoid clothing that may get tangled in the chain or in a wheel or may obscure your lights when you are cycling. Light colored or fluorescent clothing can help other road users to see you in daylight and in poor light conditions, while reflective clothing and or accessories such as arm, ankle bands, belt can increase your visibility in the dark. You should wear a cycle helmet that conforms to current regulations, is the correct size, and is securely fastened. Evidence suggests that a correctly fitted helmet will reduce your risk of sustaining a head injury in certain circumstances. And this is in the Highway Code rules for cyclists, rules 59 to 82, which we've just started covering, subsection overview, rules 59 to 71. Rule number 60. At night, your cycle must have white front and red rear lights lit. It must also be fitted with a red rear reflector and amber pedal reflectors if manufactured after 1st of October 1985. White front reflectors and spoke reflectors will also help you to be seen. Flashing lights are permitted, but it's recommended that cyclists who are riding in areas without street lighting use a steady front lamp. And you can have a look at the law behind this, the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 13, 18, and 24. Also, the Highway Code, Rules for Cyclists, Rules 59 to 82, subsection Overview, Rules 59 to 71. Rule number 61. Cycle routes and other facilities. Cycle lanes are marked by a white line which may be broken along the carriageway. You can see Rule 140, which we will be covering a bit later in the video. Also use facilities such as cycle lanes and tracks, advanced stop lines, and token crossings. You can refer to Rule 62 and 73, so the next rule, and also be further down in the video, where they make your journey safer and easier. This will depend, of course, on your experience and skills and the situation at that time. While such facilities are provided for reasons of safety, cyclists may exercise their judgment and they are not obliged to use them. And again, this is contained in the Highway Code rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection Overview, rules 59 to 71. Rule number 62. Cycle tracks. These are routes for cyclists that are physically protected or located away from motor traffic other than where they cross side roads. And you can refer to Rule 206, which we will be covering in our next video. Cycle tracks may run alongside footpaths or pavements and be separated by a feature such as a change of material, a verge, a curb, or a white line. You must keep to the side intended for cyclists, as the pedestrian side remains a pavement or footpath. Some cycle tracks shared with pedestrians will not be separated by such a feature. On such shared use routes, you should always take care when passing pedestrians. especially children, older or disabled people, and allow them plenty of room. Always be prepared to slow down and stop if necessary. The law which applies here is the Highway Act 1835, Section 72. And you can see also in the Highway Code which rules apply. Rule number 63. Sharing space with pedestrians, horse riders, and horse-drawn vehicles. When riding in places where sharing with pedestrians, horse riders, or horse-drawn vehicles is allowed, take care when passing pedestrians and horse riders, especially children, older adults, and disabled people. Slow down when necessary and let them know that you are there. For example, by ringing your bell. It's actually recommended that your bike has a bell, or by calling out politely. Remember that pedestrians may be deaf, blind, or partially sighted, and that this may not be obvious. Don't pass pedestrians, horse riders, or horse drawn vehicles closely or at high speed, particularly from behind. You should not pass a horse on their left. Remember that horses can be startled if passed without warning. Always be prepared to slow down and stop when necessary. And you can have a look at the highway code sections and subsection rules which apply here. Rule 64. You must not cycle on a pavement. The law which applies here is the Highway Act 1835, Section 72, and Roads Scotland Act 1984, Section 129, and of course it's also contained in the Highway Code. Rules from 59 to 82 and from 59 to 71, if you have a look there, is telling you in which section and subsection. Rule number 65. Bus lanes. Most bus lanes may be used by cyclists as indicated on signs. Watch out for people getting on or off a bus. Be very careful when you are overtaking a bus or when you are leaving a bus lane, as you will be entering a busier traffic. Don't pass between the curb and the bus when it's at a stop. Rule number 66. You should avoid any actions that could reduce your control of your cycle. Be considerate of the needs of other road users when riding in groups. You can ride two abreast, and it can be safer to do so, particularly in larger groups or when accompanying children or less experienced riders. Be aware of drivers behind you and allow them to overtake, for example, by moving into single file or stopping when you feel that it's safe to let them. Don't ride close behind another vehicle in case the vehicle stops suddenly. Don't carry anything which will affect your balance or may get tangled up with your wheels or chain. Be considerate of other road users, particularly blind and partially sighted pedestrians and horse riders. Let them know you are there when necessary, for example, by calling out or by ringing your bell if you have one. And of course, it's recommended that a bell is fitted on your bike. You can have a look at rules for cyclists 59 to 82 and the overview 59 to 71. Rule number 67. You should look all around to make sure it's safe before moving away from the curb, when pulling out to overtake or to pass stationary vehicles, or when turning at junctions or stopping. Watch out for obstructions in the road, such as drains, service covers, and potholes, positioning yourself so you can move to the left as well as to the right to avoid them safely. Take care when you are passing parked vehicles, leaving enough room, a door's width or 1 meter, to avoid being hit if a car door is opened, and watch out for pedestrians stepping into your path. Be aware of traffic coming up behind you, including other cyclists, and give a clear signal to show other road users what your intention to do is. Take extra care near road humps, narrowings, and other traffic calming features when cycling on the road. Only pass to the left of large vehicles when they are stationary or slow moving, and you should proceed with caution as the driver may not be able to see you. Be particularly careful on the approach to junctions or where a large vehicle could change lanes to the left. And of course that this is part of the highway code rules for cyclists 59 to 82 in the and in the subsection overview rules 59 to 71. Rule 68. You must not carry a passenger unless your cycle has been built or adapted to carry one. Do not hold on to a moving vehicle or a moving trailer. Do not ride in a dangerous, careless, or inconsiderate manner. And do not ride when under the influence of drink or drugs, including medicine. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 24, 26, 28, 29, and 30, as amended by Road Traffic Act 1991. Also, of course, in the Highway Code. Rule number 69. You must obey all traffic signs and traffic light signals. The law which applies in this case is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, then the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 3, Part 3, Schedule 7, Part 4, Schedule 9, Part 4 and 6, Schedule 13, Part 6, and Schedule 14, Part 2, and also the Highway Code. Rule number 70. When parking your cycle, find a conspicuous location where it can be seen by passers-by, use cycle stands or other cycle parking facilities wherever possible. Don't leave the cycle where it will cause an obstruction or a hazard to other road users, and make sure that you secure your cycle well so that it will not fall over and become an obstruction or a hazard. And of course that this is included in the Highway Code rules for cyclists. Rule 71. At traffic light junctions and at cycle-only crossings with traffic lights, you must not cross the stop line when the traffic lights are red. Some junctions have an advanced stop line to enable you to position yourself ahead of other traffic and wait. You can refer to rule number 178, which will be covered in our next video. When the traffic lights are red, you may cross the first stop line, but you must not cross the final stop line. The laws which apply here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 36.1. And of course, the Highway Code as well. Rule 72. Road positioning. When riding on the roads, there are two basic road positions you should adopt depending on the situation. 1. Ride in the center of your lane to make yourself as clearly visible as possible in the following situations. On quiet roads or streets, if a faster vehicle corners up behind you, move to the left to enable them to overtake, if you can do so safely. In slower moving traffic, when the traffic around you starts to flow more freely, move over to the left if you can do so safely so that faster vehicles behind you can overtake, and at the approach to junctions or road narrowings where it would be unsafe for drivers to overtake you. And number two, when riding on busy roads with vehicles moving faster than you, allow them to overtake where it's safe to do so, whilst keeping at least zero point 0.5 meters away and further where it's safer from the curb edge. Remember that traffic on most dual carriageways moves quickly, so please also take extra care crossing slip roads. And this is contained in the Highway Code section rules for cyclists. Rule 73 Junctions. Some junctions, particularly those with traffic lights, have special cycle facilities, including small cycle traffic lights at eye level height, which may allow you to move or cross separately from or ahead of other traffic. Use these facilities where they make your journey safer and easier. At junctions with no separate cyclist facilities, it's recommended that you proceed as if you were driving a motor vehicle. And here you can refer to rules 170 to 190, which we will be covering in our part 2. And of course, you can refer to the Highway Code rules for cyclists. Rule number 74. Turning. When approaching a junction on the left, watch out for vehicles turning in front of you, out of, or into the side road. If you intend to turn left, check first for other cyclists or motorcyclists before signaling. Do not ride on the inside of vehicles signaling or slowing down to turn left. If you are turning right, check the traffic to ensure it's safe, then signal and move to the center of the road. Wait until there is a safe gap in the oncoming traffic and give a final look before completing the turn. It may be safer to wait on the left until there is a safe gap or to dismount and push your cycle across the road. When turning into or out of a side road, you should give way to pedestrians crossing or waiting to cross. And you can refer to rules for cyclists 59 to 82 in the Highway Code, subsection road junctions, rules 72 to 75, which we are currently covering. Rule 75. Two-stage turns. At some signal control junctions, there may be signs and markings informing cyclists to turn right in two stages. Stage 1. When the traffic light turns green, cyclists wishing to make the turn should go straight ahead to the location marked by a cycle symbol and turn arrow on the carriageway. Then stop and wait there. Stage 2. When the traffic lights on the far side of the junction, now facing the cyclists, turn green, they should then complete the maneuver. And here you can refer to the Highway Code rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection road junctions 72 to 75, which we've just covered. Rule 76. Going straight ahead. If you are going straight ahead at a junction, you have priority over traffic waiting to turn into or out of the side road, unless road signs or markings indicate otherwise. Check that you can proceed safely, particularly when approaching junctions on the left alongside stationary or slow moving traffic. Watch out for drivers intending to turn across your path. Remember, the driver ahead may not be able to see you, so bear in mind your speed and position in the road. Take great care when deciding whether it's safe to pass stationary or slow moving lorries and other long vehicles, especially at the approach to junctions, as their drivers may not be able to see you. Remember that they may have to move over to the right before turning left, and that their rear wheels may then come very close to the curb while turning. And here you can refer back to rule number 67, which we've already covered. Rule 77. Busy roads. When you are crossing faster on busy main roads, you may find it safer and easier to dismount and push your cycle across. Wait for a safe gap in the traffic before doing so, especially on faster roads and dual carriageways, and make use of traffic islands or central reservations to help you where appropriate. And of course, the highway code rules that apply here are the rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection roundabouts, rule 76 to 78, which we've just started covering. Rule 78. Full details about the correct procedure at roundabouts without cycle facilities are contained in rules 184 to 190, which we will be covering in part 2. So watch out for vehicles crossing your path to leave or join the roundabout, remembering that drivers may not easily see you. Yes, and this is contained like the previous one in the rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection roundabouts 76 to 78. Rule 79. If you are turning right, you can ride in the left or right hand lanes and move left when approaching your exit. Position yourself in the center of your lane if it's safe to do so. You can refer back to Rule 72 and signal right to indicate that you are not leaving the roundabout. Alternatively, you may feel safer walking your cycle round on the pavement or verge. If you decide to ride round, keeping to the left-hand lane, you should be aware that drivers may not easily see you. Take extra care when cycling across exits. You should also signal right to show that you are not leaving the roundabout. Also, watch out for vehicles crossing your path to leave or join the roundabout. Then, where a roundabout has separate cycle facilities, you should use these facilities where they make your journey safer and easier, although you are not obliged to use them. This will depend on your experience and skills and the situation at that time. And of course, here you can refer to the highway code rules for cyclists, subsection crossing the road. Rule 80. Give plenty of room to long vehicles on the roundabout as they need more space to maneuver. Don't ride in the space they need to get round the roundabout. It may be safer to wait until they have cleared the roundabout. And here you can refer to the highway code rules for cyclists 59 to 82, which we are covering currently, subsection crossing the road rules 79 to 82. Rule 81. Do not ride across equestrian crossings as they are for horse riders only. Do not ride across a pelican, puffin, or zebra crossing. Dismount and wheel your cycle across. And this is contained in the Highway Code Rules for Cyclists 59 to 82, subsection crossing the road, Rule 79 to 82, which we are currently covering. Rule 82. Crossings. Toucan crossings are light controlled crossings which allow cyclists and pedestrians to share crossing space and cross at the same time. They are push button operated. Pedestrians and cyclists will see the green signal together. Cyclists are permitted to ride across. Cycle track on opposite sides of the road may be linked by cycle-only signaled crossings. You may ride across, but you must not cross until the green cycle symbol is showing. Cycle track crossings can be in spacious pedestrian environments. Cyclists should look out and be prepared to stop for pedestrians crossing the track informally as well as at these designated points. Take extra care when crossing level crossings and tramways. You can refer to rule number 306, which we will be covering in part 2. You should dismount at level crossings where a cyclist dismount sign is displayed. The law which apply here is the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Schedule 14, Part 1, and of course in the Highway Code as well. Rule 83. On all journeys, the rider and pillion passenger on a motorcycle, scooter, or moped must wear a protective helmet. This does not apply to a follower of the Sikh religion while wearing a turban. Helmets must comply with the regulations and they must be fastened securely. Riders and passengers of motor tricycles and quadricycles, also called quad bikes, should also wear a protective helmet. Before each journey, check that your helmet visor is clean and in good condition. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 16 and 17, the Motorcycles Protective Helmets Regulations 1998 as amended Regulation 4, and also in the Highway Code, rules for motorcyclists 83 to 88, which we've just started covering, subsection General Rules 83 to 88. Rule 84. It's also advisable to wear eye protectors which must comply with the regulations. Scratched or poorly fitting eye protectors can limit your view when riding, particularly in bright sunshine and the hours of darkness. Consider wearing ear protection as well. Strong boots, gloves, and suitable clothing may help to protect you if you are involved in a collision. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 18, the Motorcycles Eye Protectors Regulations 1999 as amended Regulation 4, and rules for motorcyclists in the Highway Code 83 to 88, subsection General 83 to 88. And by the way, we are covering these rules now. Rule 85. You must not carry more than one pillion passenger who must sit astride the machine on a proper seat. They should face forward with both feet on the footrests. You must not carry a pillion passenger unless your motorcycle is designed to do so. Provisional license holders must not carry a pillion passenger. The laws that apply here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 23, the Motor Vehicles Driving Licenses Regulations 1999, Regulation 16.6, the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 102, and the Highway Code rules for motorcyclists 83 to 88, subsection General 83 to 88. Rule 86. Daylight riding. Make yourself as visible as possible from the side as well as front and the rear. You could wear a light or brightly colored helmet and fluorescent clothing or strips. Dipped headlights, even in good daylight, may also make you more conspicuous. However, be aware that other vehicle drivers may still not have seen you or judged your distance or speed correctly, especially at junctions. And you can refer to the rules for motorcyclists in the Highway Code 83 to 88, subsection General 83 to 88, which we are covering right now. Rule 87. Riding in the dark. Wear reflective clothing or strips to improve your visibility in the dark. These reflect light from the headlamps of other vehicles, making you visible from a longer distance. So you can have a look at Rule 113 to 116 for lighting requirements, which we will be covering shortly in this video. And again, we have the same high code rules section and subsection as the previous one. Rule 88, maneuvering. You should be aware of what is behind and to the sides before maneuvering. Look behind you. Use mirrors if they are fitted. When in traffic use, look out for pedestrians crossing between vehicles and vehicles emerging from junctions or changing lanes. Position yourself so that drivers in front can see you in their mirrors. Additionally, when filtering in slow moving traffic, take care and keep your speed low. Remember, observation, signal, maneuver. And of course, again, you can refer to the highway code rules for motorcyclists, Rule 83 to 88, which we have just covered now, subsection general, Rule 83 to 88. Rule 89, vehicle condition. You must ensure that your vehicle and trailer comply with the full requirements of the road vehicles, construction and use regulations, and road vehicles lighting regulations. See the road user and the law if you want to find more info. And this is contained in the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Vehicle Condition, Rule 89. We've just covered this rule now. Rule 90. Make sure that you are fit to drive. You must report to the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency or the DVLA any health condition likely to affect your driving. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 94, and the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102. Subsection Fitness to Drive, Rules 90 to 94, which we've just started covering now. Rule 91. Driving when you are tired greatly increases your risk of collision. To minimize this risk, make sure that you are fit to drive. Don't begin a journey if you are feeling tired. Get a good night's sleep before embarking on a long journey. Avoid undertaking long journeys between midnight and 6 a.m. when natural alertness is at a minimum, and plan your journey to take sufficient breaks. A minimum break of at least 15 minutes after every 2 hours of driving is recommended. If you feel at all sleepy, stop in a safe place. Don't stop on the hard shoulder of the motorway. The most effective ways to counter sleepiness are to drink, for example, 2 cups of caffeinated coffee and to take a short nap of at least 15 minutes. And again, we can find this in the Highway Code, which we are just doing now, Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists, Rules 89 to 102, subsection Fitness to Drive, Rules 90 to 94, which we are covering just now. Rule 92, vision. You must be able to read a vehicle number plate in good daylight from a distance of 20 meters or 20.5 meters where the old style number plate is used. If you need to wear glasses or contact lenses to do this, you must wear them at all times while driving. The police have the power to require a driver to undertake an eyesight test. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 96, The Motor Vehicles Driving Licenses Regulations 1999, Regulation 40, and Schedule 8. And of course, the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Fitness to Drive, rules 90 to 94. Rule 93. Slow down and, if necessary, stop if you are dazzled by bright sunlight. And you can refer here to the rules for drivers and motorcyclists, rules 89 to 102 from the Highway Code, which we are just covering now, subsection Fitness to Drive, rules 90 to 94. So bearing this in mind, let's move on to rule 94 and see what it says. At night or in poor visibility, do not use tinted glasses, lenses, or visors if they restrict your vision. And again, like I said in the previous rule, this is contained in the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists, 89 to 102, subsection Fitness to Drive, rules 90 to 94. Rule 95. Do not drink and drive, as it will seriously affect your judgment and abilities. In England and Wales, you must not drive with a breath alcohol level higher than 35 micrograms, 100 milliliters of breath, or a blood alcohol level of more than 80 milligrams, 100 milliliters of blood. In Scotland, the legal limits are lower. You must not drive with a breath alcohol level higher than 22 micrograms, 100 milliliters of breath, or a blood alcohol level of more than 50 milligrams, 100 milliliters of blood. The laws which apply here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 4511 2, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Prescribed Limit Scotland Regulations 2014, and the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Alcohol and Drugs, rules 95 to 96, which we just started covering now. Rule 96. You must not drive under the influence of drugs or medicine. For medicines, check with your doctor or pharmacist and don't drive if you are advised that you may be impaired. You must not drive if you have illegal drugs or certain medicines in your blood above specified limits. It's highly dangerous, so never take illegal drugs if you are planning to drive. The effects are unpredictable but can even be more severe than alcohol and result in fatal or serious road crashes. Illegal drugs have been specified at very low levels, so even small amounts of use could be above the specified limits. The limits for certain medicines have been specified at higher levels, above the levels generally found in the blood of patients who have taken normal therapeutic doses. If you are found to have a concentration of a drug above its specified limit in your blood because you have been prescribed or legitimately supplied a particularly high dose of medicine, then you can raise a statutory medical reference provided your driving was not impaired by the medicine you are taking. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 4 and 5, and of course the Highway Code rules. Rule 97. Before setting off, you should ensure that you have planned your route and you allowed enough time and you allowed sufficient time, that your clothing and footwear don't prevent you from using the controls in the correct manner, that you know where all the controls are and how to use them before you need them. Not all vehicles are the same. Don't wait until it's too late to find out. Make sure that your mirrors and seat are adjusted correctly to ensure comfort, full control, and maximum vision, that the head restraints are properly adjusted to reduce the risk of neck and spine injuries in the event of a collision, that you have sufficient fuel before you start your journey, especially if it includes motorway driving. It can be dangerous to lose power when you are driving in traffic, so make sure that your vehicle is legal and roadworthy, and make sure that you switch off your mobile phone because, of course, as we all know, mobile phones, they can be distractions when you are driving. And the rules from the highway code which apply here, the rules for drivers and motorcyclists, 89 to 102, which we are covering right now, subsection before setting off, rule 97, which is this rule. Rule 98, vehicle towing and loading. As a driver, you must not tow more than your license allows. If you pass the car test after 1st of January 1997, you are restricted on the weight of trailer you can tow. You must not overload your vehicle or trailer. You should not tow a weight greater than that recommended by the manufacturer of your vehicle. You must secure your load and it must not stick out dangerously. Make sure any heavy or sharp objects and any animals are secured safely. If there is a collision, they might hit someone inside the vehicle and cause serious injury. You should properly distribute the weight in your caravan or trailer with heavy items mainly over the axles and ensure a downward load on the tow ball. Manufacturer's recommended weight and tow ball load should not be exceeded. This should avoid the possibility of swerving or snaking and going out of control. If it does happen, ease off the accelerator and reduce speed gently to regain control. Carrying a load or pulling a trailer may require you to adjust the headlights. In the event of a breakdown, be aware that towing a vehicle on a tow rope is potentially dangerous. You should consider professional recovery. The laws which apply here are the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 100, and the Motor Vehicles Driving Licenses Regulations 1999, Regulation 43, and of course the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection vehicle towing and loading, Rule 98, which we have just covered now. Rule 99. You must wear a seatbelt in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles if one is fitted. So you can have a look at the following table, which will be on the next slide. Adults and children aged 14 years and over must use a seatbelt or a child restraint where fitted when seated in minibuses, buses, and coaches. Exemptions are allowed for the holders of medical exemption certificates and those making deliveries or collections in goods vehicles when traveling less than 50 meters, approximately 162 feet. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 14 and 15, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seatbelts Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seatbelts by Children in Front Seats Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seatbelts Amendment Regulations 2006, and of course in the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Seatbelts and Child Restraints rules 99 to 102. And here is the table. You can have a look at the seatbelt requirements, and this table, it's in fact giving you the main legal requirements for wearing seatbelts in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles. So, you can pause the video right here, take a screenshot or take a photo so you can have this handy whenever you need it. Rule 100. The driver must ensure that all children under 14 years of age in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles wear seat belts or sit in an approved child restraint where required. So see table above, just the previous table we've seen. If a child is under 1.35 meters, approximately 4 feet 5 inches tall, a baby seat, child seat, booster seat, or booster cushion must be used suitable for the child's weight and fitted to the manufacturer's instructions. The laws here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 14 and 15, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts by Children in Front Seats Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Amendment Regulations 2006, and also, of course, the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection seat belts and child restraints, rules 99 to 102, which we've just started covering. Rule 101. A rear-facing baby seat must not be fitted into a seat protected by an active frontal airbag, as in a crash, it can cause serious injury or death to the child. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, sections 14 and 15, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts by Children in Front Seats Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Amendment Regulations 2006, and of course in the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection seat belts and child restraints rules 99 to 102. Rule 102. Children in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles. Drivers who are carrying children in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles should also ensure that children should get into the vehicle through the door nearest to the curb, that child restraints are properly fitted to manufacturer's instructions, that children do not sit behind the rear seats in an estate car or hatchback unless a special child seat has been fitted, that the child safety door locks where fitted are used when children are in the vehicle and children are kept under control. This section should be read by all drivers, motorcyclists, cyclists, and horse riders. The rules in the Highway Code do not give you the right of way in any circumstances, but they advise you when you should give way to others. Always give way if it can help to avoid an incident. And of course, this is contained in the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, which we are currently covering, subsection seat belts and child restraints rules 99 to 102. Rule 103. Signals warn and inform other road users, including pedestrians, of your intended actions. You should always give clear signals in plenty of time. Having checked is not misleading to signal at that time. Always use them to advise other road users before you change course or direction, stopping or moving off. Always cancel them after use and make sure that your signals will not confuse others. If, for instance, you want to stop after a side road, do not signal until you are passing the road. If you signal earlier, it may give the impression that you intend to turn into the road. Your brake lights will warn traffic behind you that you are slowing down. Use an arm signal to emphasize or reinforce your signal if necessary. Remember that signaling does not give you priority. And below you can see the general rules, techniques, and advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158 in the Highway Code, subsection signals. Rules 103 to 106. These rules, we are covering them now. Rule 104. You should also watch out for signals given by other road users and proceed only when you are satisfied it's safe. Be aware that an indicator on another vehicle may not have been cancelled. And of course that this rule is part of the highway code, the rules we are covering just now. Rule 105. You must obey signals given by police officers, traffic wardens, and signs used by school crossing patrols. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 28, the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 35, Traffic Management Act Section 6, the Functions of Traffic Wardens Amendment Order 2002, Article 3, and the rules in the Highway Code. Rule 106. Police stopping procedures. If the police want to stop your vehicle, they will, where possible, attract your attention by flashing blue lights, headlights, or sounding their siren or horn, usually from behind, or by directing you to pull over to the side by pointing and or using the left indicator. You must then pull over and stop as soon as it's safe to do so. Then switch off your engine. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 163, and of course, as usual, the Highway Code rules. Rule 107. Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency, or the DVSA. The officers have the power to stop vehicles on all roads, including motorways and trunk roads. They will attract your attention by flashing amber lights, either from the front, requesting you to follow them to a safe place to stop, or from behind, directing you to pull over to the side by pointing and or using the left indicator. It's an offense not to comply with their directions. You must obey any signals given. The law which applies in this case is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 67, Police Reform Act Section 41, and Schedule 5.8. Rule 108. Traffic officers have powers to stop vehicles on most motorways and some A-class roads in England and in Wales. If traffic officers in uniform want to stop your vehicle on safety grounds, for example, an unsecured load, they will, where possible, attract your attention by flashing amber lights, usually from behind, or by directing you to pull over to the side by pointing and or using the left indicator. You must then pull over and stop as soon as it's safe to do so. Then you must switch off your engine. It's an offense not to comply with their directions. The law here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 163 as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Rule 109. Traffic light signals and traffic signs. You must obey all traffic light signals and traffic signs giving orders, including temporary signals and signs. Make sure that you know, understand, and act on all other traffic and information signs and road markings. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10, 15, 16, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 36, 38, and 40. And of course the Highway Code rules. Rule 110. Flashing headlights. Only flash your headlights to let other road users know that you are there. Do not flash your headlights to convey any other message or to intimidate other road users. And the highway code rules are the general rules, techniques, and advice for all drivers and riders 103 to 158, subsection other stopping procedures, rules 107 to 112, the rules which we are covering right now. Rule 111. Never assume that flashing headlights is a signal inviting you to proceed. Use your own judgment and proceed carefully. Rule 112. The horn. Use only while your vehicle is moving and you need to warn other road users of your presence. Never sound your horn aggressively. You must not use your horn while stationary on the road or when you are driving in a built-up area between the hours of 11:30 at night and 7 in the morning, except when another road user poses a danger. The law which applies here is the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations, 1986, Regulation 99. Rule 113. You must ensure that all side lights and rear registration plate lights are lit between sunset and sunrise. You have to use headlights at night, except on a road which has lit street lighting. These roads are generally restricted to a speed limit of 30 miles per hour or 48 kilometers per hour, unless otherwise specified. You must use headlights when visibility is seriously reduced. You can refer to Rule 226, which we will be covering in Part 2. The night, or the hours of darkness, is defined as the period between half an hour after sunset and half an hour before sunrise. The laws which apply here are the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 3, 24, and 25. In Scotland, the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 82, as amended by New Roads and Street Works Act 1991, paragraph 59 of Schedule 8. Rule 114. You must not use any lights in a way which would dazzle or cause discomfort to other road users, including pedestrians, cyclists, and horse riders. You must not use front or rear fog lights unless visibility is seriously reduced. You must switch them off when visibility improves to avoid dazzling other road users. You can also refer to Rule 226, which we will be covering in Part 2. In stationary queues of traffic, drivers should apply the parking brake, and once the following traffic stopped, take their foot off the foot brake to deactivate the vehicle brake lights. This will minimize glare to road users behind until the traffic moves again. And the law here is the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 27. Rule 115. You should also use dipped headlights or dim dip if fitted at night in built-up areas and in dull daytime weather to ensure that you can be seen. You should keep your headlights dipped when overtaking until you are level with the other vehicle and then change to main beam if necessary, unless this would dazzle oncoming road users. And you should also slow down and, if necessary, stop if you are dazzled by oncoming headlights. And of course, that this is covered in the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders, Rules 103 to 158, which we are covering right now, subsection Lighting Requirements, Rules 113 to 116. So, having that in mind, let's see what Rule 116 says. Hazard warning lights. These may be used when your vehicle is stationary to warn that is temporarily obstructing traffic. Never use hazard warning lights as an excuse for dangerous or illegal parking. You must not use hazard warning lights while driving or being towed unless you are on a motorway or unrestricted dual carriageway and you need to warn drivers behind you of a hazard or obstruction ahead. Only use them for long enough to ensure that your warning has been observed. The law that applies here is the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989 Regulation 27. Rule 117. In normal circumstances, the safest way to brake is to do so early and lightly. Brake more firmly as you begin to stop. Ease the pressure off just before the vehicle comes to rest to avoid a jerky stop. And you can refer to the section in the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques and Advice for all drivers and riders, Rules 103 to 158, which we are covering right now, subsection Control of the Vehicle, Rules 117 to 126, which we are covering now. Rule 118. In an emergency, brake immediately. Try to avoid braking so harshly that you lock your wheels. Locked wheels can lead to loss of control. Rule 119. Skids. Skidding is usually caused by the driver braking, accelerating, or steering too harshly, or driving too fast for the road conditions. If skidding occurs, remove the cause by releasing the brake pedal fully or easing off the accelerator. Turn the steering wheel in the direction of the skid. For example, if the rear of the vehicle skids to the right, steer immediately to the right to recover. Rule 120. ABS. If your vehicle is fitted with anti-lock brakes, you should follow the advice given in the vehicle handbook. However, in the case of an emergency, apply the foot brake firmly. Do not release the pressure until the vehicle has slowed to the desired speed. The ABS should ensure that steering control will be retained, but do not assume that a vehicle with ABS will stop in a shorter distance. Rule 121. Brakes affected by water. If you have driven through deep water, your brakes may be less effective. Test them at the first safe opportunity by pushing gently on the brake pedal to make sure that they work. If they are not fully effective, gently apply light pressure while driving slowly. This will help to dry them out. Rule 122. Coasting. This term describes a vehicle traveling in neutral or with the clutch pressed down. It can reduce driver control because engine braking is eliminated, vehicle speed downhill will increase quickly, increased use of the foot brake can reduce its effectiveness, steering response will be affected, particularly on bends and corners, and it may be more difficult to select the appropriate gear when needed. Rule 123. The driver and the environment. You must not leave a parked vehicle unattended with the engine running or leave a vehicle engine running unnecessarily while that vehicle is stationary on a public road. Generally, if the vehicle is stationary and is likely to remain so for more than a couple of minutes, you should apply the parking brake and switch off the engine to reduce emissions and noise pollution. However, it's permissible to leave the engine running if the vehicle is stationary in traffic or for diagnosing faults. The law which applies here is the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations, 1986, Regulations 98 and 107. Rule 124. You must not exceed the maximum speed limits for the road and for your vehicle. The presence of street lights generally means that there is a 30 miles per hour or 48 kilometers per hour speed limit unless otherwise specified. The laws which apply here are Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 81, 86, 89, and Schedule 6 as amended by the Motor Vehicles Variations of Speed Limits England and Wales Regulations 2014. And here is the speed limits table. The 30 miles per hour speed limits. The 30 miles per hour limit usually applies to all traffic on all roads with street lighting unless the signs show otherwise. And the 60 miles per hour, 96 kilometers per hour if articulated or towing a trailer. So you can pause the video right here if you wish to do that. Take a screenshot of the table to keep it handy or take a photo. Rule 125. The speed limit is the absolute maximum and does not mean it's safe to drive at that speed irrespective of conditions. Driving at speeds too fast for the road and traffic conditions is dangerous. You should always reduce your speed when the road layout or condition presents hazards such as bends, when you are sharing the road with pedestrians, cyclists, and horse riders, particularly children and motorcyclists, when the weather conditions make it safer to do so, when driving at night, as it is more difficult to see other road users. Rule 126. Stopping distances. Drive at a speed which will allow you to stop well within the distance you can see to be clear. You should leave enough space between you and the vehicle in front so that you can pull up safely if it suddenly slows down or stops. The safe rule is never to get closer than the overall stopping distance. Allow at least a 2-second gap between you and the vehicle in front on roads carrying faster moving traffic and in tunnels where the visibility is reduced. The gap should be at least doubled on wet roads and increased still further on icy roads. Large vehicles and motorcycles need a greater distance to stop. If driving a large vehicle in a tunnel, you should allow a 4-second gap between you and the vehicle in front. If you have to stop in a tunnel, leave at least a 5-meter gap between you and the vehicle in front. Rule 127. A broken white line. This marks the center of the road. When this line lengthens and the gaps shorten, it means that there is a hazard ahead. Do not cross it unless you can see the road is clear and you wish to overtake or turn off. So this rule is part of the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques and Advice for all drivers and riders, Rules 103 to 158, subsection lines and lane markings on the road, Rules 127 to 132, which we are covering right now. Rule 128. Double white lines where the line nearest to you is broken. This means you may cross the lines to overtake if it's safe, provided that you can complete the maneuver before reaching a solid white line on your side. White direction arrows on the road indicate that you need to get back onto your side of the road. Rule 129. Double white lines where the line nearest you is solid. This means you must not cross or straddle it unless it's safe and you need to enter adjoining premises or a side road. You may cross the line if necessary, provided that the road is clear to pass a stationary vehicle or to overtake a pedal cycle, horse, or road maintenance vehicle if they are traveling at 10 miles per hour or 16 kilometers per hour or less. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 26. Rule 130. Areas of white diagonal stripes or chevrons painted on the road. These are to separate traffic lanes or to protect traffic turning right. If the area is bordered by a broken white line, you should not enter the area unless it's necessary and you can see that it's safe to do so. If the area is marked with chevrons and bordered by solid white lines, you must not enter it except in an emergency. The laws which apply here are the Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 5, 9, 10 and 16. Then the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 4, 8, 9 and 14. The Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulation 10.1. Rule 131. Lane dividers. These are short, broken white lines which are used on wide carriageways to divide them into lanes. You should keep between them. Rule 132. Reflective road studs may be used with white lines. White studs mark the lanes or the middle of the road. Red studs mark the left edge of the road. Amber studs mark the central reservation of a dual carriageway or motorway. Green studs mark the edge of the main carriageway at laybys and slip roads. And green or yellow studs indicate temporary adjustments to lane layouts, for example, where there are roadworks taking place. Rule 133. If you need to change lane, first use your mirrors and if necessary, take a quick sideways glance to make sure that you will not force another road user to change course or speed. When it's safe to do so, signal to indicate your intentions to other road users and when clear, move over. And with our rules, we got now to the subsection of the Highway Code, multi-lane carriageways, rules 133 to 143. Rule 134. You should follow the signs and road markings and get into the lane as directed. In congested road conditions, do not change lanes if you don't need to. Merging in turn is recommended, but only if safe and appropriate when vehicles are traveling at a very low speed. For example, when approaching roadworks or a road traffic incident. Is not recommended at high speed. Rule 135. Where a single carriageway has three lanes and the road markings or signs don't give priority to traffic in either direction, use the middle lane only for overtaking or turning right. Remember, you have no more right to use the middle lane than a driver coming from the opposite direction. Do not use the right hand lane. Rule 136. Where a single carriageway has four or more lanes, use only the lanes that signs or markings indicate. A dual carriageway is a road which has a central reservation to separate the carriageways. Rule 137. On a two-lane dual carriageway, you should stay in the left-hand lane. Use the right-hand lane for overtaking or for turning right. After overtaking, move back to the left-hand lane when it's safe to do so. Rule 138. On a three-lane dual carriageway, you may use the middle lane or the right-hand lane to overtake, but return to the middle and then the left-hand lane when it's safe to do so. Rule 139. Climbing and crawler lanes. These are provided on some hills. Use this lane if you are driving a slow moving vehicle or if there are vehicles behind you wishing to overtake. Be aware of the signs and the road markings which indicate that the lane is about to end. Rule 140. Cycle lanes. These are shown by road markings and signs. You must not drive or park in a cycle lane marked by a solid white line during its times of operation. Do not drive or park in a cycle lane marked by a broken white line unless it's unavoidable. You must not park in any cycle lane whilst waiting restrictions apply. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 5 and 8. Rule 141. Bus lanes. These are shown by road markings and signs that indicate which, if any, other vehicles are permitted to use the bus lane. Unless otherwise indicated, you should not drive in a bus lane during its period of operation. You may enter a bus lane to stop, to load or unload where this is not prohibited. Rule 142. High occupancy vehicle lanes and other designated vehicle lanes. Lanes may be restricted for use by particular types of vehicle. These restrictions may apply some or all of the time. The operating times and vehicle types will be indicated on the accompanying traffic signs. You must not drive in such lanes during their times of operation unless signs indicate that your vehicle is permitted. Vehicles permitted to use designated lanes may or may not include cycles, buses, taxis, licensed private hire vehicles, motorcycles, heavy goods vehicles, and high occupancy vehicles. Where HOV lanes are in operation, they must only be used by vehicles containing at least the minimum number of people indicated on the traffic signs and any other vehicles such as buses and motorcycles as indicated on signs prior to the start of the lane, irrespective of the number of occupants. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36. Rule 143. One-way street. Traffic must travel in the direction indicated by signs. Buses and or cycles may have a contraflow lane. Choose the correct lane for your exit as soon as you can. Don't change lanes suddenly. Unless road signs or markings indicate otherwise, you should use the left-hand lane when you are going left, the right-hand lane when you are going right, and the most appropriate lane when you are going straight ahead. Remember, traffic could be passing on both sides. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36. And the Highway Code General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158, which we are covering right now, subsection multi-lane carriageways, Rules 133 to 143. Rule 144. You must not drive dangerously, drive without due care and attention, or drive without reasonable consideration for other road users. And the law that applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 2 and 3, as amended by Road Traffic Act 1991. And the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158, subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158, which we've just started covering now. Rule 145. You must not drive on or over a pavement, footpath, or bridleway except to gain lawful access to property or in the case of an emergency. The laws which apply here are the Highway Act 1835, Section 72, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 34. Rule 146. Adapt your driving to the appropriate type and condition of the road you are on. In particular, do not treat speed limits as a target. It's often not appropriate or safe to drive at the maximum speed limit. Take the road and traffic conditions into account. Be prepared for unexpected or difficult situations, for example, the road being blocked beyond a blind bend. Be prepared to adjust your speed as a precaution. Where there are junctions, be prepared for road users emerging. On side roads and country lanes, look out for unmarked junctions where nobody has priority. Be prepared to stop at traffic control systems, roadworks, pedestrian crossings, or traffic lights as necessary. Try to anticipate what pedestrians and cyclists might do. If pedestrians, particularly children, are looking the other way, they may step out into the road without seeing you. Rule 147. Be considerate. Be careful of and considerate towards all types of road users, especially those requiring extra care. You can refer to the Rule 204 of the Highway Code, which we will be covering in Part 2. You must not throw anything out of a vehicle, for example, food or food packaging, cigarette ends, cans, paper, or carrier bags. This can endanger other road users, particularly motorcyclists and cyclists. Try to be understanding if other road users cause problems. They may be inexperienced or not know the area well. Be patient. Remember that anyone can make a mistake. Don't allow yourself to become agitated or involved if someone is behaving badly on the road. This will only make the situation worse. Pull over, calm down, and when you feel relaxed, continue your journey. Slow down and hold back if a road user pulls out into your path at a junction. Allow them to get clear. Don't overreact by driving too close behind to intimidate them. The law which applies here is the Environmental Protection Act 1990, Section 87. Rule 148. Safe driving and riding needs concentration. Avoid distractions when you are driving or riding, such as loud music. These may, in fact, mask other sounds by trying to read maps, starting or adjusting any music or radio, arguing with your passengers or other road users, eating and drinking or smoking. You must not smoke in public transport vehicles or in vehicles used for work purposes in certain prescribed circumstances. Separate regulations apply to England, Wales, and Scotland. In England and Wales, the driver must not smoke or allow anyone to smoke in an enclosed private vehicle carrying someone under 18 years old, including motor caravans. In Scotland, is an offence for anyone aged 18 or over to smoke in a private motor vehicle unless it's parked and being used as a living accommodation when there is someone under 18 years old in the vehicle and the vehicle is in a public place. The laws which apply here are the Smoke Free Exemption and Vehicles Regulations 2007, the Smoke Free Premises, etc., Wales Regulations 2007, the Prohibition of Smoking in Certain Premises, Scotland Regulations 2006, the Smoke Free Private Vehicles Regulations 2015, the Smoke Free Premises Wales Amendment Regulations 2015, Smoking Prohibition, Children in Motor Vehicles, Scotland Act 2016. Rule 149. You must exercise proper control of your vehicle at all times. You must not use a handheld mobile phone or a similar device capable of interactive communication, for example, a tablet, for any purpose when driving or when supervising a learner driver. This ban covers all use of a handheld interactive communication device, and it applies even when the interactive communication capability is turned off or unavailable. You must not pick up the phone or similar device while you are driving to dial a number and then put it in the cradle for the duration of the conversation. You must not pick up and use your handheld phone or similar device while stationary in traffic. There is an exception to call 999 or 112 in a genuine emergency when it's unsafe or impractical to stop. For those of you who are not aware, 112 is the emergency number for Europe. There is also an exception if you are using a handheld mobile phone or similar device to make a contactless payment at a contactless payment terminal. Your vehicle must be stationary and the goods or services must be received at the same time as or after the contactless payment. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 2 and 3, and the Road Vehicles Constructions and Use Regulations 1986, Regulations 104 and 1110. Rule 150. There is a danger of driver distraction being caused by in-vehicle systems such as satellite navigation systems, congestion warning systems, personal computers, multimedia, etc. You must exercise proper control of your vehicle at all times. Do not rely on driver assistance systems such as motorway assist, lane departure warnings, or remote control parking. They are available to assist you, but you should not reduce your concentration levels. Don't get distracted by maps or screen-based information like navigation or vehicle management systems while you are driving or riding. If necessary, if you need to use them, find a safe place to stop. As the driver, you are still responsible for the vehicle if you use a driver-assisted system such as motorway assist. This is also the case if you use a handheld remote control parking app or device. You must have full control over these systems at all times. And the laws which apply here are the following: the Road Traffic Act 1988, sections 2 and 3, the Road Vehicles Constructions and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 104 and 110, and the Highway Code General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158, subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. And we now finish with part 1 of the Highway Code Rules.
151. In slow-moving traffic, you should reduce the distance between you and the vehicle ahead to maintain traffic flow. Never get so close to the vehicle in front that you cannot stop safely. Leave enough space to be able to maneuver if the vehicle in front breaks down or an emergency vehicle needs to get past. Not change lanes to the left to overtake. Allow access into and from side roads, as blocking this will add to congestion. Be aware of cyclists and motorcyclists who might be passing on either side. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders. Rules 103 to 158. The subsection which covers this is General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 152. Driving in built-up areas. On residential streets, you should drive slowly and carefully. Pedestrians are likely to be seen, as well as cyclists and parked cars. In some areas, 20 miles per hour, 32 kilometers per hour, its maximum speed limit might be in force. Look out for vehicles emerging from junctions or driveways, for vehicles moving off or car doors opening. Pedestrians, children running out from between parked cars, or cyclists or motorcyclists. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158. Subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 153. Traffic calming measures. On some roads, there are features such as road humps, chicanes, and narrowings, which are intended to slow you down. When you approach these features, reduce your speed. Allow cyclists and motorcyclists room to pass through them. Maintain a reduced speed along the whole of the stretch of road within the calming measures. Give way to oncoming road users if directed to do so by signs. You should not overtake other moving road users while in this area. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158. Subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 154. Country roads. Take extra care on country roads and reduce your speed at approaches to bends, which can be sharper than they appear, and at the junctions and turnings, which might be partially hidden. Be prepared for pedestrians, horse riders, cyclists, slow-moving farm vehicles, or mud on the road surface. Make sure you can stop within the distance you can see to be clear. You should also reduce your speed where country roads enter villages. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158. Subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 155. Single track roads. These are only wide enough for one vehicle. They might have special passing places. If you see a vehicle coming towards you, or the driver behind wants to overtake, pull into a passing place on your left, or wait opposite a passing place on your right. Give way to road users coming uphill whenever you can. If necessary, reverse until you reach a passing place to let the other vehicles pass. Slow down when passing pedestrians, cyclists, and horse riders. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 156. The Highway Code says not to park in passing places. Passing places are generally marked with a diamond-shaped white sign with the words "Passing Place" on it. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 157. Certain motorized vehicles do not meet the construction and technical requirements for road vehicles and are generally not intended, not suitable, and not legal for road, pavement, footpath, cycle path, or bridleway use. These include most types of miniature motorcycles, also called mini-motos, and motorized scooters, also called go-peds, which are powered by electric or internal combustion engines. These types of vehicles must not be used on roads, pavements, footpaths, or bridleways. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 158. Certain models of motorcycles, motor tricycles, and quadricycles, also called quad bikes, are suitable only for off-road use and do not meet legal standards for use on roads. Vehicles that do not meet these standards must not be used on roads. They must not be used on pavements, footpaths, cycle paths, or bridleways either. You must make sure that any motorcycle, motor tricycle, quadricycle, or any other motor vehicle meets legal standards and is properly registered, taxed, and insured before using it on the roads. Even when registered, taxed, and insured for the road, vehicles must not be used on pavements. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 159. Before moving off, you should use all mirrors to check the road is clear. Look around to check the blind spots, the areas you are unable to see in the mirrors. Signal if necessary before moving out. Look round for a final check. Move off only when it is safe to do so. Section: Using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection: General Rules, Rules 159 to 161. Rule 160. Once moving, you should keep to the left unless road signs and markings indicate otherwise. The exceptions are when you want to overtake, turn right, or pass parked vehicles or pedestrians in the road. Keep well to the left on right-hand bends. This will improve your view of the road and help avoid the risk of colliding with traffic approaching from the opposite direction. Drive or ride with both hands on the wheel or handlebars where possible. This will help you to remain in full control of the vehicle at all times. You may use driver assistance systems while you are driving. Make sure you use any system according to the manufacturer's instructions. Be aware of other road users, especially cyclists and motorcycles, who might be filtering through the traffic. These are more difficult to see than larger vehicles, and their riders are particularly vulnerable. Give them plenty of room, especially if you are driving a long vehicle or towing a trailer. You should give way to cyclists when you are changing direction or lane. Do not cut across them. Select the low gear before you reach a long downhill slope. This will help to control your speed. When towing, remember the extra length will affect overtaking and maneuvering. The extra weight will also affect the braking and acceleration. The section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection General Rules, Rules 159 to 161. Rule 161. Mirrors. All mirrors should be used effectively throughout your journey. You should use your mirrors frequently so that you always know what is behind and to each side of you, and use them in good time before you signal or change direction or speed. Be aware that mirrors do not cover all areas and there will be blind spots. You will need to look round and check. Remember, mirrors signal maneuver. This covers section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection General Rules, Rules 159 to 161. Rule 162. Before overtaking, you should make sure the road is sufficiently clear ahead. The road users are not beginning to overtake you. There is a suitable gap in front of the road user you plan to overtake. The section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. The subsection Overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 163. Overtake only when it is safe and legal to do so. You should not get too close to the vehicle you intend to overtake. Use your mirrors, signal when it is safe to do so. Take a quick sideways glance, if necessary, into the blind spot areas, and then start to move out. Don't assume that you can simply follow a vehicle ahead which is overtaking. There may only be enough room for one vehicle. Move quickly past the vehicle you are overtaking once you have started to overtake. Allow plenty of room. Move back to the left as soon as you can, but do not cut in. Take extra care at night and improve visibility when it is harder to judge speed and distance. Give way to oncoming vehicles before passing parked vehicles or other obstructions on your side of the road. Only overtake on the left if the vehicle in front is signaling to turn right, and there is room to do so. Stay in your lane if traffic is moving slowly in queues. If the queue on your right is moving more slowly than you are, you might pass on the left. Cyclists may pass slow-moving or stationary traffic on the right or left and should proceed with caution, as the driver may not be able to see you. Be careful about doing so, particularly on the approach to junctions, and especially when deciding whether it is safe to pass lorries or other large vehicles. Give motorcyclists, cyclists, and horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles at least as much room as you would when overtaking a car. As a guide, leave at least 1.5 meters when overtaking cyclists at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, and give them more space when overtaking at higher speeds. Pass horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles at speeds under 10 meters per hour, and allow at least 2 meters of space. Allow at least 2 meters of space and keep to a low speed when passing a pedestrian who is walking on the road, for example, when there is no pavement. Take extra care and give more space when overtaking motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and pedestrians in bad weather, including high winds, and at night. You should wait behind a motorcyclist, cyclist, horse rider, horse-drawn vehicle, or pedestrian, and not overtake it if it is unsafe or not possible to meet these clearances. Remember, mirrors signal maneuver. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 164. Large vehicles. Overtaking this is more difficult. You should draw back. This will increase your ability to see ahead and should allow the driver of the large vehicle to see you in their mirrors. Getting too close to large vehicles, including agricultural vehicles, such as a tractor with a trailer or other fixed equipment, will obscure your view of the road ahead and there might be another slow-moving vehicle in front. Make sure that you have enough room to complete your overtaking maneuver before committing yourself. It takes longer to pass a large vehicle. If in doubt, do not overtake. Don't assume you can follow a vehicle ahead which is overtaking a long vehicle. If a problem develops, they might abort overtaking and pull back in. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 165. You must not overtake if you would have to cross or straddle double white lanes with a solid line nearest to you, or if you would have to enter an area designed to divide traffic if it is surrounded by a solid white line. You must not overtake the nearest vehicle to a pedestrian crossing, especially when it has stopped to let pedestrians cross. You must not overtake if you would have to enter a lane reserved for buses, trams, or cycles during its hours of operation. You must not overtake after a no overtaking sign and until you pass a sign cancelling the restriction. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 166. Do not overtake if there is any doubt or where you cannot see far enough ahead to be sure it is safe. For example, when you are approaching a corner or bend, a hump bridge or the brow of a hill. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 167. Do not overtake where you might come into conflict with other road users. For example, approaching or at a road junction on either side of the road, where the road narrows, when approaching a school crossing patrol, on the approach to crossing facilities, where a vehicle ahead is slowing to stop for a pedestrian that is crossing from a pedestrian island, between the curb and a bus or tram when it is at a stop. Don't overtake where traffic is queuing at junctions or road works, when you would force another road user to swerve or slow down at a level crossing, when a road user is indicating right, even if you believe the signal should have been cancelled. Do not take a risk, wait for the signal to be cancelled. Stay behind if you are following a cyclist approaching a roundabout or junction and you intend to turn left. Do not cut across cyclists going ahead, including those using cycle lanes and cycle tracks. Stay behind if you are following a horse rider or horse-drawn vehicle approaching a roundabout or junction and you intend to turn left. Do not cut across a horse rider or horse-drawn vehicle going ahead. Don't overtake when a tram is standing at a curbside tram stop and there is no clearly marked passing lane for other traffic. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 168. Being overtaken. If a driver is trying to overtake you, maintain a steady course and speed, slowing down if necessary to let the vehicle pass. Never obstruct drivers who wish to pass. Speeding up or driving unpredictably while someone is overtaking you is dangerous. Drop back to maintain a 2-second gap if someone overtakes and pulls into the gap in front of you. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 169. Do not hold up. A long queue of traffic, especially if you are driving a large or slow-moving vehicle. Check your mirrors frequently and if necessary, pull in where it is safe and let traffic pass. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 170. Take extra care at junctions. You should watch out for cyclists, motorcyclists, and pedestrians, including powered wheelchairs, mobility scooter users, as they are not always easy to see. Be aware that they might not have seen or heard you if you are approaching from behind. Give way to pedestrians crossing or waiting to cross a road into which or from you are turning. If they have started to cross, they have priority, so give way. Stay behind cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and motorcyclists at junctions, even if they are waiting to turn and are positioned close to the curb. Watch out for long vehicles which might be turning at a junction ahead. They might have to use the whole width of the road to make the turn. Watch out for horse riders who might take a different line on the road from that which you would expect. Don't assume, when waiting at a junction, that the vehicle coming from the right and signal left will actually turn. Wait and make sure, then look all around before emerging. Do not cross or join a road until there is a gap large enough for you to do so safely. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection road junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 171. You must stop behind the line at the junction with the stop sign and the solid white line across the road. Wait for a safe gap in the traffic before you move off. Laws: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 16. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 172. Give way. The approach to a junction may have a give way sign or a triangle marked on the road. You must give way to traffic on the main road when emerging from a junction with broken white lines across the road. Laws that apply to this: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 (1), 16 (1), and 25. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 173. Dual carriageways. When crossing or turning right, first assess whether the central reservation is deep enough to protect the full length of your vehicle. If it is, then you should treat each half of the carriageway as a separate road. Wait in the central reservation until there is a safe gap in the traffic on the second half of the road. If the central reservation is too shallow for the length of your vehicle, wait until you can cross both carriageways in one go. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 174. Box junctions. These have criss-cross yellow lines painted on the road. You must not enter the box until your exit road or lane is clear. However, you might enter the box and wait when you want to turn right, and are only stopped from doing so by oncoming traffic or by other vehicles waiting to turn right. At signal roundabouts, you must not enter the box unless you can cross over it completely without stopping. A law: the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 (1) and 29 (2). Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 175. You must stop behind the white stop line across your side of the road unless the light is green. If the amber light appears, you might go on only if you have already crossed the stop line. You might go on as well if you are so close to it that to stop might cause a collision. The section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 176. You must not move forward over the white line when the red light is showing. Only go forward when the traffic lights are green if there is room for you to clear the junction safely or you are taking up a position to turn right. If the traffic lights are not working, treat the situation as you would an unmarked junction and proceed with great care. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 103. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 177. Green filter arrow. This indicates a filter lane only. Do not enter that lane unless you want to go in the direction of the arrow. You might proceed in the direction of the green arrow when it or the full green light shows. Give other traffic, especially cyclists, time and room to move into the correct lane. Section Using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection The Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 178. Advanced stop lines. Some signal control junctions have advanced stop lines to allow cyclists to be positioned ahead of other traffic. Motorists, including motorcyclists, must stop at the first white line reached if the lights are amber or red and should avoid blocking the way or encroaching on the marked area at other times. Example, if the junction ahead is blocked. If your vehicle has proceeded over the first white line at the time that the signal goes red, you should stop as soon as possible and must stop at the second white line. Allow cyclists, including any moving or waiting alongside you, enough time and space to move off when the green signal shows. Drivers of large vehicles should stop sufficiently far behind the first white line so that they can see the whole area where cyclists might be waiting, allowing for any blind spot in front of the vehicle. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions, 2016. Schedule 14, Part 1, 36, parenthesis 1, and 43, parenthesis 2. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 179. Turn right. Well before you turn right, you should use your mirrors to make sure you know the position and movement of traffic behind you. Give a right turn signal. Take up a position just left of the middle of the road or in the space marked for traffic turning right. Leave room for other vehicles to pass on the left if possible. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 103. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 180. Wait until there is a safe gap between you and any oncoming vehicle. Watch out for cyclists, motorcyclists, pedestrians, and other road users. Check your mirrors and blind spot again to make sure you are not being overtaken, then make the turn. Do not cut the corner. Take great care when turning into a main road. You will need to watch for traffic in both directions and wait for a safe gap. Remember, mirrors signal maneuver. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 181. When turning right at crossroads, where an oncoming vehicle is also turning right, there is a choice of two methods. 1. Turn right side to right side. Keep the other vehicle on your right and turn behind it. This is generally the safer method as you have a clear view of any approaching traffic when completing your turn. And 2. Left side to left side, turning in front of each other. This can block your view of oncoming vehicles, so take extra care. Cyclists and motorcyclists in particular might be hidden from your view. Road layout, markings, or how the other vehicle is positioned can determine which course should be taken. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 182. Use your mirrors and give a left turn signal well before you turn left. Do not overtake just before you turn left, and watch out for traffic coming up on your left before you make the turn, especially if driving a large vehicle. Cyclists, motorcyclists, and other road users in particular might be hidden from your view. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 183. When turning, keep as close to the left as is safe and practicable. Give way to any vehicle using a bus lane, cycle track, or tramway from either direction, including when they are passing slow-moving or stationary vehicles on either side. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 184. On approaching a roundabout, take notice and act on all the information available to you, including traffic signs, traffic lights, and lane markings which direct you into the correct line. You should use mirrors, signal, maneuver at all stages. Decide as early as possible which exit you need to take. Give an appropriate signal. Time your signals so as not to confuse other road users. Get into the correct lane. Adjust your speed and position to fit in with traffic conditions. Be aware of the speed and position of all the road users around you. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Roundabouts, Rules 184 to 190. Rule 185. When reaching the roundabout, you should give priority to traffic approaching from your right unless directed otherwise by signs, road markings, or traffic lights. Check whether road markings allow you to enter the roundabout without giving way. If so, proceed, but still look to the right before joining. Watch out for all other road users already on the roundabout. Be aware they might not be signaling correctly or at all. Look forward before moving off to make sure traffic in front has moved off. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Roundabouts, Rules 184 to 190. Rule 186. Signals and position. When taking the first exit to the left, unless signs or markings indicate otherwise, signal left and approach in the left-hand lane. Keep to the left on the roundabout and continue signaling left to leave. When taking an exit to the right or going full circle, unless signs or markings indicate otherwise, signal right and approach in the right-hand lane. Keep to the right on the roundabout until you need to change lanes to exit the roundabout. Signal left after you have passed the exit before the one you want. When taking any intermediate exit, Unless signs or markings indicate otherwise, select the appropriate lane on approach to the roundabout. You should not normally need to signal on approach. Stay in this lane until you need to alter course to exit the roundabout. Signal left after you have passed the exit before the one you want. When there are more than 3 lanes at the entrance to a roundabout, use the most appropriate lane on approach and through it. Section Using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection Roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 187. In all cases, watch out for and give plenty of room to pedestrians who might be crossing the approach and exit roads. Watch out for traffic crossing in front of you on the roundabout, especially vehicles intending to leave by the next exit. Traffic which might be straddling lanes or positioned incorrectly. Watch out for motorcyclists and long vehicles, including those towing trailers. This might have to take a different course or straddle lanes, either approaching or on the roundabout because of their length. Watch out for their signals. Section Using the road, rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 188. Mini roundabouts. Approach this in the same way as normal roundabouts. All vehicles must pass around the central markings except large vehicles, which are physically incapable of doing so. Remember, there is less space to maneuver and less time to signal. Avoid making U-turns at mini roundabouts. Beware of others doing this. Section Using the road, rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 189. At the double mini roundabouts. Treat each roundabout separately and give way to traffic from the right. Section Using the road, rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 190. Multiple roundabouts. At some complex junctions, there might be a series of mini roundabouts at each intersection. Treat each mini roundabout separately and follow the normal rules. The section Using the road, rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 191. You must not park on a crossing or in the area covered by the zigzag lines. You must not overtake the moving vehicle nearest the crossing or the vehicle nearest the crossing which has stopped to give way to pedestrians. Laws. The zebra, pelican, and puffin pedestrian crossings regulations and general directions in 1997. Regulations 18, 20, and 24. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 25, parenthesis 5. The Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, the Regulations 10, 27, and 28. The subsection Using the road, rules 159 to 103. Subsection Pedestrian crossings, rules 191 to 199. Rule 192. In slow-moving and queuing traffic, you should keep crossings completely clear as blocking this makes it difficult and dangerous for pedestrians to cross. You should not enter a pedestrian crossing if you are unable to completely clear the crossing. Nor should you block advanced stop lines for cycles. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 193. You should take extra care where the view of either side of the crossing is blocked by queuing traffic or incorrectly parked vehicles. Pedestrians might be crossing between stationary vehicles. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 194. Allow pedestrians plenty of time to cross. Do not harass them by revving your engine or edging forward. Section using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 195. Zebra and parallel crossings. As you approach a zebra crossing, look out for pedestrians waiting to cross and be ready to slow down or stop to let them cross. You should give way to pedestrians waiting to cross. You must give way when a pedestrian has moved onto a crossing. Allow more time for stopping on wet or icy roads. Do not wave, flash your lights, or use your horn to invite pedestrians across. This could be dangerous if another vehicle is approaching. Be patient. Do not sound your horn or rev your engine, as this can be intimidating. Be aware of pedestrians approaching from the side of the crossing. A zebra crossing with a central island is two separate crossings. Parallel crossings are similar to zebra crossings, but include a cycle route alongside the black and white stripes. As you approach a parallel crossing, look out for pedestrians or cyclists waiting to cross and slow down or stop. You should give way to pedestrians or cyclists waiting to cross. You must give way when a pedestrian or cyclist has moved onto a crossing. Allow more time for stopping on wet or icy roads. Do not wave, flash your lights, or use your horn to invite pedestrians or cyclists across. This could be dangerous if another vehicle is approaching. Be patient. Do not sound your horn or rev your engine, as this can be intimidating. Be aware of pedestrians or cyclists approaching from the side of the crossing. A parallel crossing with a central island is two separate crossings. A law, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions, 2016. Schedule 14, Part 5. A section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 196. Pelican crossings. These are signal controlled crossings where flashing amber follows the red stop light. You must stop when the red light shows. When the amber light is flashing, you must give way to any pedestrians on the crossing. If the amber light is flashing and there are no pedestrians on the crossing, you might proceed with caution. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 197. Pelican crossings which go straight across the road are one crossing. Even when there is a central island, you must wait for pedestrians who are crossing from the other side of the island. Laws: the Zebra, Pelican and Puffin Pedestrian Crossings Regulations and General Directions 1997. Regulations 26, Road Traffic Regulations Act 1984, Section 25, parenthesis 5. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 198. Give way to anyone still crossing after the signal for vehicles has changed to green. This advice applies to all crossings. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 199. Toucan, Puffin and Equestrian Crossings. These are similar to Pelican Crossings, but there is no flashing above phase. The light sequence for traffic at these three crossings is the same as at traffic lights. If the signal-controlled crossing is not working, proceed with extreme caution. Do not enter the crossing if you are unable to completely clear it, to avoid obstructing pedestrians, cyclists or horse riders. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 200. Choose an appropriate place to maneuver. If you need to turn your vehicle around, wait until you find a safe place. Try not to reverse or turn round in a busy road. Find a quiet side road or drive round a block of side streets. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing 200 to 203. Rule 201. Do not reverse from a side road into a main road. When using a driveway, reverse in and drive out if you can. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing rules 200 to 203. Rule 202. Look carefully before you start reversing. You should use all your mirrors. Check the blind spot behind you, the part of the road you cannot see easily in the mirrors. Check there are no pedestrians, particularly children, cyclists, other road users, or obstructions in the road behind you. Reverse slowly while checking all around, while looking mainly through the rear window, being aware that the front of your vehicle will swing out as you turn. Get someone to guide you if you cannot see clearly. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing rules 200 to 203. Rule 203. You must not reverse your vehicle further than necessary. The law, the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations in 1986, Regulation 106. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing rules 200 to 203. Rule 204. The road users must at risk from road traffic are pedestrians, in particular children, older adults, and disabled people, cyclists, horse riders, and motorcyclists. It is particularly important to be aware of children, older adults, and disabled people, and learner and inexperienced drivers and riders. In any interaction between road users, those who can cause the greatest harm have the greatest responsibility to reduce the danger or threat they pose to others. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Overview, Rule 204. Rule 205. There is a risk of pedestrians, especially children, stepping unexpectedly into the road. You should drive with safety of children in mind at a speed suitable for the conditions. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 206. Drive carefully and slowly when in crowded shopping streets, home zones, and quiet lanes, or residential areas, or when driving past bus and tram stops. Pedestrians might emerge suddenly into the road. Be careful when passing parked vehicles, especially ice cream vans. Children are more interested in ice cream than traffic and might run into the road unexpectedly. Drive carefully and slowly when needing to cross a pavement, cycle lane, or cycle track. For example, to reach or leave a driveway or private access, give way to pedestrians on the pavement and cyclists using a cycle lane or cycle track. Drive carefully when reversing into a side road. Look all around the vehicle and give way to any pedestrians who might be crossing the road. Pay attention when turning at road junctions, as you should give way to pedestrians who are crossing or waiting to cross the road into which or from which you are turning. Be careful going through roadworks or when passing roadside rescue and recovery vehicles, as there might be people working in or at the side of the road. Also pay attention when the pavement is closed due to street repairs and pedestrians are directed to use the road. Drive carefully when approaching pedestrians on narrow rural roads without a footway or footpath. Always slow down and be prepared to stop if necessary, giving them plenty of room as you drive past. When approaching zebra and parallel crossings, as you must give way to pedestrians and cyclists on the crossing. Drive carefully when approaching pedestrians who have started to cross the road ahead of you. They have priority when crossing at the junction or side road, so you should give way. The law, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 14, Part 5, Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225, Subsection Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 207. Particularly vulnerable pedestrians. This include children and older pedestrians who might not be able to judge your speed and could step into the road in front of you. At 40 miles per hour, 64 kilometers per hour, your vehicle will probably kill any pedestrians it hits. At 20 miles per hour, 32 kilometers per hour, there is only a 1 in 20 chance of the pedestrian being killed, so kill your speed. Be extra careful with older pedestrians who might need more time to cross the road. Be patient and allow them to cross in their own time. Do not hurry them by revving your engine or edging forward, as well as people with disabilities. People with hearing impairments may not be aware of your vehicle approaching. Those with walking difficulties require more time. The blind or partially sighted people who might be carrying a white cane using a guide dog might not be able to see you approaching. Drive carefully when you see deaf-blind people who might be carrying a white cane with a red band or using a dog with a red and white harness. They might not see or hear instructions or signals. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 208. Near schools. Drive slowly and be particularly aware of young cyclists and pedestrians. In some places, there might be a flashing amber signal below the school warning sign, which tells you that there might be children crossing the road ahead. Drive very slowly until you are clear of the area. The section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 209. Drive carefully and slowly when passing a stationary bus showing a school bus sign, as children might be getting on or off. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 210. You must stop when a school crossing patrol shows a stop for children sign. The law: Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 28. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 211. It is often difficult to see motorcyclists and cyclists, especially when they are waiting alongside you, coming out from behind, coming out of or moving off from junctions, at roundabouts, overtaking you, or filtering through traffic. Always look out for them before you emerge from a junction. They could be approaching faster than you think. Do not turn at the junction if to do so would cause a cyclist going straight ahead to stop or swerve, just as you would do with a motor vehicle. When turning right across a line of slow-moving or stationary traffic, look out for and give way to cyclists or motorcyclists on the inside of the traffic you are crossing. Be especially careful when moving off, turning, and when changing direction or lane. Be sure to check mirrors and blind spots carefully. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsections: Motorcyclists and cyclists, Rules 211 to 213. Rule 212. Give motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and pedestrians walking in the road, for example, where there is no pavement, at least as much room as you would when overtaking a car. See Rules 162 to 167. Drivers should take extra care and give more space when overtaking motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and pedestrians in bad weather, including high winds and at night. If the rider looks over their shoulder, it could mean that they intend to pull out, turn right, or change direction. Give them time and space to do so. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Motorcyclists and cyclists, Rules 211 to 213. Rule 213. On narrow sections of road, on quiet roads or streets, at road junctions and in slow-moving traffic, cyclists might sometimes ride in the center of the lane, rather than towards the side of the road. It can be safer for groups of cyclists to ride two abreast in these situations. Allow them to do so for their own safety, to ensure they can see and be seen. Cyclists are also advised to ride at least a door's width or 1 meter from parked cars for their own safety. On narrow sections of road, horse riders might ride in the center of the lane. Allow them to do so for their own safety to ensure they can see and be seen. Motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, and horse-drawn vehicles might suddenly need to avoid uneven road surfaces and obstacles, such as drain covers or oily, wet, or icy patches on the road. Give them plenty of room and pay particular attention to any sudden change of direction they might have to make. The section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225, subsection Motorcyclists and Cyclists, Rules 211 to 213. Rule 214. Animals. When passing, animals drive slowly. Give them plenty of room and be ready to stop. Do not scare animals by sounding your horn, revving your engine, or accelerating rapidly once you have passed them. Look out for animals being led, driven, or ridden on the road and take extra care. Keep your speed down at bends and on narrow country roads. If a road is blocked by a herd of animals, stop and switch off your engine until they have left the road. Watch out for animals on unfenced roads. The section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Road Users, Rules 214 to 218. Rule 215. Horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles. Be particularly careful of horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles, especially when approaching, overtaking, passing, or moving away. Always pass wide and slowly. When you see a horse on a road, you should slow down to a maximum of 10 meters per hour. Be patient, do not sound your horn or rev your engine. When safe to do so, pass wide and slow, allowing at least 2 meters of space. Feral or semi-feral ponies found in areas such as the New Forest, Exmoor, and Dartmoor require the same consideration as ridden horses when approaching or passing. Horse riders are often children, so take extra care and remember riders might ride in double file when escorting a young or inexperienced horse or rider. Look out for horse riders and horse drivers, signals, and heed a request to slow down or stop. Take great care and treat all horses as a potential hazard. They can be unpredictable, despite the efforts of their driver. Remember, there are three brains at work when you pass a horse: the riders, the drivers, and the horses. Do not forget, horses are flight animals and can move incredibly quickly if startled. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Road Users, Rules 214 to 218. Rule 216. Older drivers. Their reactions might be slower than other drivers. Make allowance for this. The section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Road Users, Rules 214 to 218. Rule 217. Learners and inexperienced drivers. They might not be so skillful at anticipating and responding to events. Be particularly patient with learner drivers and young drivers. Drivers who have recently passed a test might display a new driver plate or sticker. Section: Road users requiring extra care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other road users. Rules 214 to 218. Rule 218. Home zones and quiet lanes. These are places where people could be using the whole of the road for a range of activities, such as children playing or for a community event. You should drive slowly and carefully and be prepared to stop to allow people extra time to make space for you to pass them in safety. Section: Road users requiring extra care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other road users. Rules 214 to 218. Rule 219. Emergency and incident support vehicles. You should look and listen for ambulances, fire engines, police, doctors, or other emergency vehicles using flashing blue, red, or green lights and sirens or flashing headlights, or traffic officer and incident support vehicles using flashing amber lights. When one approaches, do not panic. Consider the route of such a vehicle and take appropriate action to let it pass, while complying with all traffic signs. If necessary, pull to the side of the road and stop, but try to avoid stopping before the brow of a hill, a bend, or narrow section of road. Do not endanger yourself, other road users, or pedestrians, and avoid mounting the curb. Do not brake harshly on approach to a junction or roundabout, as a following vehicle might not have the same view as you. Section: Road users requiring extra care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other vehicles. Rules 219 to 225. 220. Powered vehicles used by disabled people. These small vehicles travel at a maximum of speed of 8 meters per hour, that's 12 kilometers per hour, on a dual carriageway where the speed limit exceeds 50 miles per hour, that's 80 kilometers per hour. They must have a flashing amber beacon, but on other roads you might not have that advance warning. The law: The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 17 parentheses 1 and 26. The section: Road Users Requiring Extra Care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other Vehicles. Rules 219 to 225. Rule 221. Large vehicles. These might need extra road space to turn or to deal with a hazard that you are not able to see. If you are following a large vehicle such as a bus or articulated lorry, be aware that the driver may not be able to see you in the mirrors. Be prepared to stop and wait if it needs room or time to turn. Section: Road Users Requiring Extra Care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other Vehicles. Rules 219 to 225. Rule 222. Large vehicles can block your view. Your ability to see and plan ahead will be improved if you pull back to increase your separation distance. Be patient, as large vehicles are subject to lower speed limits than cars and motorcycles. Many large vehicles may be fitted with speed limiting devices which will restrict speed to 56 miles per hour, that's 90 kilometers per hour, even on a motorway. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, Rules 219 to 225. Rule 223. Buses, coaches and trams. Give priority to these vehicles when you can do so safely, especially when they signal to pull away from stops. Look out for people getting off a bus or a tram and crossing the road. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, 219 to 225. Rule 224. Electric Vehicles. Be careful of electric vehicles such as milk floats and trams. Trams move quickly but silently and cannot steer to avoid you. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, Rules 219 to 225. Rule 225. Vehicles with flashing amber beacons. This warn of a slow-moving or stationary vehicle, such as a traffic officer vehicle, salt spreader, snow plow or recovery vehicle, or abnormal loads, so approach with caution. On unrestricted dual carriageways, most vehicles first used on or after 1st January 1947 with a maximum speed of 25 miles per hour, that's 40 kilometers per hour, or less, such as tractors, must use a flashing amber beacon. The law, the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulation 17, Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, Rules 219 to 225. Rule 226. You must use headlights. When visibility is seriously reduced, generally when you cannot see for more than 100 meters, that's about 328 feet. You may also use front or rear fog lights, but you must switch them off when visibility improved. Law, the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulations 25 and 27. Section Driving in Adverse Weather Conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Overview, Rule 226. Rule 227. Wet weather. In wet weather, stopping distances will be at least double those required for stopping on dry roads. This is because your tires have less grip on the road. In wet weather, you should keep well back from the vehicle in front. This will increase your ability to see and plan ahead. If the steering becomes unresponsive, it probably means that water is preventing the tires from gripping the road. Ease off the accelerator and slow down gradually. The rain and spray from vehicles may make it difficult to see and be seen. Be aware of the dangers of spilled diesel that will make the surface very slippery. Take extra care around pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists, and horse riders. Section Driving in Adverse Weather Conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Wet Weather, Rule 227. Rule 228. In winter, check the local weather forecast for warnings of icy or snowing weather. Do not drive in these conditions unless your journey is essential. If it is, take great care and allow more time for your journey. Take an emergency kit of the icer and ice scraper torch, warm clothing and boots, first aid kit, jump leads, and a shovel, together with a warm drink and emergency food in case you get stuck or your vehicle breaks down. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 229. Before you set off, you must be able to see so clear all snow and ice from all your windows. You must ensure that lights are clean and number plates are clearly visible and legible. Make sure the mirrors are clear and the windows are demisted thoroughly. Remove all snow that might fall off into the path of other road users. Check your planned route is clear of delays and that no further snowfalls or severe weather are predicted. A section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 230. When driving in icy or snowy weather, drive with care for if the roads have been treated. Keep well back from the road user in front as stopping distances can be 10 times greater than on dry roads. Take care when overtaking vehicles spreading salt or other de-icer, particularly if you are riding a motorcycle or cycle. Watch out for snow plugs which might throw out snow on either side. Do not overtake them unless the lane you intend to use has been cleared. Be prepared for the road conditions to change over relatively short distances. Listen to travel bulletins and take note of variable message signs that might provide information about weather, road, and traffic conditions ahead. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 231. Drive extremely carefully when the roads are icy. Avoid sudden actions as this could cause loss of control. You should drive at a slow speed in as high a gear as possible. Accelerate and brake very gently. Drive particularly slowly on bends where loss of control is more likely. Brake progressively on the straight before you reach a bend. Having slowed down, steer smoothly round the bend, avoiding sudden actions. Check your grip on the road surface when there is snow or ice by choosing a safe place to brake gently. If the steering feels unresponsive, this might indicate ice and your vehicle losing its grip on the road. When traveling on ice, tires make virtually no noise. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 232. High-sided vehicles are most affected by windy weather, but strong gusts can also blow a car, cyclist, motorcyclist, or horse rider, of course. This can happen on open stretches of road exposed to strong crosswinds, or when passing bridges or gaps in hedges. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Windy weather, Rules 232 to 233. Rule 233. In very windy weather, your vehicle might be affected by turbulence created by large vehicles. Motorcyclists are particularly affected, so keep well back from them when they are overtaking a high-sided vehicle. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Windy weather, Rules 232 to 233. Rule 234. Before entering fog, check your mirrors, then slow down. If the word fog is shown on a roadside signal, but the road is clear, be prepared for a bank of fog or drifting patchy fog ahead. Even if it seems to be clearing, you can suddenly find yourself in thick fog. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Fog, Rules 234 to 236. Rule 235. When driving in fog, you should use your lights as required. Keep a safe distance behind the vehicle in front. Rear lights can give a false sense of security. You should be able to pull up well within the distance you can see clearly. This is particularly important on motorways and dual carriageways, as vehicles are traveling faster. Use your windscreen wipers and demisters. Beware of other drivers not using headlights. Don't accelerate to get away from a vehicle which is too close behind you. Check your mirrors before you slow down. Then use your brakes so that your brake lights warn drivers behind you that you are slowing down. Stop in the correct position at the junction with limited visibility and listen for traffic. When you are sure it is safe to emerge, do so positively and do not hesitate in a position that puts you directly in the path of approaching vehicles. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Fog, Rules 234 to 236. Rule 236. You must not use front or rear fog lights unless visibility is seriously, as they dazzle other road users and can obscure brake lights. You must switch them off when visibility improves. Law: The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulations 25 and 27. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Fog, Rules 234 to 236. Rule 237. Keep your vehicle well ventilated to avoid drowsiness. Be aware that the road surface may become soft, or if it rains after a dry spell, it might become slippery. These conditions could affect your steering and braking. If you are dazzled by bright sunlight, slow down and if necessary, stop. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Hot weather, Rule 237. Rule 238. You must not wait or park on yellow lines during the times of operation shown on nearby time plates or zone entry signs if in a controlled parking zone. Double yellow lines indicate a prohibition of waiting at any time, even if there are no upright signs. You must not wait or park or stop to set down and pick up passengers on school entrance markings when upright signs indicate a prohibition of stopping. Law: Road Traffic Regulation Act, 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section: Waiting and Parking, Rules 238 to 252. Subsection: General Rule 238. Rule 239. Use of street parking areas or bays marked out with white lines on the road as parking places wherever possible. If you have to stop on the roadside, do not park facing against the traffic flow. Stop as close as you can to the side. Do not stop too close to a vehicle displaying a blue badge. Remember, the occupant might need more room to get in or out. You must switch off the engine, headlights and fog lights. You must apply the handbrake before leaving the vehicle. You must ensure you do not hit anyone when you open your door. Check for cyclists or other traffic by looking all around and using your mirrors. Where you are able to do so, you should open the door using your hand on the opposite side to the door you are opening. For example, use your left hand to open a door on your right hand side. This will make you turn your head to look over your shoulder. You are then more likely to avoid causing injury to cyclists or motorcyclists passing you on the road, or to people on the pavement. It's safer for your passengers, especially children, to get out of the vehicle on the side next to the curb. If you have to stop, put all valuables out of sight and make sure your vehicle is secure and locked. Before using a handheld device to help you to park, you must make sure it is safe to do so. Then, you should move the vehicle into the parking space in the safest way and by the shortest route possible. When you use a handheld device to help you to park, you must remain in control of the vehicle at all times. Do not use a handheld device for anything else while you are using it to help you park, and do not put anyone in danger. Use the handheld device according to the manufacturer's instructions. When using an electric vehicle charge point, you should park close to the charge point and avoid creating a trip hazard for pedestrians from trailing cables. Display a warning sign if you can. After using the charge point, you should return charging cables and connectors neatly to minimize the danger to pedestrians and avoid creating an obstacle for other road users. Laws. The Road Vehicles Construction and Use, Regulations 1986, Regulations 98, 105, 107, and 110, and the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 27, and Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 42. Section Waiting and Parking, Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking, Rules 239 to 247. Rule 240. You must not stop or park on the carriageway or the hard shoulder of a motorway except in an emergency. A pedestrian crossing, including the area marked by the zigzag lines. A clearway. Taxi bays as indicated by upright signs and markings. An urban clearway within its hours of operation except to pick up or set down passengers. See traffic signs. A road marked with double white lines, even when a broken white line is on your side of the road, except to pick up or set down passengers, or to load or unload goods. A tram or a cycle lane during its period of operation. A cycle track. Red lines in the case of specially designated red routes unless otherwise indicated by signs. Any vehicle may enter a bus lane to stop, load or unload where this is not prohibited. Laws. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 7 and 9. The Motorways Traffic, Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 6 and 8. The Zebra, Pelican and Puffin Pedestrian Crossings Regulations and General Directions 1997, Regulations 18 and 20. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5, 6, and 8. The Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10, 26, and 27, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, sections 21 parentheses 1 and 36. Rule 241. You must not park in parking spaces reserved for specific users, such as blue badge holders, residents, or motorcycles, unless entitled to do so. The laws: Chronically Sick and Disabled Persons Act 1970, Section 21, and Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 242. You must not leave your vehicle or trailer in a dangerous position or where it causes any unnecessary obstruction of the road. Laws: The Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 22. The Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 103. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 243. Do not stop or park near a school entrance, anywhere you would prevent access for emergency services, at or near a bus or tram stop or taxi rank, on the approach to a level crossing, tramway crossing, opposite or within 10 meters 32 feet of a junction except in an authorized parking space, near the brow of a hill or hump bridge, opposite a traffic island, or, if this would cause an obstruction, another parked vehicle, where you would force other traffic to enter a tram lane, where the curb has been lowered to help wheelchair users and power mobility vehicles, in front of an entrance to a property, on a bend, where you would obstruct cyclists' use of cycle facilities, except when forced to do so by stationary traffic. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252, subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 244. You must not park partially or wholly on the pavement in London, and should not do so elsewhere unless signs permit it. Parking on the pavement can obstruct and seriously inconvenience pedestrians, people in wheelchairs or with visual impairments, and people with prams or pushchairs. A law: Greater London Council General Powers Act 1974, Section 15. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 245. Controlled Parking Zones. The zone entry signs indicate the times when the waiting restrictions within the zone are enforced. Parking might be allowed in some places at other times. Otherwise, parking will be within separately signed and marked bays. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 246. Goods Vehicles. Vehicles with a maximum laden weight of over 7.5 tons, including any trailer, must not be parked on a verge, pavement, or any land situated between carriageways without police permission. The only exception is when parking is essential for loading and unloading, in which case the vehicle must not be left unattended. The law: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 19. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 247. Loading and unloading. Do not load or unload where there are yellow markings on the curb and upright signs advise restrictions are in place. This might be permitted where parking is otherwise restricted. On red routes, specially marked and sign bays indicate where and when loading and unloading is permitted. A law. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Waiting and Parking, Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking, Rules 239 to 247. Rule 248. You must not park on a road at night facing against the direction of the traffic flow unless in a recognized parking space. The laws. The Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 101, and the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 24. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 249. All vehicles must display parking lights when parked on a road or a lay-by on a road with a speed limit greater than 30 miles per hour. That's 48 kilometers per hour. Law. The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 24. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 250. Cars, goods, vehicles not exceeding 2,500 kilograms laden weight, invalid carriages, motorcycles and pedal cycles might be parked without lights on a road or lay by with a speed limit of 30 miles per hour, that's 48 kilometers per hour, or less if they are at least 10 meters 32 feet away from any junction, close to the curb and facing in the direction of the traffic flow, in a recognized parking place or lay-by. Other vehicles and trailers and all vehicles with projecting loads must not be left on a road at night without lights. Laws. The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 24, and the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 82, parenthesis 7. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 251. Parking in fog. It is especially dangerous to park on the road in fog. If it is unavoidable, leave your parking lights or side lights on. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 252. Parking on hills. If you park on a hill, you should park close to the curb and apply the handbrake firmly. Select the forward gear and turn your steering wheel away from the curb when facing uphill. Select reverse gear and turn your steering wheel towards the curb when facing downhill. Use park if your car has an automatic gearbox. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 253. Prohibited vehicles. Motorways must not be used by pedestrians, holders of provisional motorcycle or car licenses, riders of motorcycles under 50 cc, cyclists, horse riders, certain slow-moving vehicles, and those carrying oversized loads except by special permission, agricultural vehicles, and powered wheelchairs, powered mobility scooters. Starting 4th of June 2018, provisional license holders are allowed to drive on the motorway if they are accompanied by an approved driving instructor and are driving a car displaying red L plates, D plates in Wales, that's fitted with dual control. The laws. Highways Act 1980, Section 16, 17 and Schedule 4. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales Regulations 1982. Regulations 3, parentheses D, 4 and 11. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales Amendment, Regulations 2004. Roads, Scotland Act 1984, Sections 7, 8 and Schedule 3. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 17, parentheses 2 and 3. And the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 10. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection General Rules 253 to 254. Rule 254. Traffic on motorways usually travels faster than on other roads, so you have less time to react. It is especially important to use your mirrors earlier and look much further ahead than you would on other roads. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection General Rules 253 to 254. Rule 255. Motorway signals are used to warn you of a danger ahead. For example, there might be an incident, fog, a spillage or road workers on the carriageway which you might not immediately be able to see. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motorway Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 256. Signals situated on the central reservation apply to all lanes. On very busy stretches, signals might be overhead, with a separate signal for each lane. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motorway Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 257. Amber flashing lights. These warn of a hazard ahead. The signal might show a temporary maximum speed limit, lanes that are closed, or a message suggests fog. Adjust your speed and look out for the danger until you pass a signal which is not flashing or one that gives the all clear sign and you are sure it is safe to increase your speed. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motorway Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 258. Red flashing lights. If red lights flash on a signal and a red X is showing, you must not drive in the lane shown as closed beyond the signal. This applies until you pass another signal indicating that the line is no longer closed by displaying the word end or a speed limit sign and you are sure that it is safe to proceed. Red flashing lights. If red lights flash on a signal in the central reservation or on the side of the road and lane closed sign is showing, you must not go beyond the signal in any lane. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36. Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 3 and Schedule 15. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motor Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 259. Joining the motorway. When you join the motorway, you will normally approach it from a road on the left, a slip road, or from an adjoining motorway. You should give priority to traffic already on the motorway. Check the traffic on the motorway and match your speed to fit safely into the traffic flow in the left-hand lane. Not cross solid white lines that separate lanes or use the hard shoulder. Stay on the slip road if it continues as an extra lane on the motorway. Remain in the left-hand lane long enough to adjust to the speed of traffic before considering overtaking. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Joining the motorway Rule 259. Rule 260. When you can see well ahead and the road conditions are good, you should drive at a steady cruising speed which you and your vehicle can handle safely and is within the speed limit. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front and increase the gap on wet or icy roads or in fog. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 261. You must not exceed 70 miles per hour, that's 112 kilometers per hour, or the maximum speed limit permitted to your vehicle. If a low speed limit is in force, either permanently or temporarily, at road works, for example, you must not exceed the lower limit. On some motorways, mandatory motorway signals which display the speed within a red ring are used to vary the maximum speed limit to improve traffic flow. You must not exceed this speed limit. Law. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 17, 86, 89, and Schedule 6. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 262. The monotony of driving on a motorway can make you feel sleepy. To minimize the risk, follow the advice in Rule 91, mentioned in Part 1. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 263. You must not reverse cross the central reservation or drive against the traffic flow. If you have missed your exit or have taken the wrong route, carry on to the next exit. Laws. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 6, 8 and 10. The Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 4, 5, 7 and 9. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 264. You should always drive in the left-hand lane when the road ahead is clear. If you are overtaking a number of slow-moving vehicles, you should return to the left-hand lane as soon as you are safely passed. Slow-moving or speed-restricted vehicles should always remain in the left-hand lane of the carriageway unless overtaken. You must not drive on the hard shoulder except in an emergency or if directed to do so by the police, traffic officers in uniform or by signs. Laws. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 5, 9 and 16, parenthesis 1a. The Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 4, 8 and 14, parenthesis 1a. And the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 186, as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Lane Discipline Rules 264 to 266. Rule 265. The right-hand lane of a motorway with 3 or more lanes must not be used except in prescribed circumstances if you are driving. Any vehicle drawing a trailer, A goods vehicle with a maximum laden weight exceeding 3.5 tons but not exceeding 7.5 tons, which is required to be fitted with a speed limiter. A goods vehicle with maximum laden weight exceeding 7.5 tons. A passenger vehicle with a maximum laden weight exceeding 7.5 tons are constructed or adapted to carry more than 8 seated passengers in addition to the driver. A passenger vehicle with a maximum laden weight not exceeding 7.5 tons, which is constructed or adapted to carry more than 8 seated passengers in addition to the driver, which is required to be fitted with a speed limiter. Laws. The Motorway Traffic England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 12. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Amendment, Regulations 2004. The Motorways Traffic Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 11. The Motorways Traffic Scotland Amendment, Regulations 2004. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273, subsection Lane Discipline, Rules 264 to 266. Rule 266. Approaching a junction. Look well ahead for signals or signs. Direction signs might be placed over the road. If you need to change lanes, do so in good time. At some junctions, a lane might lead directly off the motorway. Only get in that lane if you wish to go in the direction indicated on the overhead signs. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Lane Discipline, Rules 264 to 266. Rule 267. Do not overtake unless you are sure it is safe and legal to do so. Overtake only on the right. You should check your mirrors, take time to judge the speeds correctly. Make sure that the lane you will be joining is sufficiently clear ahead and behind. Take a quick sideways glance into the blind spot area to verify the position of a vehicle that might have disappeared from your view in the mirror. Remember that traffic might be coming up behind you very quickly. Check all your mirrors carefully. Look out for motorcyclists. When it is safe to do so, signal in plenty of time, then move out. Ensure you do not cut in on the vehicle you have overtaken. Be especially careful at night and in poor visibility when it is harder to judge speed and distance. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 267 to 269. Rule 268. Do not overtake on the left or move to a lane on your left to overtake. In congested conditions where adjacent lanes of traffic are moving at similar speeds, traffic in left-hand lanes might sometimes be moving faster than traffic to the right. In these conditions, you might keep up with the traffic in your lane even if this means passing traffic in the lane to your right. Do not weave in and out of lanes to overtake. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 267 to 269. Rule 269. Hard shoulder. You must not use the hard shoulder for overtaking. In areas where an active traffic management (ATM) scheme is in force, the hard shoulder might be used as a running lane. You will know when you can use this because a speed limit sign will be shown above all open lanes, including the hard shoulder. A red cross or blank sign above the hard shoulder means that you must not drive on the hard shoulder except in an emergency or breakdown. Emergency refuge areas have also been built into these areas for use in case of emergency or breakdown. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 267 to 269. The laws. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 5, 5A, and 9, and the Motorways Traffic Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 4 and 8. Rule 270. You must not stop on the carriageway, high shoulder, slip road, central reservation or verge except in an emergency, or when told to do so by the police, traffic officers in uniform, an emergency sign, or by flashing red light signals. Do not stop on the high shoulder to either make or receive mobile phone calls. Laws. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 5A, 7, 9, 10 and 16. The Motorways Traffic, Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 6, parentheses 1, 8, 9 and 14. Police Reform Act Section 41 and Schedule 5, parentheses 8, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 163, as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Stopping Rules 270 to 271. Rule 271. You must not pick up or set down anyone or walk on a motorway except in an emergency. Laws. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 17, and the Motorways Traffic in England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 15. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Stopping Rules 270 to 271. Rule 272. Unless signs indicate that a lane leads directly off the motorway, you will normally leave the motorway by a slip road on your left. You should watch for the signs letting you know you are getting near your exit. Move into the left-hand lane well before reaching your exit. Signal left in good time and reduce your speed on the slip road as necessary. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Leaving the motorway Rules 272 to 273. Rule 273. On leaving the motorway or using a link road between motorways, your speed might be higher than you realize. 50 meters per hour might feel like 30 meters per hour. Check your speedometer and adjust your speed accordingly. Some slip roads and link roads have sharp bends, so you will need to slow down. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Leaving the motorway Rules 272 to 273. Rule 274. If your vehicle breaks down, think first of all other road users and get your vehicle off the road if possible. Warn other traffic by using your hazard warning lights if your vehicle is causing an obstruction. Help other road users see you by wearing light-colored or fluorescent clothing in daylight and reflecting clothing at night or in poor visibility. Put a warning triangle on the road at least 45 meters, that's 147 feet, behind your broken down vehicle on the same side of the road, or use other permitted warning devices if you have them. Always take great care when placing or retrieving them, but never use them on motorways. If possible, keep your side lights on if it is dark or visibility is poor. Do not stand or let anybody else stand between your vehicle and oncoming traffic. At night or in poor visibility, do not stand where you will prevent other road users seeing your lights. Section Breakdown and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Breakdowns Rule 274. Rule 275. If your vehicle develops a problem Leave the motorway at the next exit or pull into a service area. If you cannot do so, you should. Pull onto the hard shoulder and stop as far to the left as possible with your wheels turned to the left. Try to stop near an emergency telephone situated at approximately 1 mile intervals along the hard shoulder. Leave the vehicle by the left-hand door and ensure your passengers do the same. You must leave any animals in the vehicle or, in an emergency, keep them under proper control on the verge. Never attempt to place a warning triangle on a motorway. Do not put yourself in danger by attempting even simple repairs. Ensure that passengers keep away from the carriageway and hard shoulder, and that children are kept under control. Walk to an emergency telephone on your side of the carriageway. Follow the arrows on the posts at the back of the hard shoulder. The telephone is free of charge and connects directly to an operator. Use this in preference to a mobile phone. See Rule 283. Always face the traffic when you speak on the phone. Give full details to the operator. Also inform them if you are a vulnerable motorist, such as disabled, older, or traveling alone. Return and wait near your vehicle, well away from the carriageway and hard shoulder. If you feel at risk from another person, return to your vehicle by a left-hand door and lock all doors. Leave your vehicle again as soon as you feel this danger has passed. Laws. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 14, and the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 12. Section Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 276. Before you rejoin the carriageway after a breakdown, build up speed on the hard shoulder and watch for a safe gap in the traffic. Before you rejoin the carriageway after a breakdown, build up speed on the hard shoulder and watch for a safe gap in the traffic. Be aware that other vehicles might be stationary on the hard shoulder. Section Breakdown Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 277. If you cannot get your vehicle onto the hard shoulder, do not attempt to place any warning device on the carriageway. Switch on your hazard warning lights. Leave your vehicle only when you can safely get clear of the carriageway. Section Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 278. Disabled drivers. If you have a disability which prevents you from following the above advice, you should stay in your vehicle. Switch on your hazard warning lights. Display a help pennant, or if you have a car or mobile telephone, contact the emergency services and be prepared to advise them of your location. Section Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 279. If anything falls from your vehicle or any other vehicle onto the road, stop and retrieve it only if it is safe to do so. Section Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 174 to 287. Subsection Obstructions, Rules 279 to 280. Rule 280. Motorways. On a motorway, do not try to remove the obstruction yourself. Stop at the next emergency telephone and call for help. Section Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Obstructions, Rules 279 to 280. Rule 281. Warning signs or flashing lights. If you see or hear emergency or incident support vehicles in the distance, be aware there might be an incident ahead. Police officers and traffic officers might be required to work in the carriageway, for example dealing with debris, collisions, or conducting rolling road blocks. Police officers will use rear-facing flashing red and blue lights, and traffic officers will use rear-facing flashing red and amber lights in these situations. Watch out for such signals. Slow down and be prepared to stop. You must follow any directions given by police officers or traffic officers as to whether you can safely pass the incident or blockage. Laws: Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 163, as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274-287. Subsection Incidents Rules 281-283. Rule 282. When passing the scene of an incident or crash, do not be distracted or slow down unnecessarily. For example, if an incident is on the other side of a dual carriageway, this might cause a collision or traffic congestion. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Incidents Rules 281 to 283. Rule 283. If you are involved in a crash or stop to give assistance, use your hazard warning lights to warn other traffic. Ask drivers to switch off their engines and stop smoking. Arrange for the emergency services to be called immediately with full details of the incident location and any casualties. On a motorway, use the emergency telephone, which allows easy location by the emergency services. If you use a mobile phone, first make sure you have identified your location from the marker posts on the side of the hard shoulder. Move uninjured people away from the vehicles to safety. On a motorway, they should, if possible, be well away from the traffic, the high shoulder, and the central reservation. Do not move injured people from their vehicles unless they are in immediate danger from fire or explosion. Do not remove a motorcyclist's helmet unless it is essential to do so. Be prepared to give first aid. Stay at the scene until emergency services arrive. If you are involved in any other medical emergency on the motorway, you should contact the emergency services in the same way. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Incidents Rules 281 to 283. Rule 284. Vehicles carrying dangerous goods and packages will be marked with plain orange reflective plates. Road tankers and vehicles carrying tank containers of dangerous goods will have hazard warning plates. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 174 to 187. Subsection Incidents involving dangerous goods Rules 184 to 185. Rule 285. If an incident involves a vehicle containing dangerous goods, follow the advice in the previous rule, 283, and in particular, switch off engines and do not smoke. Keep well away from the vehicle and do not be tempted to try to rescue casualties, as you yourself could become one. Call the emergency services and give as much information as possible about the labels and markings on the vehicle. Do not use a mobile phone close to a vehicle carrying flammable loads. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Incidents involving dangerous goods Rules 284 to 285. Rule 286. If you are involved in a collision which causes damage or injury to any other person, vehicle, animal, or property, you must stop. Give your own and the vehicle owner's name and address and the registration number of the vehicle to anyone having reasonable grounds for requiring them. If you do not give your name and address at the time of the collision, report it to the police as soon as reasonably practicable, and in any case within 24 hours. Law: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 170. Section: Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection: Documentation, Rules 286 to 287. Rule 287. If another person is injured and you do not produce your insurance certificate at the time of the crash to a police officer or to anyone having reasonable grounds to request it, you must report it to the police as soon as possible and in any case within 24 hours. Produce your insurance certificate for the police within 7 days. Law: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 170. Section: Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection: Documentation, Rules 286 to 287. Rule 288. When the road works ahead sign is displayed, you will need to be more watchful and look for additional signs providing more specific instructions. Observe all signs. They are there for your safety and the safety of road workers. You must not exceed any temporary maximum speed limit. Use your mirrors and get into the correct lane for your vehicle in good time and as signs direct. Do not switch lanes to overtake queuing traffic. Take extra care near cyclists and motorcyclists as they are vulnerable to skidding on grit, mud, or other debris at the road works. Where lanes are restricted due to roadworks, merge in turn. Do not drive through an area marked off by traffic cones. Watch out for traffic entering or leaving the work area, but do not be distracted by what is going on there. Concentrate on the road ahead, not the roadworks. Bear in mind that the road ahead might be obstructed by the works or by slow-moving or stationary traffic. Keep a safe distance. There could be queues in front. Law: Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 16. Section: Roadworks, Level Crossings, and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection: Roadworks, Rule 288. Rule 289. Take special care on motorways and other high-speed dual carriageways. One or more lanes might be closed to traffic and the lower speed limit might apply. Works vehicles that are slow-moving or stationary with a large keep left or keep right sign on the back are sometimes used to close lanes for repairs, and the flashing light arrow might also be used to make the works vehicle more conspicuous from a distance and give earlier warning to drivers that they need to move over to the next lane. Check mirrors, slow down, and change lanes if necessary. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front. Section: Roadworks, Level Crossings, and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection: Additional Rules for High-Speed Roads, Rules 289 to 290. Rule 290. Contraflow systems mean that you might be traveling in a narrower lane than normal and with no permanent barrier between you and oncoming traffic. The harsh order might be used for traffic, but be aware that there might be broken down vehicles ahead of you. Keep a good distance from the vehicle ahead and observe any temporary speed limits. Section: Roadworks, Level Crossings, and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection: Additional Rules for High-Speed Roads, Rules 189 to 290. Rule 291. A level crossing is where a road crosses a railway or tramline lane. Approach and cross it with care. Never drive onto a crossing until the road is clear on the other side, and do not get too close to the car in front. Never stop or park on or near a crossing. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways. Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings. Rules 291 to 299. Rule 292. Overhead electric lines. It is dangerous to touch overhead electric lines. You must obey the safe height warning road signs, and you should not continue forward onto the railway if your vehicle touches any height barrier or bells. The clearance available is usually 5 meters, 16 feet and 6 inches, but might be lower. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002. Regulation 17, parenthesis 5. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 293. Controlled crossings. Most crossings have traffic light signals with a steady amber light, twin flashing red stop lights, and an audible alarm for pedestrians. They might have full, half, or no barriers. You must always obey the flashing red stop lights. You must stop behind the white line across the road. Keep going if you have already crossed the white line when the amber light comes on. Do not reverse onto or over a controlled crossing. You must wait if a train goes by and the red lights continue to flash. This means another train will be passing soon. Only cross when the lights go off and barriers open. Never zigzag around half barriers, they lower automatically because a train is approaching. At crossings without barriers, a train is approaching when the lights show. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 40. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 294. Railway telephones. If you are driving a large or slow-moving vehicle, a long, low vehicle with the risk of grounding or herding animals, a train could arrive before you are clear of the crossing. You must obey any sign instructing you to use the railway telephone to obtain permission to cross. You must also telephone when clear of the crossing if requested to do so. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs, Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 16, parenthesis 1. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 295. Crossings without traffic lights. Vehicles should stop and wait the barrier or gate when it begins to close, and not cross until the barrier or gate opens. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 296. User-operated gates or barriers. Some crossings have stop signs and small red and green lights. You must not cross when the red light is showing, only cross if the green light is on. If crossing with a vehicle, you should open the gates or barriers on both sides of the crossing. Check that the green light is still on and cross quickly. Close the gates or barriers when you are clear of the crossing. Laws, Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2012. 2. Regulations 10 and 52, parenthesis 2. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 297. If there are no lights, follow the procedure in Rule 296, the previous rule we just covered. Stop, look both ways and listen before you cross. If there is a railway telephone, always use it to contact the signal operator to make sure it is safe to cross. Inform the signal operator again when you are clear of the crossing. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 298. Open crossings. These have no gates, barriers, attendant, or traffic lights, but will have a give-way sign. You should look both ways, listen and make sure there is no train coming before you cross. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 299. Incidents and breakdowns. If your vehicle breaks down, or if you have an incident on a crossing, you should get everyone out of the vehicle and clear off the crossing immediately. Use the railway telephone, if available, to tell the signal operator. Follow the instructions you are given. Move the vehicle clear of the crossing if there is time before a train arrives. If the alarm sounds or the amber light comes on, leave the vehicle and get clear of the crossing immediately. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 291 to 299. Rule 300. You must not enter a road, lane or other route reserved for trams. Take extra care where trams run along the road. You should avoid driving directly on top of the rails and should take care where trams leave the main carriageway to enter a reserved route to ensure you do not follow them. The width taken up by trams is often shown by tram lanes marked by white lines, yellow dots, or by different type of road surface. Diamond-shaped signs and white light signals give instructions to tram drivers only. Law. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 301. Take extra care where the truck crosses from one side of the road to the other, and where the road narrows and the trucks come close to the curb. Tram drivers usually have their own traffic signals and might be permitted to move when you are not. Always give way to trams. Do not try to race or overtake them or pass them on the inside, unless they are at tram stops or stopped by tram signals and there is a designated tram lane for you to pass. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 302. You must not park your vehicle where it would get in the way of trams or where it would force other drivers to do so. Do not stop on any part of a tram track, except in a designated bay where this has been provided alongside and clear of the track. When doing so, ensure that all parts of your vehicle are outside the delineated tram path. Remember that a tram cannot steer around an obstruction. Law, Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 303. Tram stops. Where the tram stops at a platform, either in the middle or at the side of the road, you must follow the route shown by the road signs and markings. At stops without platforms, you must not drive between a tram and the left-hand curb when a tram has stopped to pick up passengers. If there is no alternative route sign, do not overtake the tram. Wait until it moves off. Law, Road Traffic Regulation Act, 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 304. Look out for pedestrians, especially children, running to catch a tram approaching a stop. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 305. Always give priority to trams, especially when they signal to pull away from stops, unless it would be unsafe to do so. Remember that they might be carrying large numbers of standing passengers who could be injured if the tram had to make an emergency stop. Look out for people getting off a bus or tram and crossing the road. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 306. All road users, but particularly cyclists and motorcyclists, should take extra care when driving or riding close to or crossing the tracks, especially if the rails are wet. You should take particular care when crossing the rails at shallow angles or bends and at junctions. It is safest to cross the tracks directly at right angles. Other road users should be aware that cyclists and motorcyclists might need more space to cross the track safely. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 307. Overhead electric lines. Tramway overhead wires are normally 5.8 meters above any carriageway, but can be lower. You should ensure that you have sufficient clearance between the wire and your vehicle, including any load you are carrying, before driving under an overhead wire. Drivers of vehicles with extending cranes, booms, tipping apparatus, or other types of variable height equipment should ensure that the equipment is fully lowered. Where overhead wires are set lower than 5.8 meters, this will be indicated by high clearance markings, similar to low bridge signs. The high clearances on these plates should be carefully noted and observed. If you are in any doubt as to whether your vehicle will pass safely under the wires, you should always contact the local police or the tramway operator. Never take a chance, as this can be extremely hazardous. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Where are you most likely to ground a low loader? A. On hatched road markings. B. On rural roads. C. On traffic calming humps. Or D. On yellow rumble strips. And the correct answer is C. On traffic calming humps. Explanation. Traffic calming measures are becoming more common. Look out for signs warning you of humps in the road ahead. If necessary, change your route rather than take risks. 2. Which axle configuration is most effective at preventing petrol tankers from rolling over? A. Tandem axles with air suspension. B. Tandem axles with double wheels. C. Three axles with double wheels. Or D. Three axles with single wheels. And the correct answer is D. Three axles with single wheels. Explanation. The type of suspension fitted to a vehicle will influence its resistance to roll over. Modern three-axle semi-trailers fitted with single wheels on each side extend the tracking width available, making this the most stable configuration. 3. Why do many drivers park at overnight stops with their rear doors closed to another lorry? A. To ensure a clear path. B. To keep same company lorries together. C. To keep the load safe. Or D. To stop the theft of their fuel. And the correct answer is C. To keep the load safe. Explanation. Load security is extremely important. Make sure you park legally and, preferably, in a well-lit area. Some lorry parks are patrolled regularly by the police or security services. 4. You are driving a lorry along a motorway. You notice that you are losing thread from one of your tires. What should you do? A. Continue driving and leave by the next exit. B. Continue driving to the next service station. C. Stop on the hard shoulder and change the wheel. Or D. Stop on the hard shoulder and phone for assistance. The correct answer is D. Stop on the hard shoulder and phone for assistance. Explanation. Continuous high speeds on the motorway can cause the tires to become hot and to shred. If you notice this happening, you must stop on the hard shoulder as soon as it's possible and safe to do so. It's dangerous to drive a defective vehicle. 5. What's the minimum depth of tread required over 3/4 of the breadth of a lorry tire? A. 1 millimeter. B. 1.5 millimeters. C. 2.5 millimeters. Or D. 5 millimeters. And the correct answer is A. 1 millimeter. Explanation. Tires are your lorry's only contact with the road. It's essential that this contact gives you the grip you need to control your vehicles at all times. For that reason, goods vehicles must have a thread depth of at least 1 millimeter across 3/4 of the breadth of the tread and in a continuous band around the entire circumference. 6. You've just parked a lorry on the side of the road. What should you do just before dismounting from the cab? A. Check that all the windows are closed. B. Check the rear view mirrors. C. Make sure the hazard warning lights are on. Or D. Make sure the radio is turned down. The correct answer is B. Check the rear view mirrors. Explanation. Getting out of the cab on the offside, directly into the road, can be hazardous, especially if traffic is traveling at speed. Use your mirrors to check that it's safe to leave the vehicle. Be sure to use all proper footholds and hand grips when you leave the cab. 7. You're uncoupling a lorry and trailer. What should you do after disconnecting the electrical line? A. Apply the trailer brake. B. Drive forward slowly. C. Lower the landing gear. Or D. Stow it away safely. And the correct answer is D. Stow it away safely. Explanation. It's important to stow away all your electrical cables and air lines safely to avoid causing injury to others. Connectors left lying around can be a trip hazard and can be damaged if they are run over by another vehicle. 8. What would help to reduce the impact that your lorry has on the environment? A. Braking in good time. B. Driving through town centers. C. Planning routes to avoid motorways. Or D. Racing to make up time. The correct answer is A. Braking in good time. Explanation. Noise, vibration, exhaust emissions, and fuel consumption all contribute to the environmental impact made by a lorry. Good anticipation and forward planning will help to reduce these effects. Braking in good time saves fuel and so helps reduce exhaust emissions. It also helps reduce wear on the vehicle, its tires, and the road surface. 9. Which type of load should be secured using chains? A. Canvas sacks. B. Hay bales. C. Steel plates. Or D. Timber planks. The correct answer is C. Steel plates. Explanation. The choice of restraint will depend on the load. For example, ropes are unsuitable for loads such as steel plates, as there is a danger of sharp edges shearing the ropes. For steel plates, chains must be used with a suitable tensioning device. 10. How must spare sheets and ropes be carried on your trailer? A. Laid out flat. B. Stacked loosely. C. Tied down securely. Or D. Visible from the cab. The correct answer is C. Tied down securely. Explanation. All spare sheets and ropes carried on the vehicle must be tied down securely to prevent them falling onto the road, where they might be a hazard for other vehicles. 11. Where are you allowed to park a long rigid vehicle? A. At a bus stop. B. At a pedestrian crossing. C. At a school entrance. Or D. At a service area. And the correct answer is D. At a service area. Explanation. It's important that you always select a place to park that's both safe and legal. Don't park on or too close to a pedestrian crossing or a school entrance. This will restrict the view for drivers and pedestrians. Don't park at a bus stop either, because buses would then have to stop in the road, creating a hazard for other traffic and for passengers getting on or off the bus. 12. What should you do when you overtake a cyclist on a two-way road? A. Give a right turn signal after you've moved out to overtake. B. Go past quickly and move back to the left sharply. C. Leave plenty of room and check your near side mirror before returning to the left. Or D. Pass closely, staying about 1 meter 3 feet and 3 inches from the curb. The correct answer is C. Leave plenty of room and check your near side mirror before returning to the left. Explanation. Only overtake when it's safe to do so, and don't use the size of your vehicle to intimidate approaching traffic. When overtaking a cyclist, leave plenty of room and, before returning to the left, check in your near side mirror to make sure you've passed them safely. 13. Your lorry has a crane fitted. You are loading very heavy items. What should you do when you feel that the ropes or straps might break? A. Continue loading carefully. B. Reposition the load. C. Tie two straps together. Or D. Use chains and tensioners. And the correct answer is D. Use chains and tensioners. Explanation. If there is any danger that the load you are lifting with a crane is too heavy for ropes or straps, or that sharp edges on the load might damage them, you should use chains with compatible tensioners. 14. Which of the following is important when you are getting out of a lorry cab? A. Checking your load is secure. B. Disconnecting the airlines. C. Turning off the radio. Or D. Using the mirrors. The correct answer is D. Using the mirrors. Explanation. When getting out of your lorry cab, it's essential that you check it's safe to dismount by checking your mirrors and looking out for traffic. When you are safely down, it's then a good idea to walk around and check your tires, load, lights, brake lines, electrical connections, etc. 15. What color is the auxiliary line on a three-line braking system? A. Blue. B. Green. C. Red. Or D. Yellow. And the correct answer is A. Blue. Explanation. If you're driving an articulated vehicle or a trailer combination, it's vital that you understand the rules that apply to coupling and uncoupling the brake lines. If you take a practical driving test with a trailer, you'll be expected to demonstrate this during the test. The lines are color-coded. Red is the emergency line, blue is the auxiliary line, and yellow is the service line. They must be connected strictly in accordance with the correct procedure. 16. You are overtaking another lorry. What should you do if you start to lose speed due to an uphill gradient? A. Continue at the same speed and in the same position. B. Ease off and drop behind the vehicle you were trying to overtake. C. Try to force the vehicle you were overtaking to drop back. Or D. Try to force the vehicle you were overtaking to speed up. The correct answer is B. Ease off and drop behind the vehicle you were trying to overtake. Explanation. If you try to overtake another vehicle and realize that you are unable to complete the maneuver, ease off the accelerator and drop back behind the vehicle. If the vehicle you are trying to overtake is large, then it will take a long time to pass. You should assess whether you have the time and power to complete the maneuver before you try to overtake. 17. When are air deflectors most effective? A. When reversing. B. When there's a headwind. C. When there's a side wind. Or D. When there's a strong tailwind. And the correct answer is B. When there's a headwind. Explanation. Air deflectors reduce wind resistance by streamlining the vehicle. They are most effective when there is a headwind. The streamlining also reduces the vehicle's fuel consumption. 18. What should you do before driving your lorry away from a wet construction site at the side of a motorway? A. Drain the air tanks. B. Hose down the wheels. C. Set your tachograph to other work. D. Turn on your amber beacon. The correct answer is B. Hose down the wheels. Explanation. Before leaving a construction site, check your vehicle for mud and for debris wedged between double rear wheels. It's important that you prevent any mud or debris from being deposited on the road, where it could be a danger to other road users. 19. You're driving a lorry from a wet construction site onto a motorway. Why must you take extra precautions before leaving the site? A. It's an offense to deposit mud on the road. B. It's an offense to emerge from a work site onto a motorway. C. Your lorry's spray suppression equipment will be inoperative. Or D. Your view from the cab will be obscured by plant machinery. The correct answer is A. It's an offense to deposit mud on the road. Explanation: you should take precautions against dropping mud on the road, because it's a hazard to other road users. It's also an offense for which you could be prosecuted. 20. Your tractor unit has 3 air lines. You're connecting to a trailer that has 2 airline couplings. What color is the line you shouldn't connect to the trailer? A. Black. B. Blue. C. Red. Or D. Yellow. The correct answer is B. Blue. Explanation: when connecting a 3-line tractor unit to a 2-line trailer, the blue line is the one that shouldn't be connected to the trailer. This is the auxiliary line. Always follow the manufacturer's advice. It might be necessary to reconnect the extra line to the tractor unit. 21. You're driving an articulated lorry that has 3 air lines connected to the trailer. What's the purpose of the red line? A. Is the auxiliary line. B. Is the electrical line. C. Is the emergency line. Or D. Is the service line. The correct answer is C. It's the emergency line. Explanation: the red emergency line is common to both 2-line and 3-line brake systems. The other colors are blue, auxiliary, yellow, service. 22. You're driving on a motorway. You look in your mirrors and see smoke coming from your rear tires. What should you do? A. Drive on the hard shoulder until the smoke stops. B. Ignore it. This is normal when driving at speed. C. Reduce speed for the rest of your journey. Or D. Stop as soon as it's safe to do so. And the correct answer is D. Stop as soon as it's safe to do so. Explanation: a tire might burst or shred if it overheats. This should result in serious loss of control. Stop on the hard shoulder as soon as it's safe to do so and call for help. 23. You're driving a lorry at night. What can you do to help yourself stay alert? A. Drive faster to get to your destination sooner. B. Eat a heavy meal before setting off. C. Keep plenty of cool, fresh air moving through the cab. D. Keep the cab warm and comfortable. The correct answer is C. Keep plenty of cool, fresh air moving through the cab. Explanation: make sure you have enough rest before you start a night shift. Driving at night can be tiring and you must be able to stay alert for the whole of your shift. Making sure that there is enough fresh air in the cab can help you to stay alert. Stale, warm air can dull your senses and cause drowsiness. 24. You're driving an articulated lorry on a 3-lane motorway. When can you drive in the right-hand lane? A. If no speed limiter is fitted to your lorry. B. If your lorry is unladen. C. When overtaking a slow-moving car in the middle lane. Or D. When the escort vehicle of an oversized load signals you to pass. The correct answer is D. When the escort vehicle of an oversized load signals you to pass. Explanation: Articulated lorries aren't allowed to drive in the right-hand lane of motorways with 3 or more lanes. The only exceptions are when an escort vehicle gives you a signal, when road signs indicate, or when directed by a police officer. 25. You're driving a lorry in a busy town. The driver pulls out in front of you and you have to brake hard. What should you do? A. Flash your lights to show your annoyance. B. Overtake as quickly as possible. C. Sound your horn and speed up. Or D. Stay calm and accept the error. The correct answer is D. Stay calm and accept the error. Explanation. Some drivers might emerge from a junction when it's not safe to do so. In this situation, understand that other drivers might make mistakes. Don't intimidate them by driving aggressively to teach them a lesson. 26. Your lorry has a sleeper cab. Why could this make your driving more difficult? A. It increases your blind spots. B. It increases your view in the left-hand mirror. C. It increases your view in the right-hand mirror. Or D. It increases your view of the road ahead. The correct answer is A. It increases your blind spots. Explanation. The sleeper cab can create extra blind spots. Look out for vehicles just to the rear off side and near side of your cab. They could soon become hidden in your blind spots. 27. Which of these best describes a vehicle's payload? A. The maximum load each tire can take. B. The maximum load over each axle. C. The maximum load plus the weight of the vehicle. Or D. The maximum load the vehicle can carry. The correct answer is D. The maximum load the vehicle can carry. Explanation. The formula used to calculate the payload of a vehicle is the maximum authorized mass, MAM, minus the tire weight. The tire weight is the total weight of the vehicle, including the crew and the extra equipment. 28. What will you need to transport livestock on journeys of less than 65 kilometers, 40 miles? A. Membership of the RSPCA. B. No driving convictions. C. Practical experience in the care of animals. Or D. The ability to drive abroad. The correct answer is C. Practical experience in the care of animals. Explanation. The type of training required by drivers carrying livestock varies according to the distance, journey durations, and species involved. For journeys of less than 65 kilometers, that's about 40 miles, no formal qualification is required, but you must have practical experience in the care of animals being transported. 29. Your lorry is fitted with a driver's seat belt. When may you drive without wearing it? A. When you are less than 50 miles away from your depot. B. When you are making deliveries that are less than 50 meters apart. C. When you are towing at less than 50 miles per hour. Or D. When you are working less than 50 hours in a week. The correct answer is B. When you are making deliveries that are less than 50 meters apart. Explanation. It's compulsory for drivers and passengers to wear seatbelts. However, if you are making deliveries that are less than 50 meters apart, you might leave the seatbelt undone. It would be impractical to keep fastening and unfastening your seatbelt over such short distances. 30. Which cargo needs to be transported at a controlled temperature? A. Barrels of beer. B. Cement. C. Perishable foods. Or D. Silage. The correct answer is C. Perishable foods. Explanation. Some foods need to be transported at controlled temperatures. Drivers will need to be trained in the use of refrigeration units and correct hygiene procedures. 31. Which symbol on a lorry shows its load is dangerous when wet? A, B, C, or D? The correct answer is D. Explanation. If any vehicle displaying a warning symbol is involved in an incident, the consequences could be serious. The emergency services need to be aware of how a dangerous or hazardous material will behave in different situations, for example, when it's wet. 32. What happens to diesel fuel when it gets hot? A. It expands. B. It liquefies. C. It shrinks. Or D. It waxes. The correct answer is A. It expands. Explanation. When a full diesel fuel tank heats up, the fuel expands and can be forced out of the breather vent and onto the road. This wastes fuel and makes the road surface very dangerous for other road users. 33. You're delivering boxes of chilled food to a supermarket. What specific training would you need? A. ADR procedures. B. Eco-safe driving procedures. C. Hygiene procedures. Or D. Waste handling procedures. The correct answer is C. Hygiene procedures. Explanation. Chilled foods are transported at temperatures above freezing point. Drivers need to be trained in hygiene procedures and how to operate refrigeration units. 34. What does this sign warn of? A. Accident black spot ahead. B. Incident ahead. C. Low bridge ahead. Or D. Tunnel ahead. The correct answer is D. Tunnel ahead. Explanation. If you're driving a high vehicle, make sure that there is enough headroom available for you to go through the tunnel. There might be additional signs showing height and width restrictions. 35. Who must you tell when your vehicle collides with a bridge? A. The fire service. B. The local authority. C. The police. Or D. Your local garage. The correct answer is C. The police. Explanation. Hitting a bridge with your vehicle can have serious consequences for road and rail traffic. You must tell the police about the incident immediately. If the bridge is a railway bridge, call the railway authority as well as the police to report the incident. 36. Your vehicle has collided with a railway bridge. What information must you give the railway authority when you telephone them? A. The bridge number. B. The make and model of your vehicle. C. The type of bridge. Or D. The vehicle's height. The correct answer is A. The bridge number. Explanation. The railway authority needs to know immediately if one of their bridges has been hit. You'll need to tell them the number of the bridge so they can identify it. The railway authority will then take action to prevent the railway passengers from being put at risk. 37. What should you check when you've just overtaken a motorcyclist on a motorway? A. The road ahead. B. Your left-hand mirror. C. Your right-hand mirror. Or D. Your speedometer. The correct answer is B. Your left-hand mirror. Explanation. When overtaking with a long vehicle, it's very important to be aware of the position of the road user you are passing. Check the near side mirror to make sure you've passed safely before returning to the left. Be especially careful when overtaking motorcyclists, as they might be affected by the drought from your vehicle. 38. Under EU rules, what's the normal weekly rest period that must be taken? A. 40 hours, B. 41 hours, C. 42 hours, or D. 45 hours. The correct answer is D. 45 hours. Explanation. The working week is defined as from 00 hours on Monday to 24 hours on the following Sunday. When taking the weekly rest period, a daily rest period must normally be extended to at least 45 consecutive hours. 39. At the end of your working week, you've driven a total of 56 hours. Under EU rules, what's the maximum number of hours you can drive in the following week? A. 34, B. 36, C. 38, or D. 40. The correct answer is A. 34 hours. Explanation. If you've driven a total of 56 hours in any one week, you can only drive for 34 hours in the following week. Keep your own record to make sure that you don't exceed these hours. 40. You arrive at the scene of an incident where someone is injured. What should be given urgent priority? A. Check that the casualty can breathe. B. Get the casualty a warm drink. C. Take details of any witnesses. D. Take the numbers of the vehicles involved. The correct answer is A. Check that the casualty can breathe. Explanation. Whenever possible, call the emergency services first. If you're able to give first aid, remember DRABC. Check for danger, then check the casualty for response. Check the airway and try to establish breathing by gently lifting the chin up and forward. Give compressions if necessary. Try to stop any severe bleeding. If you feel you are incapable of carrying out first aid, consider taking some training. It could save a life. 41. What does this warning light on the instrument panel mean? A. Battery discharge. B. Braking system fault. C. Door open. Or D. Low oil pressure. The correct answer is B. Braking system fault. Explanation. You should be familiar with all warning lights and buzzers fitted to your vehicle. If you are driving the vehicle for the first time, make sure that you know the function of each. If the brake warning light shows a fault in the system, stop as soon as it's safe to do so. Report the fault and don't continue until it's been corrected. 42. Why do air tanks on brake systems need to be drained? A. To remove any oil leaks that collect here. B. To remove excess coolant. C. To remove moisture drawn in from the atmosphere. D. To remove rainwater that seeped into the system. The correct answer is C. To remove moisture drawn in from the atmosphere. Explanation. Moisture in the air condenses as the air pressure increases. The moisture can be transmitted around the braking system and is especially dangerous in cold weather. It can lead to ice forming and blocking the valves and pipes. 43. What must you do before you leave your vehicle? A. Adjust your mirrors. B. Apply the parking brake. C. Check that the warning lights are working. Or D. Empty the AirTags. The correct answer is B. Apply the parking brake. Explanation. The parking brake must always be set whenever you leave the vehicle. It's an offense not to leave your vehicle properly secured. 44. When would you need to check your near side mirror? A. After passing cars parked on the left. B. As a final check before turning right. C. Before moving into the lane on your right. Or D. When getting out of your cab on the driver's side. The correct answer is A. After passing cars parked on the left. Explanation. As you pass pedestrians or vehicles on your left, you should use your near side mirror and check that you've passed them safely. You need to allow a good safety margin before you move back to the left. 45. How can you help to protect the environment? A. By driving faster to reduce traveling time. B. By filling your fuel tank with red diesel fuel. C. By leaving your engine running in traffic jams. Or D. By using bypasses and avoiding town centers. Correct answer is D. By using bypasses and avoiding town centers. Explanation. By using a bypass rather than joining the stop-start traffic in a town center, you are less likely to be held up and can travel at a constant speed. Keeping to a constant speed will reduce the amount of pollution produced by your vehicle. 46. What does this sign mean? A. End of clearway. B. End of cycle route. C. End of restricted parking area. D. End of restricted speed area. The correct answer is C. End of restricted parking area. Explanation. Even though there are no restrictions, make sure that you park where you won't cause an obstruction or endanger other road users. 47. What does this sign mean? A. Give way to buses. B. Give way to trams. C. Route for buses. Or D. Route for trams. The correct answer is D. Route for trams. Explanation. Take extra care when you are driving on roads where trams operate. Look out for road markings and signs that tell you to expect them. Modern trams are very quiet and you might not hear them approaching. 48. Which hazard would be shown in a triangular road sign? A. Bus lane. B. Minimum speed. C. One-way street. D. Road narrows. The correct answer is D. Road narrows. Explanation. The triangular sign is a warning sign. Knowing this, you can prepare for the hazard ahead. 49. Which sign means that pedestrians might be walking along the road? A. B. C. Or D? The correct answer is A. Explanation. Be cautious, especially if there is a bend in the road and you are unable to see well ahead. If you have to pass pedestrians, leave them plenty of room. You might have to use the right-hand side of the road, so look well ahead and in your mirrors before you pull out. 50. What does this sign mean? A. Adverse camber. B. Airport. C. Road noise. Or D. Side wind. The correct answer is D. Side wind. Explanation. Side wind warning signs are often found on roads that are frequently affected by strong wind. High-sided vehicles, caravans, and motorcycles are more susceptible to windy weather, and you should be aware of the difficulties they might be having. 51. What are these advanced stop lines for? A. To allow cyclists to position in front of other traffic. B. To allow room for pedestrians to cross the road. C. To allow space for large vehicles to turn. Or D. To allow you to select where to stop. The correct answer is A. To allow cyclists to position in front of other traffic. Explanation. Advanced stop lines allow cyclists to take a position ahead of other traffic. When the green signal shows, they then have the time and space to move off in front of the following traffic. 52. What does this sign warn of? A. Double bend. B. Overhead electrified cable. C. Series of bends. Or D. Slippery road. The correct answer is B. Overhead electrified cable. Explanation. This sign is used to warn of overhead electrified cables and is usually accompanied by a plate indicating the safe height limit. 53. The time is 10 a.m. You've been driving non-stop since 6 a.m. Under EU rules, what's the longest you might now drive without a break? A. 15 minutes. B. 30 minutes. C. 40 minutes. Or D. 45 minutes. The correct answer is B. 30 minutes. Explanation. The maximum driving period under EU rules is 4 hours and 30 minutes. After this, you must take a break of at least 45 minutes. Planning your route will allow you to take your statutory rest periods in a safe place, such as a service area where you can get food, drink, and the rest. 54. What does this sign mean? A. No entry for vehicles over 32 feet and 6 inches, 9.9 meters long. B. No entry for vehicles over 32.6 tons. C. Warning of lorry crossing a one-way road. D. Warning of lorry straight ahead. The correct answer is A. No entry for vehicles over 32 feet and 6 inches, 9.9 meters long. Explanation. You need to know the length of your vehicle as well as its weight, height, and width. Places where the length of your vehicle might be relevant are road tunnels, level crossings, ferries, bridges. 55. You need to stop and get out of your vehicle. When should you use the parking brake? A. After the air pressure has dropped. B. After the service brake has been released. C. Only if you park on a gradient. Or whenever you leave the vehicle. The correct answer is D. Whenever you leave the vehicle. Explanation. It's an offense to leave your vehicle unattended at any time without applying the parking brake. 56. What do you need to be aware of when you drive over an exposed suspension bridge? A. The effect of strong side wind. B. The overhanging bridge cables. C. The swaying of the bridge. D. The width of the lanes. The correct answer is A. The effect of strong side wind. Explanation. On exposed bridges, the wind can be particularly strong. If the bridge has two lanes, one might be closed in windy conditions to act as a buffer lane. In severe conditions, These bridges are often closed to high-sided vehicles, caravans, and motorcycles. 57. Why is it important to avoid overfilling the engine with oil? A. It could increase pressure in the engine and cause damage. B. It could leave an oil stain on the road. C. It will damage the exhaust system. Or D. It will increase the amount of exhaust gases. The correct answer is A. It could increase pressure in the engine and cause damage. Explanation: too much oil in an engine can be just as bad as too little. Overfilling an engine can create excess pressure, cause oil leakage through seals, and result in expensive damage. 58. When do long vehicles sometimes need to straddle lanes? A. When coming to contraflow systems. B. When driving on motorways. C. When traveling empty. Or D. When turning at tight junctions. The correct answer is D. When turning at tight junctions. Explanation: when driving a long vehicle around corners, it's sometimes necessary to adopt a different road position to avoid mounting the curb or colliding with street furniture such as lampposts or traffic signs. Other road users might not understand what you intend to do next. Watch them carefully and always signal in good time. 59. You're about to drive a vehicle you've never driven before. What should you consider when adjusting your seat? A. Being able to reach your sat-nav. B. The tension in the seat belt. C. The wear on the seat fabric. Or D. Your distance from the controls. The correct answer is D. Your distance from the controls. Explanation: being seated properly is very important when driving long distances. A poor driving position can quickly cause fatigue. You should make sure that you can reach all the controls comfortably. 60. What should you do when you drive in windy weather? A. Always keep to your intended route. B. Anticipate how the weather might affect other road users. C. Maintain a constant speed in exposed areas. Or D. Stay close to smaller or vulnerable vehicles as you overtake them. The correct answer is B. Anticipate how the weather might affect other road users. Explanation: cyclists, motorcyclists, caravans, and high-sided vehicles can be very vulnerable in high winds. Plan well ahead and consider the difficulties they might be having. Remember, some routes might be closed to certain vehicles and you might need to use an alternative route. 61. What should you be aware of when you are overtaking on a motorway while it's raining heavily? A. Manhole covers will be slippery. B. There will be distracting bright reflections. C. Visibility will be reduced by spray from traffic. D. Your braking distances will be reduced. The correct answer is C. Visibility will be reduced by spray from traffic. Explanation: other road users can be affected by the spray from large vehicles, severely reducing their vision. Always take care when you need to change lanes. Signal in good time and watch your mirrors carefully before pulling out in these conditions. 62. What should you do if the brake air pressure warning light comes on while you're driving? A. Build up the pressure by accelerating. B. Drain the air tanks and continue normally. C. Report the fault when you return to your depot. Or D. Stop and get help without delay. The correct answer is D. Stop and get help without delay. Explanation. When a warning light or device indicating a loss of brake pressure comes on, you must stop safely and get the fault put right immediately. The safety of you, your load, your passengers and all other road users is at risk. 63. You've just started the engine. What must you do if the brake air pressure warning light is showing? A. Engage the clutch. B. Keep the parking brake on. C. Report it as a fault. Or D. Switch your engine off. The correct answer is B. Keep the parking brake on. Explanation. Even though the warning light is showing, there might be sufficient pressure to release the parking brake. However, you mustn't do this because there might not be enough air pressure to operate the service brake. 64. Your vehicle is fitted with an anti-lock braking system. When should you check that it's working properly? A. At the start of each working day. B. At the start of each working week. C. Before each service. Or D. Before every journey. The correct answer is D. Before every journey. Explanation. Modern anti-lock braking systems rely on electronics for their operation. A warning light on the dashboard shows that the system is operating. This light will usually go out when the vehicle reaches about 6 miles per hour. It's about 10 kilometers per hour. 65. What system is used to control vehicle speed without using the foot brake? A. A differential lock. B. A secondary brake. C. An emergency air system. D. An endurance brake retarder. The correct answer is D. An endurance brake retarder. Explanation. Large vehicles can be fitted with various types of endurance brake retarder. Make sure you're familiar with how the system operates on the vehicle you're using. Don't risk a crash or collision through ignorance. 66. What can coasting downhill seriously affect? A. The air brakes. B. The cooling system. C. The electrical systems. D. The tachograph. The correct answer is A. The air brakes. Explanation. Air brake systems rely on an engine-driven compressor to keep the reservoir tanks at their operating pressure. Coasting downhill and relying on the brakes to control your speed could result in the loss of sufficient air pressure to operate the brakes effectively. 67. What does the flashing amber light mean at a pelican crossing? A. Give way to pedestrians already on the crossing. B. Give way to pedestrians waiting to cross. C. Stop and wait for the green light. D. Stop if you can do so safely. The correct answer is A. Give way to pedestrians already on the crossing. Explanation. Pedestrians use push buttons controls to activate the signals. Pelican crossings have no red and amber stage before green. Instead, they have a flashing amber light. This means you must give way to pedestrians on the crossing, but you might proceed if the crossing is clear. 68. You've been convicted of driving while unfit through drink or drugs. What will increase in cost when you start driving again? A. Driving license. B. Insurance premiums. C. Vehicle tax. D. Vehicle test certificate. The correct answer is B. Insurance premiums. Explanation. If you've been convicted of drink or drug driving, Statistically, you are a risk to yourself and others on the road. For this reason, when you are able to drive again, insurance companies might charge you a high premium to insure your vehicle. 69. What should you do if you've had a few alcoholic drinks at a party? A. Drive home carefully and slowly. B. Go home by public transport. C. Have a strong cup of coffee and then drive home. D. Wait a short while and then drive home. The correct answer is B. Go home by public transport. Explanation. Drinking black coffee or waiting a few hours won't make any difference. Alcohol takes time to leave the body, so you should find a way to get home without using your vehicle, for example by public transport. Depending on how much you've had to drink, you might even be unfit to drive the following morning. 70. You've been taking medicine for a few days and it has made you feel drowsy. Today you feel better, but you still need to take the medicine. When should you drive? A. Only after checking with your doctor. B. Only at night on quiet roads. C. Only if someone goes with you. D. Only if your journey is necessary. The correct answer is A. Only after checking with your doctor. Explanation. Take care. It's not worth taking risks. Always check with your doctor to be absolutely sure. The medicine might have an effect on you later in the day and for longer than you think. 71. What might misuse of drugs or alcohol lead to? A. Better concentration. B. Better eyesight. C. Faster reactions. D. Withdrawal of a driving license. The correct answer is D. Withdrawal of a driving license. Explanation. Misuse of drugs and or alcohol might lead to the withdrawal of your license. Future insurance premiums will probably increase as well. 72. You've just overtaken another vehicle on a motorway. What should you avoid when moving back to the left? A. Changing gear. B. Cutting in. C. Increasing your speed. D. Signaling. The correct answer is B. Cutting in. Explanation. After overtaking, check your near side mirror carefully before moving back to the left. Don't rely on the other driver flashing their headlights, because only you can make the decision that is safe. 73. What does this motorway sign mean? A. You are approaching a lorries only lane. B. You are approaching a long downhill slope. C. You are approaching a long uphill slope. D. You are approaching a service area. The correct answer is C. You are approaching a long uphill slope. Explanation. The term crawler lane doesn't mean the lane is only for extremely slow vehicles. It's advising you of an extra lane on the left. Crawler lanes are usually built on sections of road where the length of the gradient is such that some large vehicles will be slowed to the point where they become a hazard for other road users. 74. When should you use a crawler lane? A. When letting faster traffic overtake you. B. When parking to have a rest. C. When slowing down for a motorway exit. D. When turning right from a major road. The correct answer is A. When letting faster traffic overtake you. Explanation. Many vehicles are very powerful and can maintain speed even when climbing a gradient. Even if your vehicle is capable of maintaining speed, you can still use the crawler lane to make it easier for other road users to overtake safely. 75. What should you do before overtaking on a single carriage road? A. Drive very close to the vehicle in front. B. Flash your headlights at oncoming traffic. C. Look ahead for road junctions. D. Make a final check in your left-hand mirror. The correct answer is C. Look ahead for road junctions. Explanation. Before overtaking, you need to make sure it's safe to carry out the maneuver. As part of your check, look well ahead for road junctions. You shouldn't overtake as you approach a road junction, because if a vehicle emerges or has to wait to turn, you could risk collision. 76. What should you do after overtaking on a dual carriageway? A. Indicate left, then right. B. Move back to the left when it's safe to do so. C. Switch your rear lights on and off. D. Wait for the other driver to flash the headlights. The correct answer is B. Move back to the left when it's safe to do so. Explanation. Signal if necessary and move back to the left as soon as it's safe to do so. Don't drive for long distances in the center or right-hand lane unnecessarily. 77. What should you do when passing sheep on a road? A. Briefly sound your horn. B. Drive very slowly. C. Keep close to avoid oncoming traffic. D. Pass quickly but quietly. The correct answer is B. Drive very slowly. Explanation. Slow down and be ready to stop if you see animals in the road ahead. Animals are easily frightened by noise and by vehicles passing too close to them. Stop if signaled to do so by the person in charge of the animals. 78. Where must the repair of a speed limiter be carried out? A. At an authorized speed limiter center. B. At any DVSA site. C. At any dealer center. D. At the depot by a mechanic. The correct answer is A. At an authorized speed limiter center. Explanation. Speed limiters might only be repaired by authorized speed limiter centers. They'll ensure that all the connections are sealed and that the system is tamper-proof. 79. When does brake fade occur? A. When the brakes get too cold. B. When the brakes get too dry. C. When the brakes get too hot. D. When the brakes get too wet. The correct answer is C. When the brakes get too hot. Explanation. Continuous use of brakes can result in them overheating and losing their effectiveness. This is known as brake fade and is most likely on long downhill gradients. 80. A bus lane sign shows no hours of operation. When is the bus lane in operation? A. The bus lane is in operation 24 hours a day. B. The bus lane is only in operation at peak times. C. The bus lane is only in operation in daylight hours. D. The bus lane isn't in operation at all. The correct answer is A. The bus lane is in operation 24 hours a day. Explanation. When a bus lane sign shows no hours of operation, the lane operates all the time. 81. You're driving near a school in heavy traffic. What should you do when there are children walking close to the curb on your side of the road? A. Drive slowly until you are clear of the area. B. Move to the other side of the road. C. Stop for a moment to see what they do. D. Wave at them to move back from the curb. The correct answer is A. Drive slowly until you are clear of the area. Explanation. Children can be unpredictable, and when they are in groups they might fool around and push each other into the road. You should drive with extreme caution when you are near them. You need to be ready to stop suddenly. 82. What should you do if you are upset by another driver's behavior? A. Follow them flashing your headlights. B. Gesture to them with your hand. C. Shout abusive language. D. Stop and take a break. Correct answer is D. Stop and take a break. Explanation. Tiredness might make you more irritable than you would be normally. You might react differently to situations because of it. If you feel yourself becoming tense, take a break. 83. You're driving a large vehicle. How does its size and design affect the blind spots? A. It will have fewer blind spots than smaller vehicles. B. It will have more blind spots than smaller vehicles. C. It will have no blind spots whatsoever. D. It will have the same blind spots as other vehicles. The correct answer is B. It will have more blind spots than smaller vehicles. Explanation. Take the time to check where the blind spots are when driving a vehicle that's unfamiliar to you. Being aware of the limitations of your mirrors will help you to take steps to prevent collisions. Always check the blind spots before changing direction. Frequent and proper use of the mirrors will help you to be aware of a vehicle moving into your blind spot. 84. What's the purpose of the oil filter? A. To collect metal particles from the oil. B. To give better fuel consumption. C. To prevent the engine from over-revving. D. To prevent the engine from overheating. The correct answer is A. To collect metal particles from the oil. Explanation. As the lubricant oil is pumped around the engine, it collects tiny fragments of metal from the moving parts. The oil filter is designed to remove these fragments. Most filters are designed to be replaced at service intervals. 85. You're approaching a roundabout. You see cyclists signal right. Why do they keep to the left? A. It's a quicker route for a cyclist. B. It's a safer route for a cyclist. C. The highway code doesn't apply to cyclists. D. They are going to turn left. The correct answer is B. It's a safer route for a cyclist. Explanation. The cyclist might not be able to get into the right-hand lane due to heavy traffic. Give them room, as they might not be taking the exit you expect. 86. A group of horse riders comes towards you. What should you do if the leading rider's horse becomes nervous of your presence? A. Brake gently to a stop until they've passed. B. Brake quickly to a stop, applying the parking brake. C. Continue driving, keeping well to the left. D. Increase speed to pass the riders quickly. The correct answer is A. Brake gently to a stop until they've passed. Explanation. If any animal you pass on the road becomes unsettled, you should brake gently and come to a stop. A nervous animal is unpredictable, so you should wait until it has settled or passed by. Other road users behind you might have a limited view of the hazard, so use your mirrors and give clear signals if necessary. 87. Why are motorcyclists more at risk from other road users? A. They can't give arm signals. B. They often break down. C. They are easily overlooked. D. They are easy to see. The correct answer is C. They are easily overlooked. Explanation. Always look for the more vulnerable road users, such as motorcyclists, cyclists, pedestrians, especially children, animals, and horse riders. All need your consideration. Motorcycles are relatively small, but they can move just as fast as other vehicles, making them easy to overlook. 88. As you approach a pelican crossing, the lights change to green. What should you do if an elderly couple are halfway across? A. Flash your lights in case they haven't heard you. B. Rev your engine to make them hurry. C. Wait patiently and give them time to finish crossing. D. Wave at them to cross as quickly as they can. The correct answer is C. Wait patiently and give them time to finish crossing. Explanation. When the lights turn to green, you might drive on, but only if the crossing is clear. You should wait for any pedestrians to finish crossing, regardless of their age. Allow them to cross the road at their own pace. Don't try to hurry them in any way. 89. What's the aim of a smart motorway? A. To prevent overtaking. B. To prevent tailgating. C. To reduce congestion. D. To reduce rest stops. The correct answer is C. To reduce congestion. Explanation. Smart motorways are intended to reduce congestion and make journey times more reliable. In these areas, the hard shoulder might be used as a running lane to ease congestion at peak times or when an incident occurs. The variable speed limits shown in red circles are mandatory and help to keep traffic flowing at a steady speed. 90. Why is it a good idea to plan your journey to avoid traveling at busy times? A. To prevent overtaking. B. To prevent tailgating. C. To reduce congestion. D. To reduce rest stops. The correct answer is A. To prevent overtaking. Explanation. Avoiding busy times means that you are not adding needlessly to traffic congestion. Other advantages are that you'll use less fuel and you might have an easier journey, making you feel less stressed. 91. What's the current fine for each person illegally carried into the UK? A. Up to £1,000. B. Up to £2,000. C. Up to £3,000. D. Up to £4,000. The correct answer is B. Up to £2,000. Explanation. The importation of illegal immigrants into the UK carries heavy penalties. A fine of up to £2,000 can be imposed for each illegal immigrant. This fine can be imposed on each responsible person, which includes the vehicle owner, hirer, and driver. 92. Drivers can be fined for bringing illegal immigrants into the UK. Who else can be fined? A. The vehicle hirer. B. The vehicle insurer. C. The vehicle manufacturer. D. The vehicle repairer. The correct answer is A. The vehicle hirer. Explanation. There are heavy fines for those convicted of bringing illegal immigrants into the UK. This can mean a fine for each illegal person carried. The fine can be imposed on each responsible person, including the vehicle driver, owner, and hirer. 93. You'll need to take 35 hours of training to maintain your driver's certificate of professional competence, driver CPC. Over what period must this be carried out? A. 5 years. B. 1 year. C. 10 years. D. 3 years. The correct answer is A. 5 years. Explanation. You must take 35 hours of training every 5 years to maintain your driver CPC. This can be done at any time during the 5 years, all at once or split into sessions of at least 7 hours each. The penalties for non-compliance are the same as those for driving without a license. 94. You're about to drive a vehicle fitted with air-assisted hydraulic brakes. Why might the brake pedal feel hard when you press it? A. The brake fluid reservoir is empty. B. The brakes are locked on fully. C. The pedal movement needs adjusting. D. The vacuum pump isn't working. The correct answer is D. The vacuum pump isn't working. Explanation. If the brake pedal is hard to press, this could mean a loss of vacuum or a fault in the vacuum pump. You shouldn't drive the vehicle until the fault has been repaired. 95. Your vehicle is fitted with an engine management system. What will happen if you press the accelerator when you are starting the engine? A. An excessive amount of fuel will be used. B. Exhaust emissions will be reduced. C. Oil consumption will be reduced. D. There will be an excessive buildup of air pressure. The correct answer is A. An excessive amount of fuel will be used. Explanation. When starting an engine fitted with an engine management system, you don't need to press the accelerator, because the engine management system automatically regulates the fuel-air supply. Using the accelerator at startup wastes fuel, causes increased engine noise, and is harmful to the environment. 96. Which tool is essential for fitting a road wheel? A. Adjustable wrench. B. Open-end spanner. C. Ring spanner. D. Torque wrench. The correct answer is D. Torque wrench. Explanation. It's essential that all wheel nuts are tightened to the specified torque with a calibrated torque wrench. The wheel nuts, fixings, and markers should be checked every day before you start your journey. 97. Poor eating habits can increase your risk of long-term health problems. What may result from a poor diet? A. Deafness. B. Epilepsy. C. Heart disease. D. Lung disease. The correct answer is C. Heart disease. Explanation. A poor diet can increase your risk of ill health. It might cause obesity, diabetes, or heart disease, which can increase your risk of sudden incapacity at the wheel. There is a greater risk of developing a serious illness and ultimately an early death. Smoking and the lack of exercise will increase the risks. 98. What's the most likely reason for a diesel-engined vehicle running erratically in very cold weather? A. The air conditioning not working. B. The endurance brake engaging. C. The fuel partly solidifying. D. The speed limiter operating. The correct answer is C. The fuel partly solidifying. Explanation. If diesel fuel becomes very cold, it can partially solidify. Additives are used by the fuel companies to try to prevent this. Any solidifying waxing of the fuel can prevent it from flowing properly and cause the engine to run erratically or even stop. 99. How will your body clock affect your driving between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m.? A. You are more likely to break the speed limit. B. You are more likely to drive too close to the vehicle in front. C. You are more likely to fall asleep at the wheel. D. You are more likely to feel road rage. The correct answer is C. You are more likely to fall asleep at the wheel. Explanation. A significant number of sleep-related vehicle incidents involve commercial vehicles. There is a particular risk when driving between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. because this is when the body clock craves sleep. It is important to take proper rest before, during, and between driving duties. 100. You're driving at a speed of 50 miles per hour, 80 kilometers per hour, in good drive condition. What distance should you stay behind the vehicle in front? A. At least 23 meters, 75 feet. B. At least 36 meters, 118 feet. C. At least 53 meters, 175 feet. D. At least 73 meters, 240 feet. The correct answer is C. At least 53 meters, 175 feet. Explanation. You should always leave a safety margin between your vehicle and the one in front. This gap will give you a better view of the road ahead. It will also allow you time to react if the traffic in front changes speed or direction.
What is the most important reason why you should keep your motorcycle regularly maintained? And let's have a look at our options. A. So the motorcycle can carry a passenger. B. So the motorcycle can carry panniers. C. To accelerate faster than other traffic. Or D. To keep the machine roadworthy. And the correct answer is D. To keep the machine roadworthy. Whenever you use any motorcycle on the road, it must be in a roadworthy condition. Regular maintenance should identify any faults at an early stage and so help prevent more serious problems. Next question. You are riding on a country lane. What should you do if you come across cattle on the road? A. Give them plenty of room. B. Rev your engine. C. Ride up close behind them. Or D. Sound your horn. And the correct answer is A. Give them plenty of room. Try not to startle the animals. They can be easily frightened by noise or by traffic passing too closely. So the best thing is to just slow down, give them plenty of room, and be prepared to stop if you need to. Obey any directions given by people in charge of the animals. Next question. You are the motorcyclist approaching this junction. What should you do? And please refer to the image on your screens. A. Dip your headlights and keep near the left-hand curb. B. Slow down and be ready to stop. C. Speed up to clear the junction without delay. Or D. Stop as the car has right of way. And the correct answer is B. Slow down and be ready to stop. Look out for road signs warning of side roads even if you aren't turning off. A driver who is emerging may not be able to see you because of parked cars or because of the traffic. Slow down and be prepared to stop if necessary. Remember, no one has priority at unmarked crossroads. Next question. Your motorcycle is parked on a two-way road. How should you get on the motorcycle? A. From the left and apply the front brake. B. From the left and leave the brakes alone. C. From the right and apply the rear brake. Or D. From the right and leave the brakes alone. And the correct answer is A. From the left and apply the front brake. When you get onto a motorcycle, you should get on from the left. You should get on from the left side so that you avoid putting yourself in danger from passing traffic. You should also apply the front brake to prevent the motorcycle from rolling either forwards or backwards. Question number 5. You are riding in town at night. The roads are wet after it rained. How will the reflections from wet surfaces affect you? A. They will make it easier to see unlit objects. B. They will make it easier to stop. C. They will make it harder to accelerate. Or D. They will make it harder to see unlit objects. And the correct answer is D. They will make it harder to see unlit objects. After rain, the reflections from wet surfaces will make it hard to see any unlit objects. Make sure that your visor or goggles are clean so your vision is as clear as possible. Pedestrians will be difficult to see, especially if they are wearing dark clothing. Next question. You become cold when riding your motorcycle. How will this affect you? A. You will be more alert. B. You will be more relaxed. C. You will lose concentration. Or D. You will react more quickly. And the correct answer is C. You will lose concentration. It can be difficult to keep warm when you are riding a motorcycle. It's well worth buying good quality motorcycle clothing, which will help to keep you warm and is essential for your safety. If you get really cold while you are riding, you will find it difficult to concentrate on the road. Next question. You are riding at night and you are dazzled by the lights of an approaching vehicle. What should you do? A. Flash your headlights. B. Slow down and stop if necessary. C. Switch off your headlights. Or D. Switch to main beam. And the correct answer is B. Slow down and stop if necessary. If your view of the road ahead is restricted because you are being dazzled by approaching headlights, you need to slow down and, if needed, pull over and stop. Next question. Your motorcycle doesn't have linked brakes. In an emergency, what should you do to stop quickly? A. Apply the front brake just before the rear brake. B. Apply the front brake only. C. Apply the rear brake just before the front brake. Or D. Apply the rear brake only. And the correct answer is A. Apply the front brake just before the rear brake. You should plan ahead to avoid the need to stop suddenly, but if an emergency arises, you must be able to stop safely. Applying the front brake just before you apply the rear brake will help you to stop safely and quickly. Next question. Which of these may need to be adjusted when you are carrying a pillion passenger? A. The exhaust. B. Fairing. C. The headlights. Or D. The indicators. And the correct answer is C. The headlights. Your headlights must be properly adjusted to avoid dazzling other road users. You will probably need to do this when carrying a heavy load or the extra weight of a pillion passenger. You may also need to adjust the tire pressures and the suspension. Question number 10. Which road surface is most likely to reduce the stability of your motorcycle? A. Concrete. B. Loose gravel. C. Shell grip. Or D. Tarmac. And the correct answer is B. Loose gravel. Some road surfaces can affect the stability of a motorcycle far more than they affect other vehicles. So look out for loose or slippery road surfaces and be aware of any traffic around you. You may need to take avoiding action and change direction quickly. Question number 11. When may you stop on the hard shoulder of a motorway? A. If you feel tired and you need to rest. B. If you have gone past your exit. C. Only in an emergency. Or D. To answer your mobile phone. And the correct answer is C. Only in an emergency. You must not stop on the hard shoulder except in an emergency. Never use the hard shoulder to have a rest or to have a picnic, to answer a mobile phone or to check a road map. Also, you must not travel back along the hard shoulder if you've gone past your exit. Next question. Where should you take particular care to look out for other motorcyclists and cyclists? A. At junctions. B. At zebra crossings. C. On dual carriageways. Or D. On one-way streets. And the correct answer is A. At junctions. Other motorcyclists and cyclists may be difficult to see on the road, particularly when you are at junctions. If your view is blocked by other traffic, you may not be able to see them approaching. What should you check after adjusting the final drive chain? A. The front suspension forks. B. The rear shock absorber. C. The rear wheel alignment. Or D. The suspension adjustment. And the correct answer is the rear wheel alignment, C. Always check the rear wheel alignment after adjusting the final drive chain. Marks on the chain adjuster may be provided to make this easy. Incorrect alignment can cause instability and increased tire wear. Next question. You have adjusted your drive chain. If this isn't done properly, what problem could it cause? A. Excessive fuel consumption. B. Inaccurate speedometer reading. C. Incorrect rear wheel alignment. Or D. Loss of braking power. And the correct answer is C. Incorrect rear wheel alignment. After carrying out drive chain adjustment, you should always check the rear wheel alignment. Many motorcycles have alignment guides stamped onto the frame to help you do this correctly. Question number 15. You need to put air into your tires. How would you find out the correct pressure to use? A. By checking the registration document. B. By checking the vehicle handbook. C. It will be shown on the tire wall. Or D. It will be stamped on the wheel. And the correct answer is B. By checking the vehicle handbook. Tire pressures should be checked regularly. Look in your vehicle handbook for the correct pressures to use. Next question. You are carrying a pillion passenger. What should you adjust to allow for the extra weight? A. The balance of the rear wheel. B. The front and rear wheel alignment. C. The preload on the front forks. Or D. The preload on the rear shock absorber or absorbers. And the correct answer is D. The preload on the rear shock absorber or absorbers. When carrying a passenger or other extra weight, you may need to make adjustments, particularly to the rear shock absorbers, tire pressures, and headlight alignment. Check your vehicle handbook for details. Next question. Why should you check over your shoulder before you turn right into a side road? A. To check for emerging traffic. B. To check for overtaking vehicles. C. To confirm your intention to turn. Or D. To make sure that the side road is clear. And the correct answer is B. To check for overtaking vehicles. Take a check over your shoulder before committing yourself to a maneuver. This is especially important when you turn right, as other road users may not have seen your signal or they may not understand your intentions. Next question. What safeguard could you take against fire risks to your motorcycle? A. Avoid riding with a full tank of petrol. B. Check out any strong smell of petrol. C. Keep water levels above maximum. Or D. Use unleaded petrol. And the correct answer is B. Check out any strong smell of petrol. The fuel in your motorcycle can be a dangerous fire hazard. Don't use a naked flame if you can smell fuel, and don't smoke when you are refueling. Next question. You are turning right onto a dual carriageway. What should you do before emerging? A. Check that there is enough room for vehicles behind you. B. Check the width of the central reservation. C. Position in the left gutter of the side road. Or D. Stop and then select a very low gear. And the correct answer is B. Check the width of the central reservation. Before emerging right onto a dual carriageway, make sure that the central reservation is wide enough to protect your motorcycle. If it's not wide enough, you should treat it as one road and check that it's clear in both directions before pulling out. Question number 20. What would make you more visible in daylight? A. Switching off your headlights. B. Wearing a black helmet. C. Wearing a brightly colored helmet. Or D. Wearing a dark jacket. And the correct answer is C. Wearing a brightly colored helmet. Wearing bright or fluorescent clothing will help other road users to see you. Wearing a light or brightly colored helmet can also make you more visible. Question number 21. What should you check after you have adjusted the tension on your drive chain? A. Rear wheel alignment. B. Side lights. C. Tire pressures. Or D. Valve clearances. Drive chains wear and they need frequent adjustment and lubrication. If the drive chain is worn or slack, it can jump off the sprocket and lock the rear wheel. When you have adjusted the chain tension, you need to check the rear wheel alignment. Marks by the chain adjusters may be provided to make this easier. Next question. You are riding at 70 miles per hour on a 3-lane motorway. There is no traffic ahead. Which lane should you use? A. Any lane. B. The left-hand lane. C. The middle lane. Or D. The right-hand lane. And the correct answer is B. The left-hand lane. Use the left-hand lane if the lane is free, regardless of the speed at which you are traveling. Next question. What is the national speed limit on a single carriageway? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. You don't have to ride at the speed limit. Use your own judgment and ride at a speed which suits the prevailing road, weather, and the traffic conditions. Next question. You are riding on a motorway. Unless signs show otherwise, what's the national speed limit? A. 50 miles per hour, B. 60 miles per hour, C. 70 miles per hour, or D. 80 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 70 miles per hour. The national speed limit of 70 miles per hour applies to cars and motorcycles on the motorway unless they are towing a trailer. On smart motorway, this speed limit can be reduced and overhead signs will show you the new limit in force. Question number 25. You are involved in a collision with another vehicle. Someone is injured and your motorcycle is damaged. What should you find out? A. The occupation of the other driver. B. The other driver's vehicle insurance details. C. Whether the driver owns the other vehicle involved. Or D. Whether the other driver is licensed to drive. And the correct answer is B. The other driver's vehicle insurance details. If you are involved in a collision where someone is injured, your first priority is to warn other traffic and to call the emergency services. Make sure that you have all the information you need before you leave the scene, such as the other driver's name, phone number, and insurance details. Don't ride your motorcycle if it's unroadworthy. Next question. What does this road marking mean? Please pay attention to the picture on your screens. A. It's safe to overtake. B. Overtaking traffic should move back to the left. C. The road bends to the left. Or D. Traffic should use the hard shoulder. And the correct answer is B. Overtaking traffic should move back to the left. In this picture, the road marking shows that overtaking drivers or riders need to return to the left before they reach the hatch markings ahead. The hatch markings are designed to separate opposing streams of traffic, for example, approaching some junctions or dual carriageways. Next question. What is the national speed limit on motorways for cars and motorcycles? A. 30 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is D. 70 miles per hour. Traveling at the national speed limit doesn't allow you to hog the right-hand lane. Always use the left-hand lane whenever possible. When leaving a motorway, get into the left-hand lane well before your exit. Reduce your speed on the slip road and look out for sharp bends or curves and traffic queuing at roundabouts. Next question. Which sign means no entry? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign D. So this sign means no entry. Look for and obey traffic signs. Disobeying or not seeing a sign could be dangerous. It may also be an offense for which you could be prosecuted. Next question. What does this sign mean? So as you can see, you've got the triangular shaped sign with a cycle. So, what does the sign mean? A. Cycle in single file. B. Cycle route ahead. C. Cycles are not allowed. Or D. Cyclists must dismount. And the correct answer is B. Cycle route ahead. Where there is a cycle route ahead, a sign will show a bicycle in a red warning triangle. Watch out for children on bikes and cyclists rejoining the main road. Question number 30. What does this sign mean? Again, you've got another triangle. A. Adverse camber. B. Airport. C. Road noise. Or D. Side winds. And the correct answer is D. Side winds. A warning sign with a picture of a windsock indicates that there may be strong side winds. This sign is often found on exposed roads. Next question. You are about to overtake. What should you do when you see this sign? We have another triangular shaped sign. A. Hold back until you can see clearly ahead. B. Move to the right to get a better view. C. Overtake the other driver as quickly as you possibly can. D. Switch your headlights on before you overtake. And the correct answer is A. Hold back until you can see clearly ahead. You won't be able to see any hazards that might be hidden in the dip. As well as oncoming traffic, the dip may conceal cyclists, horse riders, parked vehicles, or pedestrians on the road. Next question. You are approaching a junction where the traffic lights are not working. What should you do when a police officer gives this signal? A. Continue ahead only. B. Stop at the stop line. C. Turn left only. Or D. Turn right only. And the correct answer is B. Stop at the stop line. When a police officer or a traffic warden is directing traffic, you must obey them. They will use the arm signals showed in the highway code. Learn what the signals mean and obey them. Next question. You are on a 3-lane motorway. There are red reflective studs on your left and white ones to your right. So, bearing this in mind, which lane are you in? A. In the left-hand lane. B. In the middle lane. C. In the right-hand lane. Or D. On the hard shoulder. And the correct answer is A. In the left-hand lane. The colors of the reflective studs on the motorway and their locations are red between the hard shoulder and the carriageway, white between lanes, amber between the carriageway and the central reservation, green along slip road exits and entrances, bright green or yellow at road works and contraflow systems. Next question. What should you do when you meet an obstruction on your side of the road? A. Accelerate to get past first. B. Carry on as you have priority. C. Give way to oncoming traffic. Or D. Wave oncoming vehicles through. And the correct answer is C. Give way to oncoming traffic. Take care if you have to pass a parked vehicle on your side of the road. Give way to oncoming traffic if there isn't enough room for you both to continue safely. Question number 35. You have just gone through deep water. What should you do to make sure that your brakes are working properly? A. Accelerate and keep to a high speed for a short time. B. Avoid using the brakes at all for a few miles. C. Go slowly while gently applying the brakes. Or D. Stop for at least an hour to allow them time to dry. And the correct answer is C. Go slowly while gently applying the brakes. Water on the brakes will act as a lubricant, causing them to work less efficiently. Using the brakes lightly as you go along will quickly dry them out. Next question. What does this sign tell you? So here you have a rectangular shaped sign. A. The end of traffic calming zone. B. Free parking zone ends. C. No through road. Or D. No waiting zone ends. And the correct answer is D. No waiting zone ends. The blue and red circular sign on its own means that waiting restrictions are in force. This particular sign on your screens shows that you are leaving the controlled zone and waiting restrictions no longer apply. Next question. Some two-way roads are divided into 3 lanes. Why are these particularly dangerous? A. Traffic can overtake on the left. B. Traffic can travel faster in poor weather conditions. C. Traffic in both directions can use the middle lane to overtake. Or D. Traffic uses the middle lane for emergencies only. And the correct answer is C. Traffic in both directions can use the middle lane to overtake. If you intend to overtake, you must consider that approaching traffic could be planning the same maneuver. When you have considered the situation and decided it's safe, indicate your intentions early. This will show the approaching traffic that you intend to pull out. Next question. What is a statutory off-road notification, also known as SORN? A. A notification to tell DVLA that a vehicle isn't being used on the road. B. A notification to tell DVSA that a vehicle doesn't have a current MOT. C. Information held by insurance companies to check a vehicle is insured. Or D. Information kept by the police about the owner of a vehicle. And the correct answer is A. A notification to tell the DVLA that the vehicle is not being used on the road. If you want to keep a vehicle untaxed and off the public road, you must make a SORN. It's an offense not to do that. Your SORN is valid until your vehicle is taxed, sold, or scrapped. Next question. What is the aim of a smart motorway? A. To prevent overtaking. B. To prevent tailgating. C, to reduce congestion, or D, to reduce rest stops? And the correct answer is C, to reduce congestion. Smart motorway schemes are intended to reduce congestion and make journey times more reliable. In these areas, the hard shoulder may be used as a running lane to ease congestion at peak times or in the case of an incident. Variable speed limits are used to help keep the traffic moving and to avoid bunching. Question number 40. Before starting a journey, it's wise to plan your route. How can you do this? A. Check your vehicle registration document. B. Contact your local garage. C. Look at a map. Or D. Look in your vehicle handbook. And the correct answer is C. Look at a map. Planning your journey before you set out can help to make it much easier and more pleasant, and may also help to ease traffic congestion. Look at a map to help you do this. You may need maps of different scales depending on where and how far you are going. Printing or writing out the route can also be helpful. Next question. What is the maximum fine for driving without insurance? A. Unlimited. B. £1,000. C. £500. Or D. £5,000. And the correct answer is A. Unlimited. Driving without insurance is a serious offense. As well as an unlimited fine, you may also be disqualified or incur penalty points. Next question. What does this signal from a police officer mean to oncoming traffic? A. Go ahead. B. Stop. C. Turn left. Or D. Turn right. And the correct answer is B. Stop. Police officers may need to direct traffic, for example, at a junction where the traffic lights have broken down. Check your copy of the highway code for the signals that they use. Next question. You arrive at the scene of a crash. Someone is bleeding badly from an arm wound. Nothing is embedded in it. What should you do? A. Apply pressure over the wound and keep the arm down. B. Apply pressure over the wound and raise the arm. C. Dab the wound. Or D. Get them a drink. And the correct answer is B. Apply pressure over the wound and raise the arm. If possible, lay the casualty down. Check for anything that may be in the wound. Apply firm pressure to the wound using clean material without pressing on anything that might be in it. Raising the arm above the level of the heart will also help to stem the flow of blood. Next question. What must you have when you apply to renew your vehicle tax? A. A valid driving license. B. The handbook. C. The vehicle's chassis number. Or D. Valid insurance. And the correct answer is D. Valid insurance. You can renew your vehicle tax online at post offices and vehicle registration offices or by phone. When you apply, make sure that you have all the relevant valid documents, including a valid MOT test certificate where applicable. Question number 45. Which of these signs warn you of a zebra crossing? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign A. Look well ahead and check the pavements and surrounding areas for pedestrians. Look for anyone walking towards the crossing. Check your mirrors for traffic behind in case you have to slow down or stop. Next question. An adult casualty is not breathing. To maintain circulation, compressions should be given. What is the correct depth to press for each compression? A. 1 to 2 centimeters. B. 10 to 15 centimeters. C. 15 to 20 centimeters. Or D. 5 to 6 centimeters. And the correct answer is D. 5 to 6 centimeters. An adult casualty isn't breathing normally. To maintain circulation, place 2 hands on the center of the chest. Then press down hard and fast, around 5 to 6 centimeters and about twice a second. This is also known as CPR. Next question. At an incident, a small child is not breathing. To restore normal breathing, how should you breathe into their mouth? A. Gently. B. Heavily. C. Rapidly. Or D. Sharply. And the correct answer is A. Gently. If a young child stopped breathing, first check that their airway is clear. Then give compressions to the chest using one hand or 2 fingers for an infant and begin mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Breathe very gently and continue the procedure until they can breathe without help. Question number 48. At an incident, a casualty is not breathing. What should you do while helping them to start breathing again? A. Put their arms across their chest. B. Roll them onto their side. C. Shake them firmly. Or D. Tilt their head back gently. And the correct answer is D. Tilt their head back gently. It's important to make sure that the airways are clear before you start mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Gently tilt their head back and use your finger to check for and remove any obvious obstruction in the mouth. Question number 49. A tanker is involved in a collision. Which sign shows that it's carrying dangerous goods? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign B. There will be an orange label on the side and the rear of the tanker. Look at this carefully and report what it says when you call the emergency services. Details of hazard warning plates are given in the highway code. Question number 50 and our last question for today. There has been a collision. A motorcyclist is lying injured and he's unconscious. Unless it's essential, why should you not usually attempt to remove their helmet? A. They might not want you to. B. They will get too cold if you remove the helmet. C. This could result in more serious injury. Or D. You could scratch the helmet. And the correct answer is C. This could result in more serious injury. When someone is injured, any movement that is not absolutely necessary should be avoided, since this could make the injuries even worse. Unless it's essential to remove a motorcyclist's helmet, it's generally safer to just leave the helmet in place. You are scheduled to make a delivery. You arrive at your destination during the morning rush hour. The road is edged with double red lines. What do these lines mean? A. Delay your delivery until after the rush hour. B. Limit your stop to a maximum of 30 minutes. C. Unload only within a red box area. Or D. Unload only within a white box area. And the correct answer is D. Unload only within a white box area. White boxes allow you to unload at any time, but during the day, the length of stay is restricted. You should check nearby signs for the specific times. At other times, when it's not so busy, there may not be any restrictions in terms of parking. Next question. You are often involved in the carrying of high-value goods. What security measures can you adopt? A. Always discuss details of your load. B. Give lifts to anyone for added security. C. Keep your journeys to a strict routine. Or D. Vary your routes and rest stops. And the correct answer is D. Vary your routes and rest stops. When carrying high-value goods, you can become a target for thieves. Avoid developing a set routine or a set pattern. Vary your routes whenever possible to make it difficult for thieves to predict when and where your cargo can be intercepted. Next question. What is the final thing that you should do after you are recoupling a trailer? A. Connect the brake lines. B. Connect the electrical lines. C. Raise the trailer legs. Or D. Release the trailer parking brake. And the correct answer is D. Release the trailer parking brake. It's important to work methodically when you are uncoupling or when you are recoupling a tractor unit and trailer. After recoupling, check that all connections, systems, and lights are working correctly. Next question. Why are ropes unsuitable to tie down a load of scrap metal? A. Ropes are hard to tie. B. Ropes are hard to untie. C. Ropes can wear and snap. Or D. Ropes will loosen in the rain. And the correct answer is C. Ropes can wear and snap. When securing a load, the driver must use the most suitable type of restraint. Scrap metal is likely to have sharp edges that could wear through straps or ropes. Security of the road security of the load is your responsibility or the driver's responsibility. A load which has been correctly secured shouldn't move if an emergency arises. Question number 5. You are driving a leaden articulated lorry with a maximum authorized mass of 38 tons on a dual carriageway in England. What speed limit applies to your vehicle after passing this sign or the sign on your screens? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour may be the legal speed limit for a goods vehicle on a dual carriageway in England and Wales, but this doesn't mean that it's safe to drive at that speed. You should always take into account the road that you are driving on, the weather and the traffic conditions, and maintain safety margins. Next question. Which of these signs means that you cannot drive your lorry past this point? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign B. No motor vehicles are allowed past this sign. Although a motorcycle and car are shown, the restriction applies to all motor vehicles. Next question. What could happen if you drive a double-deck lorry with the top deck loaded and the lower deck empty? A. The brakes will be less effective. B. The lorry may overturn when cornering. C. The lorry will become unstable under normal braking. Or D. You will need to change gear more often. And the correct answer is B. The lorry may overturn when cornering. If you are only carrying half a load on a double-deck lorry, this should be carried on the lower deck whenever possible. With only the top deck loaded, your lorry is top heavy and at risk of overturning as you drive around bends and corners. Next question. When must you notify phone companies that you are moving a high load? A. When the load's height exceeds 4 meters or 13 feet. B. When the load's height exceeds 4.30 meters or 14 feet 2 inches. C. When the load's height exceeds 5 meters or 16 feet 6 inches. Or D. When the load's height exceeds 5.25 meters or 17 feet and 6 inches. And the correct answer is D. When the load's height exceeds 5.25 meters or 17 feet and 6 inches. You should tell telephone companies about your intended route when you are planning the movement of loads over 5.25 meters or 17 feet 6 inches high. You should tell them in plenty of time before you make the journey. Next question. Before you start driving, which of the following should you complete on the center field of your tachograph chart? A. the details of the goods you are carrying, B, the amount of daily rest taken prior to starting the shift, C, the name and the address of your employer, or D, the starting point of your day's journey. And the correct answer is D, the starting point of your day's journey. Before you start your journey, you must record a number of items on your tachograph chart. One of these is where your journey begins. Question number 10. You are on a motorway. Your lorry has a maximum authorized mass of more than 7.5 tons. What does this sign mean to you? The sign on your screens. A. You can only use the right-hand lane. B. You can use the middle or the right-hand lane. C. You can't leave the motorway at this junction. Or D. You must not use the right-hand lane. And the correct answer is D. You must not use the right-hand lane. At motorway roadworks, some lanes may be narrower than normal, and so large vehicles may not be allowed to use those lanes. Look for weight limit signs to check for any lanes that you cannot use. Therefore, move to the appropriate lane in good time. Next question. What is the principal braking system on a lorry called? A. The endurance brake. B. The jake brake. C. The parking brake. Or D. The service brake. And the correct answer is D. The service brake. The service brake is usually operated by the brake pedal. It's used to control the speed of the vehicle and to bring it to a halt safely. It may also incorporate an anti-lock braking system. Next question. When is a high-sided vehicle most affected by side wind? A. When the vehicle is being reversed. B. When it's stationary. C. When it's traveling empty. Or D. When it's traveling loaded. And the correct answer is C. When the vehicle is traveling empty. Take care if you are driving an empty high-sided vehicle when it's windy outside. Watch for places where the conditions could suddenly change, such as a gap between buildings or when you are passing under a bridge. Reduce your speed and stay alert for other road users who are also affected by these weather conditions. Next question. You are driving a lorry towards a high bridge on a windy day. What should you expect? A. Changed weight limits. B. Lane closures. C. Minimum speed limits. Or D. No restrictions for lorries. And the correct answer is B. Lane closures. In windy weather, exposed stretches of road may have lane closures or there may be diversions for some types of vehicles. Consider this when you are planning your journey because delays like this will add to your driving time. Next question. Which vehicle is most at risk in windy conditions? A. High-sided lorry. B. Saloon car. C. Single-deck bus. Or D. Tractor unit. And the correct answer is A. High-sided lorry. High-sided vehicles are severely affected by side wind because of the large surface area of the bodywork. The risk of loss of control is increased if the vehicle is unladen. Question number 15. During your working day, you change to another vehicle with the same type of tachograph. How should you keep your tachograph record up to date? A. Install a new chart in the other vehicle. B. Record your driving hours in a record book. C. Take the chart with you and use it in the other vehicle. Or D. Use the chart that's already in the other vehicle. And the correct answer is C. Take the chart with you and use it in the other vehicle. If you change vehicles during the day, you should take your chart with you and use it in your next vehicle. This, however, is not always possible as charts produced by different manufacturers may not be interchangeable. In this case, you should use another chart, making sure that all of the information for the day is recorded. Next question. You are driving an articulated lorry on a narrow road. There is a left-hand bend ahead. Why may you need to move out before driving around the bend? A. To leave more room for braking. B. To make room for the trailer cutting in. C. To make sure that oncoming drivers see you. Or D. To prevent anyone from overtaking. And the correct answer is B. To make room for the trailer cutting in. You should always be aware of the amount of room your trailer needs when you are going around the bends and corners. If you need to go onto the other side of the road, make sure that there is no oncoming traffic before you move out. Next question. Which of these vehicles will be most at risk of rollover when laden? Vehicle A, Vehicle B, Vehicle C, or Vehicle D? And the correct answer is Vehicle A. Rollover usually happens as a result of the inside rear wheels of an articulated vehicle starting to lift when the driver changes direction sharply. This tends to happen when a driver is changing direction to leave a roundabout. If the load moves during the change of direction, the vehicle is increasingly at risk of rolling over. The problem often involves vehicles carrying fluids in bulk, such as carrying petrol. Next question. What is prohibited when a red route is in operation? A. Changing lanes. B. Overtaking. C. Stopping or parking. Or D. Straddling the lines. And the correct answer is C. Stopping or parking. The hours of operation of red routes vary from one area to another. So, as a rule, you must not stop on a red route, but there may be special marked boxes where loading and unloading can be carried out at certain times. Look out for signs giving information about the restrictions in place. For example, the sign that you see at the bottom of your screen, where you see the red route, but it's also giving you specific instructions where you can't stop on any day between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., except for loading for 20 minutes between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. But of course, it will vary depending on the area. So please make sure that you always check the extra information. Next question. How frequently should the components of a fifth wheel coupling be inspected? A. Daily. B. Monthly. C. Weekly. Or D. Yearly. And the correct answer is B. Monthly. A fifth wheel must be maintained properly. It requires regular lubrication and inspection. This should be carried out monthly or every 10,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. Question number 20. You are loading goods of varying weights. How should they be distributed over the width of the vehicle? A. Heavy items at the front and light items at the rear. B. Heavy items near the center line, light items towards the sides. C. Light items at the front, heavy items at the rear. Or D. Light items near the center line and heavy items towards the sides. And the correct answer is B. Heavy items near the center line and light items towards the sides. To achieve maximum stability, the load should be placed to keep the center of gravity as low as possible. To do this, heavy items should be placed close to the center line and spread over the full length of the vehicle. Lighter items should be placed along the sides. Question number 21. What could be the result of overloading an axle while loading a lorry? A. Damage to the road surface. B. Damage to the tachograph. C. Increased tire life. Or D. Reduced tire temperature. And the correct answer is A. Damage to the road surface. Overloading an axle has an impact on the environment, causing damage to road surfaces. You also risk a fine and driving penalties. Next question. Which load may need to be transported at a controlled temperature? A. Beer barrels. B. Bulk grain. C. Chemicals. Or D. Sugar. And the correct answer is C. Chemicals. Some highly dangerous chemicals have to be transported at prescribed temperature. Drivers must be fully trained in the use of these specially designed temperature-controlled vehicles. Next question. What should staff from AGEM Revenue and Customs or the HMRC be looking for at a roadside check? A. Driver's hours records. B. Exhaust emissions. C. Red diesel. Or D. Vehicle defects. And the correct answer is C. Red diesel. HMRC can check the type of fuel you are using and the type and legality of your load. Red diesel is dyed gas oil with a lower tax than regular diesel. It can only be used in agricultural and construction vehicles such as tractors. Red diesel must not be used in freight transport. Next question. You are uncoupling a trailer. What must you do before disconnecting any of the airlines? A. Apply the trailer parking brake. B. Disconnect the electrical line. C. Drain the air tanks. Or D. Lower the landing gear. And the correct answer is A. Apply the trailer parking brake. Whenever you uncouple a trailer, you must work through the uncoupling process methodically. Start by making sure that the brakes are applied on both the vehicle and the trailer. Question number 25. What can happen to drivers who break EU tachograph regulations? A. They can be given 3 warnings. B. They can be heavily fined. C. They can be let off if they are new to using tachographs. Or D. They can have their passport withdrawn. And the correct answer is B. They can be heavily fined. The driver must take responsibility and follow the driver's hours and the tachograph rules. Failure to do so can result in legal action and penalties, such as a fine. Next question. What must you do when you are using a vehicle fitted with an analog tachograph? A. Carry enough approved charts. B. Reuse charts twice. C. Use the damaged charts if they are clean. Or D. Use dirty charts if they are undamaged. And the correct answer is A. Carry enough approved charts. Make sure that you carry enough approved tachograph charts for your journey. Store your spare charts in a plastic wallet to keep them clean and undamaged. Next question. Under EU rules, your minimum daily rest is 11 hours. On 3 days of the week, this may be reduced to what length of time? A. 10 hours. B. 7 hours. C. 8 hours. Or D. 9 hours. And the correct answer is D. 9 hours. Under EU rules, you must have a minimum daily rest of 11 consecutive hours. A reduced daily rest period is any period of rest of at least 9 hours, but less than 11 hours. Next question. You are approaching a bridge which has no height restriction on it. What's the minimum height under the bridge? A. 3.6 meters or 11 feet and 10 inches. B. 4.4 meters or 14 feet 5 inches. C. 4.8 meters or 16 feet. Or D. 5 meters or 16 feet and 6 inches. And the correct answer is D. 5 meters or 16 feet and 6 inches. The headroom under bridges in the UK is at least 5 meters or 16 feet and 6 inches unless otherwise stated. Where the overhead clearance is arched, this headroom is normally only between the limits marked. So, unless you see a bridge which has no signs on it, most of the bridges will have a height limit sign. So please make sure that you pay attention to those. Next question. You arrive at an incident involving a motorcyclist. The motorcyclist is unconscious and bleeding. What should be your priority? A. Check the casualties airway. B. Make a list of witnesses. C. Sweep up any loose debris. Or D. Take the numbers of the vehicles involved. And the correct answer is A. Check the casualties airway. At a traffic incident, the danger of further collisions and fire needs to be dealt with first. Then you should deal with injuries in this order: airway, breathing, compressions, and bleeding. Don't remove a motorcyclist's helmet unless it's essential to do so. Removing that helmet might actually cause further injury to the motorcyclist. Question number 30. You have stopped at the scene of an incident where there are casualties. What should you do to help? A. Clear debris from the road. B. Give injured people a warm drink. C. Keep injured people on the move by walking them around. Or D. Keep injured people warm and comfortable. And the correct answer is D. Keep injured people warm and comfortable. If you stop to give help at an incident and there are casualties, don't move injured people unless there is further danger. Keep them warm, comfortable, and calm. Don't give them anything to drink. Next question. What should you do if you are the first person to arrive at the scene of an incident? A. Ask everyone who is not injured to leave the scene. B. Offer a calming cigarette to those involved. C. Take photographs of the scene. Or D. Warn other traffic to prevent further collisions. And the correct answer is D. Warn other traffic to prevent further collisions. Warn other traffic of the incident without putting yourself or others at risk. Once the danger of further collisions is dealt with, call the emergency services. And while you are waiting for the emergency services to arrive, keeping casualties or witnesses calm is important, but never offer a cigarette because of the risk of fire. Next question. You arrive at the scene of an incident where a motorcyclist is lying in the middle of the road and the motorcyclist is unconscious. What is the first thing that you should do? A. Clear the road of debris. B. Give the rider reassurance. C. Move the rider out of the road. Or D. Warn other traffic. And the correct answer is D. Warn other traffic. At the scene of an incident, the first priority is to prevent any further collisions by warning the traffic. You can warn other traffic by switching on your hazard warning lights or displaying an advanced warning triangle or by any other appropriate means. Next question. Your steering suddenly becomes heavy to turn. What could make this happen? A. A fault with the power assisted steering. B. A faulty parking brake. C. A loss of air brake pressure. Or D. An uneven road surface. And the correct answer is A. A fault with the power assisted steering. If the steering becomes heavy, the power assisted steering may have failed. It's also possible that your vehicle has a puncture or the load might have shifted. You should stop safely, investigate the cause, and call for help if necessary. Next question. How can you help to reduce the impact of road transport on the environment? A. By avoiding high gears. B. By braking in good time. C. By increasing your overall speed. Or D. By reducing rest periods. And the correct answer is B. By braking in good time. Good forward planning will reduce fuel consumption and engine emissions. This will cause less wear on the vehicle and the tires, as well as reducing environmental pollution. Question number 35. What should you do to prevent fuel spillage? A. Close and secure the filler cap. B. Place the drip tray correctly. C. Stop refueling when the tank is half full. Or D. Use a filtered fuel system. And the correct answer is A. Close and secure the filler cap. Fuel spilled on the road is a serious danger to other road users, especially to motorcyclists. To prevent this from happening, make sure that the filler cap is secure after refueling. Next question. At a junction, you see this sign, which is on your screens, partly covered by snow. What does the sign mean? A. Crossroads. B. Give way. C. Stop. Or D. Turn right. And the correct answer is C. Stop. The stop sign is the only sign in the shape of a hexagon. This helps you to recognize the sign even when the wording on it can't be seen. Next question. What should you do if you see this sign when you are about to overtake? So please refer to the sign on your screens right now. A. Hold back until you can see clearly ahead. B. Move to the right to get a better view. C. Overtake the other driver as quickly as possible. Or D. Switch your headlights on before you overtake. And the correct answer is A. Hold back until you can see clearly ahead. You won't be able to see any hazards that might be out of sight in the dip. As well as oncoming traffic, there may be cyclists, horse riders, parked vehicles, or pedestrians hidden from view. Only start to overtake when you can see that the road ahead is clear, giving you enough time to overtake safely. Next question. You are at an incident. Why may it be harmful to move a casualty? A. You could be accused of assault. B. You could cause more injury. C. You could damage your back. Or D. You could get blood on your hands. And the correct answer is B. You could cause more injury. Be especially careful about moving casualties at the scene of an incident. Inexperienced handling of a casualty could cause even more injury or could even prove to be fatal. Only move casualties if they are in danger, for example, from fire. Next question. What does this sign mean? So, as usual, please refer to the sign on your screens. A. No stopping at any time. B. No stopping at peak times. C. Stop only to pick up passengers. Or D. Stop only to set down passengers. And the correct answer is A. No stopping at any time. This traffic sign means no stopping on the main carriageway at any time, not even to set down passengers. However, you may stop in a lay-by. Question number 40. Which of these signs shows an uphill gradient? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? So uphill gradient. And the correct answer is sign C. You will need to identify the sign in good time so that you can select an appropriate gear. Next question. Which of these signs means uneven road? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign B. Some signs can look similar to others, but each one has a different meaning. For example, this sign looks a little like the sign for a hump bridge. Learn the meaning of every sign to prepare yourself for how to react to them. Next question. Which fuel provides a reduction in exhaust emissions harmful to human health? A. Blue diesel. B. High sulfur diesel. C. Low sulfur diesel. Or D. Red diesel? And the correct answer is C. Low sulfur diesel. Low sulfur diesel reduces the levels of sulfur dioxide particles in exhaust emissions. It's widely available and makes a contribution to reducing emissions which are harmful to human health. Next question. What should you do if you lose your way in heavy traffic? A. Check a map as you keep moving with the traffic. B. Drive on until you find a safe place to stop. C. Shout to other drivers to ask them the way. Or D. Stop at traffic lights and ask pedestrians. And the correct answer is B. Drive on until you find a safe place to stop. Driving in heavy traffic needs 100% of your concentration. If you become lost, please find a safe place to stop before you check a map or before you ask for directions. Don't risk losing concentration by glancing at a map while you are driving, even if you are in traffic that keeps stopping. Next question. You notice that one of your tires has a bulge in the side wall. What will happen if you drive the vehicle? A. The vehicle will become unstable on corners. B. You will break the law and risk prosecution. C. Your speedometer will give an incorrect reading. Or D. Your tachograph reading won't be accurate. And the correct answer is B. You will break the law and you will risk prosecution. It is a legal requirement that your tires have at least the minimum permitted depth of tread and are in good condition before you start any journey. Make sure that you check them before you set off and you check them at regular intervals. Question number 45. Your vehicle is more than 3 meters or 9 feet and 10 inches high. Where is this information displayed? A. In the driver's cab. B. In the engine bay. C. On the weight plate. Or D. On the windscreen. And the correct answer is A, in the driver's cab. It is a legal requirement that information about a vehicle's height can be seen by the driver from their seat. It's important to know the height of your vehicle so that you can avoid any height restrictions on your route. Next question. What will cause your fuel consumption to increase? A. Continuous use of air conditioning. B. Continuous use of the air suspension. C. Continuous use of the electrical retarder. Or D. Continuous use of the mirrors. And the correct answer is A. Continuous use of the air conditioning. Use your air conditioning only when it's absolutely necessary. Running it continuously increases overall fuel consumption by up to 15%. Next question. How can vehicle breakdowns be reduced? A. By avoiding bad weather. B. By driving slowly. C. By regular cleaning. Or D. By regular servicing. And the correct answer is D. By regular servicing. Following the vehicle manufacturer's guidelines for service intervals will enable worn components to be replaced before they fail. This will help prevent costly breakdowns. Next question. What could happen if you overfill your engine with oil? A. Exhaust emissions could be reduced. B. Some gaskets might be damaged. C. The handling may improve. Or D. You could wait longer before the next service. And the correct answer is B. Some gaskets might be damaged. If you overfill the engine with oil, you could cause the engine to build up too much pressure when it's running. This could cause damage to oil seals and gaskets. Next question. Your engine catches fire. What should you do before you attempt to put the fire out? A. Drive to the nearest fire station. B. Empty the air tanks. C. Open the engine housing wide. Or D. Shut off the fuel supply. And the correct answer is D. Shut off the fuel supply. An engine fire is serious. If the fire breaches the fuel lines, it can easily spread to the fuel tank. If that happens, both the vehicle and the cargo will probably be lost. Therefore, your priority is to shut off the fuel supply. Question number 50. When should you consider the effect of a speed limiter will have on your vehicle? A. When you are braking. B. When you change gears. C. When you are overtaking. Or D. When you are reversing. And the correct answer is C. When you overtake. Plan well ahead before you overtake. Be aware that a speed limiter may cause you difficulties when you are trying to overtake another vehicle, particularly when climbing a hill. Next question. You are driving a large vehicle in gusty conditions. Which vehicle is most likely to be affected by buffeting when you overtake it? A. A car. B. A flatbed lorry. C. A loaded tanker. Or D. A motorcycle. And the correct answer is D. A motorcycle. The lighter the vehicle, the more likely it is to be affected by the buffeting from your vehicle in windy weather. Give motorcyclists and cyclists extra room when you overtake them, as your vehicle's draught can easily upset their control and balance. Next question. What should anti-lock brakes let you do when you have to stop in an emergency? A. Brake more gently. B. Brake much later. C. Maintain steering control. Or D. Stop over a long distance. And the correct answer is C. Maintain steering control. Anti-lock brakes, or ABS, are a driver's aid and can help you maintain steering control whilst you are braking. However, you must not rely on them to get you out of trouble or expect to be able to make sudden direction changes if you are going too fast. Next question. You approach a pelican crossing which goes straight across the road. How must you treat the pelican crossing if it has a central island? A. As one continuous crossing. B. As one crossing in daylight only. C. As two crossings during darkness. Or D. As two separate crossings. And the correct answer is A. As one continuous crossing. A pelican crossing which goes straight across the road must be treated as one continuous crossing even if it has a central island. The lights controlling the crossing show to both directions of traffic. You must give way to pedestrians who are still crossing when the amber light is flashing. Next question. What must you check before you set out on a journey? A. That your mirrors are clean. B. That your mirrors are concave. C. That your mirrors are convex. Or D. That your mirrors are tinted. And the correct answer is A. That your mirrors are clean. It's important to know what's happening behind as well as ahead. Your mirrors must always be clean and properly adjusted. Question number 55. What should you do if you feel tired while you are driving on a motorway? A. Carry on but drive slowly. B. Leave the motorway at the next exit. C. Stop on the hard shoulder for a rest. Or D. Try to complete your journey more quickly. And the correct answer is B. Leave the motorway at the next exit. Don't continue to drive if you feel the onset of tiredness. Find a safe place to stop and rest. Walking around in fresh air during your break will help, but it's not a substitute for adequate rest. Next question. What problem may you have when you are driving at night? A. It takes longer to stop. B. It's more difficult to keep to the speed limits. C. There will be an increase in traffic. Or D. You will have reduced visibility. And the correct answer is D. You will have reduced visibility. You must be able to stop safely in the distance that you can see to be clear ahead. This will be the distance illuminated by your headlights or by street lights and will generally be less than you can see in the daylight. Next question. You are in the left-hand lane on a 3-lane motorway. Why should you check for any vehicles in the right-hand lane before you decide to overtake? A. They may accelerate briskly in front of you. B. They may be moving faster than you. C. They may cut in sharply behind you. Or D. They may move back in the middle lane as you move out. And the correct answer is D. They may move back to the middle lane as you move out of the lane. Vehicles overtaking in the right-hand lane may return to the center lane when they finished their maneuver. You should look for this before starting to pull out. Don't rely on the size of your vehicle to claim right of way. Next question. Why should you check for motorcyclists just before you turn right into a side road? A. They might be emerging from the side road. B. They might be following you closely. C. They might be overtaking on your left. Or D. They might be overtaking on your right. And the correct answer is D. They might be overtaking on your right. Never attempt to change direction to the right without first checking your right-hand mirror. A motorcyclist might not have seen your signal and could have decided to overtake. This action should be a matter of routine. Next question. What happens at toucan crossings? A. Cyclists are not permitted. B. Pedestrians and cyclists may cross. C. There is a continuously flashing amber beacon. Or D. You only stop when a pedestrian is waiting. And the correct answer is B. Pedestrians and cyclists may cross on the crossing. Toucan crossings can be used by cyclists and by pedestrians. Some cycle routes lead cyclists to these crossings. Always look out for cyclists as they are likely to be approaching much faster than pedestrians. Question number 60. What action would you take when elderly people are crossing the road? A. Be patient and allow them to cross in their own time. B. Rev the engine to let them know that you are waiting. C. Tap the horn in case they are hard of hearing. Or D. Wave them across so that they know that you've seen them. And the correct answer is A. Be patient and allow them to cross in their own time. Don't hurry elderly people across the road by getting too close to them or by revving the engine. Be aware that they might take longer to cross. They might also have hearing difficulties and they maybe wouldn't hear you approaching. Next question. You are approaching this roundabout and you see the cyclist signaling right. Why is the cyclist keeping to the left? Please check the image on your screens. And let's have a look at the options. A. It's a quicker route. B. The highway code doesn't apply to cyclists. C. They may use the left-hand lane to turn right. Or D. They are going to turn left instead. And the correct answer is C. They may use the left-hand lane to turn right. Cyclists in today's heavy traffic can be hazardous. Some cyclists might not feel happy about crossing the path of traffic to take up a position in an outside lane. So please be aware of this and understand that even though they are in the left-hand lane, the cyclist might actually be turning right. Next question. Why must these road markings be kept clear? Please refer to the photo or picture on your screens. So, why must the markings be kept clear? A. To allow an unobstructed view of the area. B. To allow school children to be dropped off. C. To allow school children to be picked up. Or D. To allow teachers to park. And the correct answer is A. To allow an unobstructed view of the area. Keeping the markings clear ensures that drivers and riders passing and children crossing have a clear, unrestricted view of each other. Next question. You are on a country road. What should you expect to see coming towards you on your side of the road? A. Bicycles. B. Horse riders. C. Motorcycles. Or D. Pedestrians. And the correct answer is D. Pedestrians. On a quiet country road, always be aware that there may be a hazard just around the next bend, such as a slow moving vehicle or pedestrians. There might not be a pavement and people may be walking on your side of the road. Next question. A horse rider is in the left-hand lane approaching a roundabout. What should you expect the rider to do? A. Go ahead. B. Go in any direction. C. Turn left. Or D. Turn right. And the correct answer is B. Go in any direction. Horses and their riders will move more slowly than other road users. They might not have time to cut across heavy traffic to take up a position in the offside lane when they are turning right. It could also be hazardous for them to do that. Therefore, a horse and the rider may approach a roundabout in the left-hand lane even though they are in fact turning right. Question number 65. You are driving through a tunnel. What should you do if your vehicle breaks down? A. Rely on CCTV cameras seeing you. B. Remain in your vehicle. C. Switch on hazard warning lights. Or D. Wait for the police to find you. And the correct answer is C. Switch on your hazard warning lights. If your vehicle breaks down in a tunnel, it could present a danger to other traffic. So first, switch on your hazard warning lights. If there are passengers in your vehicle, take them to the nearest exit point. You should then call for help from an emergency telephone. Don't rely on being found by the police or on being seen by a CCTV camera. The longer a vehicle stays in an exposed position, the more danger it poses to other traffic. Next question. What should you do if a front tire bursts while you are driving on a motorway? A. Brake firmly to a stop. B. Drive to the next service area. C. Hold the steering wheel firmly. Or D. Loosen your grip on the steering wheel. And the correct answer is C. Hold the steering wheel firmly. A front tire bursting will seriously reduce your control of the vehicle. So please keep calm and resist the temptation to brake hard or to swerve. Hold the steering wheel firmly and try to get the vehicle onto the hard shoulder while allowing it to slow down gradually. Stop as far to the left as you possibly can and switch on your hazard warning lights. Next question. You are following a motorcyclist along a potholed road. How should you adjust your driving to take account of this situation? A. Drive alongside them. B. Give them extra room. C. Stay close behind them. Or D. Try to pass them. And the correct answer is B. Give them extra room. Good forward planning can help you keep other road users out of trouble. Information to help you do this is available if you look for it. Watch for clues, for example, a motorcyclist taking a lifesaver look over their shoulder could be about to change direction. Next question. What should you do when you are following a scooter on a poor road surface? A. Overtake without any delay. B. Sound your horn as you get close. C. Stay close behind until you can pass. Or D. Stay well back and allow them room. And the correct answer is D. Stay well back and allow them room. On a poor road surface, the rider may need to move out to avoid potholes. You may not get much warning. A look to the right or a lifesaver check may warn you that they are about to move out. Stay well back and allow the rider plenty of room until you can pass safely. Next question. Under EU rules, you can drive for a maximum of 9 hours a day. On how many days each week can this be extended to 10 hours? A. 4 days. B. 1 day. C. 3 days. Or D. 2 days. And the correct answer is D. 2 days. Under EU rules, your normal daily driving time must not exceed 9 hours. This 9-hour period is defined as the time between any two daily rest periods or a daily rest period and a weekly rest period. You are allowed to extend these hours to 10 hours twice a week. Question number 70. How much longer will your stopping distance be in snow than in dry weather? A. 5 times as long. B. 4 times as long. C. 10 times as long. Or D. Twice as long. And the correct answer is C. 10 times as long. In icy or in snowy weather, your stopping distance can increase by up to 10 times. Because snowy weather increases the distance needed to stop, you must look further ahead and leave an increased safety margin. Next question. What do you need to be aware of when you are driving a vehicle fitted with power-assisted steering? A. It causes less tire wear. B. It makes it easier for you to steer. C. It only works at high speeds. Or D. It prevents you from oversteering. And the correct answer is B. It makes it easier for you to steer. Power-assisted steering operates when the engine is running. If a fault develops, much greater effort is required to turn the steering wheel. Don't attempt to drive a vehicle if you are aware of a fault in the power steering system. Next question. What is most likely to cause a burst tire? A. Always operating in cool weather. B. Frequent gear changing in varying conditions. C. Mixing tires with different tread depth. Or D. Running tires underinflated. And the correct answer is D. Running tires underinflated. Next question. What is the most likely cause if your steering starts to feel heavy? A. A burst rear tire. B. A wet road. C. An icy road. Or D. Faulty power steering. And the correct answer is D. Faulty power steering. Modern large vehicles are fitted with power-assisted steering. If the steering, however, feels heavy, there is likely to be a fault, which should be investigated and repaired as soon as possible. Next question. At Toucan crossings, pedestrians share the crossing with which other road users? A. Cyclists. B. Horse riders. C. Motorcyclists. Or D. Trams. And the correct answer is A. Cyclists. A toucan crossing is signal controlled, but unlike a pelican crossing, it doesn't have a flashing amber light in the sequence. Cyclists and pedestrians, they cross together, and cyclists are allowed to ride their bicycles over the crossing. Question number 75. What should the hard shoulder on a motorway be used for? A. As a safe place to stop for a short rest when you are tired. B. As a place to stop to answer a mobile phone. C. As a place to stop to check a road atlas. Or D. As a place to stop when an emergency arises. And the correct answer is D. As a place to stop when an emergency arises. When an emergency arises, pull onto the hard shoulder and use the emergency phone to report your problem. You will be connected to an operator who will put you through to a breakdown service. Never cross the carriageway or a slip road to use a phone. Next question. You are driving in wet conditions. What should you try to do before braking? A. Make sure that all spray suppression equipment is working. B. Make sure that the gear lever is in neutral. C. Make sure that there is no mist on your rear view mirrors. Or D. Make sure that your vehicle is traveling in a straight line. And the correct answer is D. Make sure that your vehicle is traveling in a straight line. If you need to brake when the road surface is wet, do so while your vehicle is traveling in a straight line. This will reduce the risk of skidding. As a professional driver, you should routinely brake in good time so that you don't brake and change direction at the same time. Next question. You are driving on a road with an uneven surface. What should you do if you are following a motorcyclist along this road? A. Allow extra room in case the rider swerves to avoid potholes. B. Drive close behind and get ready to overtake. C. Drive closely to shield the rider. Or D. Leave less room so the rider can see you in their mirrors. And the correct answer is A. Allow extra room in case the rider swerves to avoid potholes. Never follow any road user too closely. This is particularly important when you are following scooter or motorcycle riders or cyclists. They might brake or they might swerve suddenly, for example, to avoid a pothole on a road with a poor surface. Next question. What should you do if a car driver makes a mistake which causes you to brake? A. Drive close behind and sound your horn. B. Flag the driver down and explain the mistake. C. Keep calm and don't retaliate. Or D. Overtake and sound your horn. And the correct answer is C. Keep calm and don't retaliate. Sometimes other road users will disobey the rules or they will make errors of judgment. Try to accept this calmly and learn from their mistakes. Next question. What should you do if another driver does something which upsets you? A. Flash your headlights several times. B. Let them know how you feel. C. Sound your horn. Or D. Stay calm and don't retaliate. And the correct answer is D. Stay calm and don't retaliate. Sometimes other drivers or riders, they make a mistake. If this happens, try not to let this worry you. Don't react by sounding the horn, by flashing your headlights, or by shouting at the other driver. It will not help the situation. A professional driver will remain calm and stay focused on their driving. Question number 80. At an incident, a casualty has stopped breathing. What should you do to help them? A. Raise their legs to help with circulation. B. Remove any obstruction from their mouth. C. Tilt their head as far forward as possible. D. Try to give them something to drink. And the correct answer is B. Remove any obstruction from their mouth. To help a casualty who is not breathing, you should remove any obstructions from their mouth and tilt their head back slightly. These actions will help to keep their airway clear and maintain the correct position if mouth-to-mouth resuscitation is required. Next question. The Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency, or the DVSA, and the police carry out spot checks for faulty vehicles. What will happen to the vehicle if serious defects are found? A. It will be impounded until a new driver is found. B. It will be ordered back to the depot to unload goods or passengers. C. It will be prohibited from further use until the defects are rectified. Or D. It will be restricted to 30 miles per hour for the remainder of the journey. And the correct answer is C. It will be prohibited from further use until the defects are rectified. DVSA or the police can order an immediate prohibition. The vehicle may be immobilized and you won't be able to drive it until the faults have been rectified. Details are notified to the traffic commissioner. Never use a vehicle which you know is faulty. Next question. Bus and lorry tires have codes on their sidewalls. What do these codes refer to? A. Minimum temperature. B. Running pressure. C. Speed capability. Or D. Tread depth. And the correct answer is C, speed capability. Codes are shown on the wall of the tire. These refer to the maximum load and speed capability of the tire. Next question. You have parked on the roadside. What must you do before you leave the vehicle? A. Remove your personal items. B. Reset the retarder. C. Stop the engine. Or D. Switch off the tachograph. And the correct answer is C. Stop the engine. Before leaving your vehicle parked, you must stop the engine. The parking brake must be set and the vehicle should be safe and secure when you leave the cab. Next question. You are turning right onto a dual carriageway from a side road. What should you do if your vehicle is too long for the gap in the central reservation? A. Edge out slowly so that other traffic will see you. B. Move forward and wait in the middle. C. Move out, blocking traffic from the right. Or D. Wait until it's clear in both directions. And the correct answer is D. Wait until it's clear in both directions. When you are turning right onto a dual carriageway, don't stop in the gap in the central reservation unless your vehicle will fit in the gap without any overhang. When it's busy, consider turning left and using a roundabout further up the road so you don't have to cross the central reservation. Question number 85. Which of these is the main cause of collisions involving motorcycles? A. Icy roads. B. Other drivers. C. Other motorcyclists. Or D. Wet roads. And the correct answer is B. Other drivers. The main reason why there are so many collisions at junctions is that drivers fail to see motorcyclists. A bright jacket or a single headlight may help you identify an approaching motorcyclist, but you should be aware that not all motorcyclists wear bright clothing or use their headlights during the day. Next question. You are found to be 2.5 times over the legal drink-drive limit and you are disqualified from driving. Before you regain your license, who will you have to satisfy that you don't have an alcohol problem? A. Alcoholics Anonymous. B. The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency. C. The Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency. Or D. The local hospital. And the correct answer is B. The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency. If you are disqualified from driving because you were 2.5 times over the legal limit, you will be classified as a high-risk offender. Before you can regain your license, you will have to satisfy the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency or the DVLA that you do not have an alcohol problem. Next question. What do yellow zigzag lines on the road outside the school mean? A. Sound your horn to alert other road users. B. Stop to allow children to cross. C. You must not drive over these lines. Or D. You must not wait or park on these lines. And the correct answer is D. You must not wait or park on these lines. Parking on the yellow zigzag lines will block the view of the school entrance. This will endanger the lives of children wanting to cross the road on their way to and from school. Next question. What does this sign mean? A. Double hump bridge. B. Road humps. C. Rumble strips. Or D. Uneven road. And the correct answer is D. Uneven road. Slow down when you see a warning sign for an uneven road. Be especially careful if you are carrying passengers, livestock, or fragile items. Next question. You are reversing your vehicle. What should you do while the audible warning device is operating? A. Be cautious and keep looking all around. B. Concentrate solely on your blind areas. C. Expect others to be aware of your course. Or D. Rely on a clear path behind. And the correct answer is A. Be cautious and keep looking all around. Don't rely on an audible warning device to claim right of way. It's your responsibility to be cautious and take all around observation while you are reversing. Question number 90. Where can you get help to plan your route before you start a journey? A. A motoring organization. B. The driver and vehicle licensing agency. C. Your local filling station. Or D. Your vehicle manufacturer. And the correct answer is A. A motoring organization. Most motoring organization websites allow you to create a detailed plan of your trip showing directions and distances. Some of them also include advice on rest and fuel stops. The Traffic England website will give you information on roadworks and incidents along with expected delay times. Next question. What would be the most likely effect of driving with the ref counter in the red band? A. You would create a false tachograph reading. B. You would damage the engine. C. You would have optimum fuel economy. Or D. You would improve engine efficiency. And the correct answer is B. You would damage the engine. Driving with the rev counter in the red band will cause the engine to wear prematurely and can lead to expensive repairs. This could result in the vehicle being off the road for some time. Next question. What should you do to help your concentration when you have to drive through the night? A. Eat a big meal in the middle of your shift. B. Eat a meal at the beginning of your shift. C. Eat lots of snacks while you are driving. Or D. Eat nothing during your period of work. And the correct answer is B. Eat a meal at the beginning of your shift. Concentration will be improved by eating regular light meals timed to fit in with your scheduled rest periods. If you don't eat at all, your blood sugar levels will drop and you will feel tired. If you just eat snack foods, most of which are sugary or high in fat, your energy levels will peak and then drop, and eating while you are driving is a dangerous distraction. Next question. Under EU driver's hours regulations, a 45-minute break must be taken after 4.5 hours of driving. What shorter breaks can this be split onto? A. One break of 10 minutes plus one break of 35 minutes. B. One break of 15 minutes, then another of 30 minutes. C. One break of 20 minutes plus another break of 25 minutes. Or D. One break of 40 minutes plus one break of 5 minutes. And the correct answer is B. One break of 15 minutes plus one break of 30 minutes. Under EU regulations, you must take a break of at least 45 minutes after 4.5 hours of driving. You may choose to take this break during the driving period. In this case, it can be split into two breaks of at least 15 and 30 minutes taken in that order. Next question. What is the first thing that you should try to do if your vehicle catches fire whilst you are driving through a tunnel? A. Drive out of the tunnel. B. Stop and leave the vehicle immediately. C. Stop and put out the fire. Or D. Stop at the side of the tunnel. And the correct answer is A. Drive out of the tunnel. If your vehicle catches fire in a tunnel, you should first try to drive the vehicle out, but only if you can do that safely. Next question. Question number 95. What helps you to become an eco-safe driver? A. Accelerating rapidly. B. Avoiding block changing. C. Being aware of hazards. Or D. Using air conditioning. And the correct answer is C. Being aware of hazards. Driving in an eco-safe manner means that you plan well ahead for hazards and you react in good time. This can save fuel and is therefore good for the environment. Next question. Where can the axle weight limits be found? A. On the operator's license. B. On the vehicle plate. C. On the weighbridge printout. Or D. On the wheel rims. And the correct answer is B. On the vehicle plate. Individual axle weights are shown on the vehicle plate. This can be found in a prominent place on both the vehicle and the trailer. Next question. Who is responsible for the issue of tachograph charts to a bus or a lorry driver? A. The Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency. B. The Authorized Calibration Center. C. The driver's employer. Or D. The local MOT testing center. And the correct answer is C. The driver's employer. The driver's employer is responsible for the issue of tachograph charts. The driver must ensure that the correct information is recorded on the chart. Next question. You are at the scene of a collision. People sadly are injured. What should be done when the risk of further collisions has been dealt with? A. Clear a parking area for the emergency services. B. Get the casualties to drink something sweet. C. Make sure the emergency services have been called. Or D. Pull people who are hurt out of their vehicles. And the correct answer is C. Make sure that the emergency services have been called. Make sure that you or someone else has called the emergency services. Check the casualties, and if you feel able to give first aid, you can do so. Alternatively, ask any bystanders if they can help. Next question. What does this sign mean? A. Fuel and water tanks will leak. B. Only cars may park here. C. Parking restrictions apply. Or D. Soft verges. And the correct answer is D. Soft verges. This sign tells you that the verge is soft. If you park here, there is a danger that your vehicle will become stuck. This can be inconvenient and could also be costly if you need to be pulled out. In extreme cases, your vehicle may even tip over. Question number 100 and our last question for today. How often must an analog tachograph be checked at an approved calibration center? A. Every 5 years. B. Every 6 years. C. Every 2 years. Or D. Every year. And the correct answer is C. Every 2 years. An analog tachograph must be checked every 2 years and recalibrated and sealed every 6 years. This must be done at an approved calibration center. Digital tachographs, unlike the analog tachographs, must be recalibrated every 2 years.
Mean. A. The distance to a low bridge. B. The distance to a tunnel. C. The length of a low bridge. Or D. The length of a tunnel. And the correct answer is B. The distance to a tunnel. Explanation. As well as a height restriction, the tunnel might have a restriction on the available width of headroom for high vehicles. The advance warning gives you the opportunity to find another route if your vehicle is too high or wide to drive through the tunnel. 2. Who must you tell when your vehicle collides with a bridge? A. The fire service. B. The local authority. C. The police. Or D. Your local garage. The correct answer is C. The police. Explanation. Hitting a bridge with your vehicle can have serious consequences for road and rail traffic. You must tell the police about the incident immediately. If the bridge is a railway bridge, call the railway authority as well as the police to report the incident. 3. What do bells hanging across the road warn drivers of? A. Overhead electric cables ahead. B. Railway level crossing ahead. C. Trams crossing ahead. Or D. Weight restriction ahead. The correct answer is A. Overhead electric cables ahead. Explanation. If your vehicle touches bells suspended over the road, they'll obviously ring. This will warn you that your vehicle exceeds the safe traveling height beneath electrified overhead cables ahead. You must stop immediately and either find another route or take advice. 4. What does this motorway sign mean? A. 11 tons weight limit. B. Lane ahead closed. C. Leave the motorway at the next exit. Or D. Stop. All lanes ahead closed. The correct answer is B. Lane ahead closed. Explanation. Warning lights show when there is danger ahead. This includes lane closures, incidents, fog, or icy roads. 5. You're driving on a motorway and you see this sign. What does it mean? A. End of crawler lane. B. End of hard shoulder. C. End of restriction. Or D. End of weight limit. The correct answer is C. End of restriction. Explanation. Look out for variable message warning signs telling you about lane closures, speed limits, hazards. When you're clear of the restriction, you see a sign telling you that it has ended. 6. Under EU rules, what's the maximum daily driving time allowed? A. 10 hours, extended to 11 hours on 3 days of the week. B. 10 hours, extended to 11 hours on 2 days of the week. C. 9 hours, extended to 10 hours on 2 days of the week. Or D. 9 hours, extended to 11 hours on 3 days of the week. Correct answer is C. 9 hours, extended to 10 hours on 2 days of the week. Explanation. You're allowed to extend your daily driving time twice a week to 10 hours a day. A day is generally any 24-hour period that starts when you begin driving, or at the work again, after the last daily or weekly rest period. 7. What does a tachograph record? A. Driving time. B. Engine temperature. C. Fuel consumption. Or D. Load weight. The correct answer is A. Driving time. Explanation. The tachograph is a tool designed to help you be a safe and responsible driver. The tachograph records details of your journey, including time driven, speed, and rest periods. 8. You are waiting for the emergency services to arrive at the scene of an incident. A pedestrian's leg is bleeding heavily, but there is nothing embedded in the wound. What should you do to help? A. Apply firm pressure to the wound. B. Dab the wound to stop the bleeding. C. Keep both legs flat on the ground. Or D. Wrap an ice pack near the wound. The correct answer is A. Apply firm pressure to the wound. Explanation. If there is nothing embedded in the wound, you can control the blood loss by applying pressure to the wound and raising the leg if possible. 9. At the scene of an incident, an injured person is lying in a busy road. What's the first thing you should do to help? A. Make sure the injured person is kept warm. B. Place them in the recovery position. C. Treat the person for shock. Or D. Warn other traffic. And the correct answer is D. Warn other traffic. Explanation. You should warn other road users that there has been an incident. You can do this by displaying an advanced warning triangle or by switching on hazard warning lights or other lights. However you choose to warn people of the incident, make sure it doesn't put you or others at risk. 10. What should you do if your power-assisted steering fails suddenly? A. Continue driving to the nearest repair center. B. Continue your journey at a lower speed. C. Park and get help. Or D. Return to the depot. And the correct answer is C. Park and get help. Explanation. Faulty power steering will make your steering wheel very difficult or almost impossible to turn. Continuing to drive could cause danger to you and other road users. You should park safely and get help. 11. You discover that one of your rear brake light bulbs has failed. How soon should it be replaced? A. At the next service. B. Immediately. C. On return to your base. Or D. Within 5 days. And the correct answer is B. Immediately. Explanation. Bulbs should be replaced as soon as you're aware that they've failed. Carry a stock of all the various bulbs used on your vehicle, so you can repair a fault without delay. 12. What should you do before leaving your vehicle parked on a public road? A. Adjust the mirrors. B. Put the gear lever into reverse. C. Remove your tachograph chart. Or D. Switch off the engine. The correct answer is D. Switch off the engine. Explanation. It's an offense to leave a vehicle unattended on a public road with the engine running. Take care if you have to open the cab door directly into the road. Look for passing traffic, especially cyclists or motorcyclists that might not be visible in your mirrors. 13. When should you use hazard warning lights? A. To thank a driver for giving way to you. B. To warn other drivers that you are towing. C. When you're approaching queuing traffic on a motorway. Or D. When parked illegally on a busy road. And the correct answer is C. When approaching queuing traffic on a motorway. Explanation. The only time you might use hazard warning lights while driving is when you are on an unrestricted dual carriageway or motorway and you want to warn other drivers of a hazard or obstruction ahead. Only use them for long enough to make sure your warning is seen. 14. What should you do before moving off? A. Extend your right arm out of the window. B. Just use the offside mirror and move away quickly. C. Signal right with indicator and arm together. Or D. Use your mirrors and look behind. And the correct answer is D. Use your mirrors and look behind. Explanation. To make sure it's safe, you must use the mirrors well before you make any maneuver. For example, you need to use them before moving off, turning, overtaking, slowing or stopping, opening a door, or changing direction, lanes or speed. 15. When would you need to check your near side mirror? A. After passing cars parked on the left. B. As a final check before turning right. C. Before moving into the lane on your right. Or D. When getting out of your cab on the driver's side. The correct answer is A. After passing cars parked on the left. Explanation. As you pass pedestrians or vehicles on your left, you should use your near side mirror and check that you've passed them safely. You need to allow a good safety margin before you move back to the left. 16. What must you do to ensure good all-around vision when driving? A. Adjust your seat properly. B. Have a sun visor fitted. C. Keep your lights clean. Or D. Keep your windows open. The correct answer is A. Adjust your seat properly. Explanation. You must make sure that you adjust the seat so that you are able to reach all the controls and see in all the mirrors before you start to drive any vehicle. You should also be able to lean out of the window and check your offside blind spots. 17. Why might it be difficult to see motorcyclists at junctions? A. They always ride in the gutter. B. They can be hidden in blind spots. C. They ride with their headlights on. Or D. They wear bright clothing. The correct answer is B. They can be hidden in blind spots. Explanation. When driving large vehicles, windscreen, pillars, and large mirrors can easily create blind spots as you look left and right at junctions. Altering your body position slightly while looking into the new road can give you an improved view of the traffic. If in doubt, look again and reassess the situation. Don't take chances. 18. What would be affected by a vehicle with faulty suspension? A. Engine performance. B. Overhead gantries. C. Road surfaces. Or D. Tire pressures. The correct answer is C. Road surfaces. Explanation. If your suspension is damaged, all the weight of the vehicle compresses the road and anything located below it. The vibrations travel through the ground and can also damage surrounding buildings. 19. What should you do to prevent fuel spillage? A. Close and secure the fuel cap. B. Place the drip tray correctly. C. Stop refueling when the tank is half full. Or D. Use a filtered fuel system. The correct answer is A. Close and secure the fuel cap. Explanation. Fuel spilled on the road is a serious danger to other road users, especially motorcyclists. To prevent this from happening, make sure the fuel cap is secure after refueling. 20. At a junction, you see this sign partly covered by snow. What does it mean? A. Crossroads. B. Give way. C. Stop. Or D. Turn right. The correct answer is C. Stop. Explanation. The stop sign is the only sign in the shape of a hexagon. This helps you to recognize it even when the wording can be seen. 21. At the scene of an incident, a person has become hysterical. How should you calm them down? A. By engaging them in banter. B. By giving them a hot drink. C. By leaving them to quietly recover. Or D. By talking to them quietly and firmly. The correct answer is D. By talking to them quietly and firmly. Explanation. Someone who has been involved in or witnessed a crash will be in no mood for humor. The best way to calm them is by remaining calm yourself and talking quietly and firmly to them. 22. What does it mean when there are double red lines running along the edge of a road? A. Bus route. B. Limited loading. C. No stopping. Or D. Short-term parking. The correct answer is C. No stopping. Explanation. Double red lines indicate that you are on a red road and in a no stopping area. Red routes also have single red lines with signs showing the times that restrictions are enforced. There are also parking and loading boxes which have signs explaining the restrictions that apply. 23. Before starting a journey, you want to check your brake system warning lights. What can you do when these aren't operated by the ignition switch? A. Check them at the end of your journey. B. Get someone behind to check your brake lights. C. Look for a check switch on the dashboard. Or D. Pump the brake pedal a number of times. The correct answer is C. Look for a check switch on the dashboard. Explanation. A warning lights check is sometimes performed automatically when the ignition is switched on. However, you might need to do this manually by operating a separate check switch. Never start a journey without carrying out this check. If there is a problem, have it repaired before you set off. 24. What should you do when you see this sign ahead? A. Accelerate because you have priority. B. Maintain your speed, it's just an information sign. C. Slow down, the road may be narrow ahead. Or D. Stop and give way to oncoming traffic. The correct answer is C. Slow down, the road might be narrow ahead. Explanation. When the road narrows, there will be less room than normal and others may not obey the rules. So slow down and approach with caution. Even when you have priority, you should still be ready to stop. 25. What does this sign mean? A. Emergency diversion route for motorway traffic. B. Holiday route. C. Vehicle broken down ahead. Or D. Vehicle carrying dangerous goods in packages. The correct answer is A. Emergency diversion route for motorway traffic. Explanation. Major roadworks often cause complicated diversions for large vehicles. Drivers might be advised to follow a special symbol until the original road can be rejoined. Look for the yellow and black symbols in these shapes: square, triangle, diamond, circle. They'll often be shown with additional information and will help guide you around the diversion. 26. Where can you park large vehicles at night without needing to use parking lights? A. At least 10 meters, 32 feet, away from any junction. B. In an off-road parking area. C. In most laybys. D. On a road with a 20 miles per hour speed limit. And the correct answer is B. In an off-road parking area. Explanation. Off-road lorry and coach parks are often well lit and patrolled by police or security firms. Never leave your vehicle unlit on a public road or in a lay-by after dark. 27. What's most likely to cause danger to a group of horse riders? A. Leaving plenty of room. B. Powerful brake lights. C. Reacting too early. Or D. The noise of your vehicle. And the answer is D. The noise of your vehicle. Explanation. The hiss of air-assisted mechanisms as well as engine noise can easily startle horses. Keep the noise to a minimum by gentle use of the brakes and, if necessary, stopping and turning your engine off. 28. How can vehicle breakdowns be reduced? A. By avoiding bad weather. B. By driving slowly. C. By regular cleaning. Or D. By regular servicing. And the correct answer is D. By regular servicing. Explanation. Following the vehicle manufacturer's guidelines for service intervals will enable worn components to be replaced before they fail. This will help prevent costly breakdowns. 29. Why is it important to adjust your head restraint properly? A. To help you relax while you are driving. B. To maintain a good driving position. C. To make you more comfortable. Or D. To protect your neck in a collision. The correct answer is D. To protect your neck in a collision. Explanation. Your head restraint should be adjusted so that, in the event of a collision, it protects your neck from whiplash injury. 30. Where would you expect to find buffer lanes? A. In built-up areas. B. In roadworks. C. On country roads. Or D. On high-level bridges. And the correct answer is D. On high-level bridges. Explanation. Buffer lanes are often found in places that are frequently subjected to high winds. Examples include high-level bridges, high-level roads, exposed viaducts, and exposed stretches of motorway. Listen to the weather forecast, which should tell you of any need to replan your route. 31. Why are brushes fitted to this vehicle's wheel arch? A. To clear mud from the tires on building sites. B. To reduce spray on wet roads. C. To remove objects from the tire tread. Or D. To stop snow building up behind the wheel. The correct answer is B. To reduce spray on wet roads. Explanation. The brushes are part of a spray suppression system. They reduce the amount of water thrown up at the sides and rear of the vehicle. Check them regularly for security. If they become worn, make sure they're replaced. 32. When should you check your vehicle's spray suppression equipment? A. Before setting out on every journey. B. Once per year before the MOT test. C. Only as part of a pre-winter check. Or D. Only when you'll be using a motorway. The correct answer is A. Before setting out on every journey. Explanation. You should always check all your spray suppression equipment before a journey. Don't ignore it just because it's dry when you set out. The weather can change on the way. 33. You are driving in heavy rain. Why do you need to increase your distance from the vehicle in front? A. To allow for an increased stopping distance. B. To let other motorists move into the gap. C. To prevent rain from entering the vehicle's braking system. Or D. To reduce the risk of water spraying into the filters. And the correct answer is A. To allow for an increased stopping distance. Explanation. Extra care is needed when driving in heavy rain. Reduce your speed and switch on dipped headlights. Tires will have less grip on a wet road, and it will take up to twice the distance to stop when compared with good dry conditions. 34. What could prevent air pressure from building up in an air brake system in frosty weather? A. Moisture drawn in with the air may freeze and cause a blockage. B. Moisture in the air may form bubbles in the brake fluid. C. The air will contract, reducing the pressure. D. The dampness may cause valves to rust. The correct answer is A. Moisture drawn in with the air may freeze and cause a blockage. Explanation. When air is compressed, moisture condenses and collects in the air tanks. This can find its way along the network of pipes connected to the brakes. In frosty weather, the moisture can freeze in the pipes, blocking them completely. On modern vehicles, the air is dried before it's compressed, and the air tanks drain automatically to shed any moisture. On older vehicles, the air tanks need draining manually. 35. You've just started the engine. What must you do if the brake air pressure warning light is showing? A. Engage the clutch. B. Keep the parking brake on. C. Report it as a fault. Or D. Switch your engine off. And the correct answer is B. Keep the parking brake on. Explanation. Even though the warning light is showing, there might be sufficient pressure to release the parking brake. However, you mustn't do this, because there might not be enough air pressure to operate the service brake. 36. Your vehicle has anti-lock brakes. How does this affect you when you are braking normally? A. There is no need to alter the way you brake. B. There is no need to brake so early. C. You'll be able to brake much later. Or D. You'll need to brake more firmly. The correct answer is A. There is no need to alter the way you brake. Explanation. Plan well ahead to enable you to brake normally. Don't rely on anti-lock brakes to compensate for deficiencies in your driving. 37. What should you do if you are signaled to stop by a police officer in a patrol car? A. Brake harshly to a stop. B. Drive on until you reach a side road. C. Stop immediately wherever you are. Or D. Stop on the left as soon as it's safe. The correct answer is D. Stop on the left as soon as it's safe. Explanation. If a police officer signals for you to stop, stop as soon as possible in a safe place on the left. 38. A mobile telephone is fitted to your vehicle. When should it be used? A. When in light traffic. B. When on a motorway. C. When traveling slowly. Or D. When you are stopped in a safe place. And the correct answer is D. When you are stopped in a safe place. Explanation. It's illegal to use a handheld phone while driving. When you've stopped in a safe place, you can concentrate on your call or message. Using a phone while driving means you won't have full control of your vehicle. This could result in a collision with serious or even fatal consequences. 39. What should you do when you are being followed by an ambulance showing a flashing blue light? A. Accelerate quickly to get away from it. B. Brake harshly and immediately to a stop in the road. C. Ignore it if possible unless you are forced to let it pass. Or D. Stop to let it pass as soon as it's safe to do so. And the correct answer is D. Stop to let it pass as soon as it's safe to do so. Explanation. When an ambulance is displaying a flashing blue light, try to stop in a safe place to allow it to pass. Make sure you don't endanger any other road users or commit an offense, for example, by driving past a red traffic light. 40. What type of emergency vehicle has a green flashing beacon? A. Ambulance. B. Doctor's car. C. Fire engine. Or D. Road greeter. The correct answer is B. Doctor's car. Explanation. A green flashing light on a vehicle means the driver or passenger is a doctor on an emergency call. Give way to them if it's safe to do so. Be aware that the vehicle might be traveling quickly or might stop suddenly. 41. It's been 8 hours since you last had an alcoholic drink. What effect could the alcohol have on your driving? A. You can't be breathalyzed. B. You might still be over the legal drive limit. C. You'll have no alcohol in your system. Or D. Your driving won't be impaired. And the correct answer is B. You might still be over the legal drink drive limit. Explanation. Alcohol can take a long time to leave the body. You might feel alright to drive, but its effect will last for many hours. 42. You are driving downhill. How will this affect your vehicle? A. It will be easier to change direction. B. It will increase fuel consumption. C. It would need more engine power. Or D. It will take longer to stop. And the correct answer is D. It will take longer to stop. Explanation. When driving downhill, gravity will cause the vehicle to increase speed. More braking effort will be required, and stopping distances will increase. 43. You've driven a long distance and feel tired. Your tachograph shows that you haven't exceeded your driving hours. What should you do in these circumstances? A. Carry on driving to use up your hours. B. Increase your speed and reduce your journey time. C. Park in a suitable place and rest. Or D. Reduce your speed and drive more slowly. And the correct answer is C. Park in a suitable place and rest. Explanation. The smallest lapse in concentration can result in loss of control. Even when your tachograph would allow you to drive for longer, stop somewhere safe and rest if you feel your driving might be affected by your tiredness. 44. Where are these lights found? A. Near a fire station. B. Near a school. C. On approach to a level crossing. Or D. On approach to a motorway. And the correct answer is B. Near a school. Explanation. Flashing amber lights are found near schools. They warn you that children are likely to be crossing the road on their way to and from school. Drive slowly until you are clear of the area. 45. Why should you take care before moving into the center lane of a 3-lane motorway? A. The bridge height clearance will be less in the center lane. B. The center lane is narrower than the left-hand lane. C. The reflective studs might be missing in the center lane. Or D. Traffic in the center lane might be traveling much faster than you. And the correct answer is D. Traffic in the center lane might be traveling much faster than you. Explanation. Always indicate your intentions in good time. This will allow others time to alter their speed and course if necessary. Always check your blind spots before changing lanes. 46. What's a crawler lane for? A. To enable emergency vehicles to get quickly to the scene of an incident. B. To enable large vehicles to park out of the way. C. To enable other traffic to overtake on the near side. Or D. To enable slow-moving traffic to move further over to the left on uphill gradients. And the correct answer is D. To enable slow-moving traffic to move further over to the left on uphill gradients. Explanation. On a motorway where there's a long uphill gradient, there might be a crawler lane. This helps the traffic to flow by making an extra lane available on the left for slower, heavy vehicles. 47. When shouldn't you overtake? A. When the speed limit has been reduced. B. When you would have to break the speed limit. C. When you are approaching motorway slip roads. Or D. When your view of the road ahead is clear. And the correct answer is B. When you would have to break the speed limit. Explanation. Never commit yourself to overtaking unless you are absolutely certain that you have the time and space to complete the maneuver safely. Don't take any risks that will endanger other road users. 48. You are turning left from a main road into a side road. What should you do if people are already crossing the road into which you are turning? A. Continue as you have right of way. B. Signal to them to continue crossing. C. Sound your horn to warn them of your presence. Or D. Wait and allow them to cross. And the correct answer is D. Wait and allow them to cross. Explanation. Approaching a junction at the correct speed will allow you enough time to observe and react. Pedestrians crossing here have priority and you must give way to them. 49. Where would you see this sign? A. At playground areas. B. At the side of the road. C. In the window of a car taking children to school. Or D. On the rear of a school bus or coach. The correct answer is D. On the rear of a school bus or coach. Explanation. Vehicles that are used to carry children to and from school will be traveling at busy times of the day. Be prepared for a vehicle with this sign to make frequent stops. It might pick up or set down passengers in places other than normal bus stops. 50. What should you do when passing sheep on a road? A. Briefly sound your horn. B. Drive very slowly. C. Keep close to avoid oncoming traffic. Or D. Pass quickly but quietly. And the correct answer is B. Drive very slowly. Explanation. Slow down and be ready to stop if you see animals in the road ahead. Animals are easily frightened by noise and by vehicles passing too close to them. Stop if signaled to do so by the person in charge of the animals. 51. What action should you take if there are flashing amber lights under a school warning sign? A. Increase your speed to clear the area quickly. B. Keep up your speed and sound the horn. C. Reduce speed until you're clear of the area. D. Wait at the lights until they change to green. And the correct answer is C. Reduce speed until you're clear of the area. Explanation. The flashing amber lights are switched on to warn you that children might be crossing near a school. Drive slowly and be prepared for children running into the road. 52. What should you do when you're approaching this zebra crossing? A. Drive on unless the pedestrians step out. B. Prepare to slow down and stop. C. Speed up and pass by quickly. Or D. Stop and wave pedestrians across. And the correct answer is B. Prepare to slow down and stop. Explanation. Be courteous and prepare to stop. Don't wave people across, as this could be dangerous if another vehicle is approaching the crossing. 53. You are following two cyclists as they approach a roundabout in the left-hand lane. In which direction should you expect them to go? A. Any direction. B. Left. C. Right. Or D. Straight ahead. And the correct answer is A. In any direction. Explanation. If you're following cyclists onto a roundabout, be aware that they might not take the exit you expect. Cyclists approaching in the left-hand lane could be turning right, but might not have been able to get into the right-hand lane. Give them plenty of room. 54. What should you do when you are following a car driven by an elderly driver? A. Be aware that the driver's reactions might not be as fast as yours. B. Expect the driver to drive badly. C. Flash your lights and overtake. Or D. Stay very close behind but be careful. And the correct answer is A. Be aware that the driver's reactions might not be as fast as yours. Explanation. You must show consideration to other road users. Elderly drivers might have slower reactions and they might need more time to deal with the situation. Be tolerant and don't lose patience or show your annoyance. 55. You are driving through a congested tunnel. What should you do if you have to stop? A. Ignore any message signs as they are never up to date. B. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front. C. Put your headlights on full beam. Or D. Stop very close to the vehicle in front to save space. And the correct answer is B. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front. Explanation. It's important to keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front at all times. This still applies in congested tunnels, even if you are moving very slowly or have stopped. If the vehicle in front breaks down, you might need room to maneuver past it. 56. You are overtaking a lorry. What should you do if you see the driver flash their headlights? A. Flash your hazard warning lights and move back to the left. B. Move back to the left when you judge it's safe to do so. C. Stop, there must be something wrong with your vehicle. Or D. Take their signal to mean it's safe to move back to the left. And the correct answer is B. Move back to the left when you judge it's safe to do so. Explanation. Never presume what someone means when they flash their headlights, as they might be signaling to someone else. Use your own judgment and wait until it's safe to complete your maneuver. 57. A bus has stopped at a bus stop ahead of you. What should you do if its right-hand indicator is flashing? A. Flash your headlights and slow down. B. Slow down and give way if it's safe to do so. C. Slow down and then sound your horn. Or D. Sound your horn and keep going. And the correct answer is B. Slow down and give way if it's safe to do so. Explanation. Give way to buses whenever you can to do so safely, especially when they signal to pull away from bus stops. Look out for people who have left the bus and wish to cross the road. Also look for people rushing to catch a bus. They might be more concerned about catching the bus than watching for traffic. 58. You stopped for an elderly pedestrian who's slowly crossing the road. What should you do if traffic behind you is being held up? A. Edge forward slowly and make them hurry. B. Get out of your vehicle and wave them across. C. Stay where you are and allow them to cross in their own time. Or D. Steer slowly around them to ease the build-up of traffic. And the correct answer is C. Stay where you are and allow them to cross in their own time. Explanation. Elderly pedestrians can be hesitant and might move slowly when crossing the road. Also, their awareness of traffic might be limited because of hearing or visual impairment. Be patient and show courtesy and understanding. 59. What is a red route? A. An area where drivers have to pay a toll. B. An area where nighttime and weekend wait limits apply. C. An area where part-time traffic lights operate. Or D. An area where special waiting restrictions apply. And the correct answer is D. An area where special waiting restrictions apply. Explanation. Red routes operate in many busy cities and are designed to ensure the route has no obstructions to cause delays during peak periods. Road signs and red road markings identify roads where red route waiting and loading restrictions apply. 60. What does blind spot mean? A. An area of road covered by your left-hand mirror. B. An area of road covered by your right-hand mirror. C. An area of road that can't be seen even with mirrors. Or D. An area of road that isn't lit by your headlights. And the correct answer is C. An area of road that can't be seen even with mirrors. Explanation. Blind spots can occur when bodywork, such as a door or window pillar, restricts your view. Different types of vehicle have different blind spots. 61. Why is it dangerous to follow a large goods vehicle too closely? A. Your brakes will overheat. B. Your cab will fill with fumes. C. Your engine will overheat. Or D. Your field of vision will be seriously reduced. And the correct answer is D. Your field of vision will be seriously reduced. Explanation. Staying back will increase your view of the road ahead. This will help you to see any hazards that might occur and will allow you more time to react. It will also allow the driver in front to see you in their mirrors. 62. While driving, your engine oil warning light comes on. Why could it be dangerous to continue driving? A. The brakes will fail. B. The engine might be damaged. C. You'll need to have the vehicle serviced. Or D. You'll need to replace the carburetor. And the correct answer is B. The engine might be damaged. Explanation. Lack of oil could cause the engine to seize, and this could cause sudden and unexpected loss of control. You could break down in a dangerous position and put yourself and other road users at risk. 63. You're waiting to turn left at a junction. In your mirror you can see a cyclist moving up between the curb and the near side of your vehicle. How should you deal with the cyclist? A. Allow them to move in front of you. B. Move off and make them wait for you. C. Steer to the left to make them dismount. Or D. Tell them to move out of your way. And the correct answer is A. Allow them to move in front of you. Explanation. Always be aware of your limited vision around your vehicle, due to its size and shape. Never move off without checking along the near side of your vehicle. You should be aware of the possibility of cyclists and motorcyclists getting trapped between your vehicle and the curb. 64. You're approaching a roundabout. You see cyclists signal right. Why do they keep to the left? A. It's a quicker route for a cyclist. B. It's a safer route for a cyclist. C. The highway code doesn't apply to cyclists. Or D. They're going to turn left. And the correct answer is B. It's a safer route for a cyclist. Explanation. The cyclist might not be able to get into a right-hand lane due to heavy traffic. Give them room, as they might not be taking the exit you expect. 65. You are entering a roundabout. What should you do if a cyclist in front of you is signaling to turn right? A. Allow plenty of room. B. Overtake on the left. C. Overtake on the right. Or D. Sound the horn. And the correct answer is A. Allow plenty of room. Explanation. Allow the cyclists plenty of room. Give them space and be prepared for them to change direction. To stay safe, they might travel around the roundabout in the left-hand lane. 66. You're driving in a built-up area between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. For what reason can you sound the vehicle's horn? A. To get another driver to move out of your way. B. To greet a friend. C. To let another road user know you're giving way. Or D. To warn another road user who poses a danger. And the correct answer is D. To warn another road user who poses a danger. Explanation. The horn shouldn't be used between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. in a built-up area. The only exception is when another road user is unaware of you and poses a danger. 67. What is a statutory off-road notification or a SON? A. A notification to tell the VLA that the vehicle isn't being used on the road. B. A notification to tell DVSA that the vehicle doesn't have a current MOT. C. Information held by insurance companies to check the vehicle is insured. D. Information kept by the police about the owner of the vehicle. And the correct answer is A. A notification to tell the VLA that the vehicle isn't being used on the road. Explanation. If you want to keep a vehicle untaxed and off the public road, you must make a SON. It's an offense not to do so. When you've made the SON, you won't have to pay vehicle tax, but you also won't be able to use the vehicle on the road. The SON remains valid until your vehicle is taxed, sold, scrapped, or exported. 68. Before starting a journey, it's wise to plan ahead. What would you do to help plan your route? A. Check your vehicle registration document. B. Contact your local garage. C. Look at the map. Or D. Look in your vehicle service record. And the correct answer is C. Look at the map. Explanation. Planning your journey before you set out can make the drive much easier and reduce traffic congestion. Look at the map to help you do this. You might need maps of different scales depending on where and how far you're going. Printing or writing down the route can also help. Don't look at the map while you're driving. Stop somewhere safe before checking your route again. 69. What's likely to happen if you avoid traveling during peak times? A. You'll travel much shorter distance. B. You're less likely to be delayed. C. You're more likely to be held up. Or D. Your journey time is likely to be longer. The correct answer is B. You're less likely to be delayed. Explanation. If possible, avoid the early morning, late afternoon, and early evening peak times. Doing this should allow you to miss the worst daily traffic jams and to travel in a more relaxed frame of mind, arriving at your destination feeling less stressed. 70. What will happen if you drive smoothly? A. You'll increase fuel consumption by about 15%. B. You'll increase journey times by about 15%. C. You'll reduce fuel consumption by about 15%. Or D. You'll reduce journey times by about 15%. And the correct answer is C. You'll reduce fuel consumption by about 15%. Explanation. By driving smoothly, you'll reduce fuel consumption by about 15%. And you'll reduce the amount of wear and tear on your vehicle. You'll also feel more relaxed and have a more pleasant journey. 71. The Driver Certificate of Professional Competence, Driver CPC, requires you to take training every 5 years. How many hours of training must you take? A. 30 hours. B. 35 hours. C. 40 hours. Or D. 45 hours. And the correct answer is B. 35 hours. Explanation. To keep your driver CPC, you need to take 35 hours of training every 5 years. This can be split into sessions of at least 7 hours each, so you can take one training day a year over the 5 years if that suits you. The penalties for non-compliance are the same as those for driving without a license. 72. You'll need to take 35 hours of training to maintain your Driver Certificate of Professional Competence, Driver CPC. Over what period must this be carried out? A. 5 years. B. 1 year. C. 10 years. Or D. 3 years. And the correct answer is A. 5 years. Explanation. You must take 35 hours of training every 5 years to maintain your driver CPC. This can be done at any time during the 5 years, all at once or split into sessions of at least 7 hours each. The penalties for non-compliance are the same as those for driving without a license. 73. Every 5 years, you must complete further training to keep your Driver Certificate of Professional Competence, Driver CPC. How many hours of training must you complete over those 5 years? A. 25 hours. B. 30 hours. C. 35 hours. Or D. 40 hours. The correct answer is C. 35 hours. Explanation. Drivers are required to take 35 hours of training every 5 years to maintain their driver's CPC. This can be split into shorter sessions of at least 7 hours each. This can be spread over the 5 years, so effectively 1 day's training is taken each year. The penalties for non-compliance are the same as those for driving without a license. 74. Under EU driver's hours regulations, a 45-minute break must be taken after 4.5 hours of driving. What shorter breaks can this be split into? A. 1 of 10 minutes plus 1 of 35 minutes. B. 1 of 15 minutes plus 1 of 30. C. 1 of 20 minutes plus 1 of 25. Or D. 1 of 40 minutes plus 1 of 5. And the correct answer is B. 1 of 15 minutes plus 1 of 30. Explanation. Under EU regulations, you must take a break of at least 45 minutes after 4.5 hours of driving. You might choose to take this break during the driving period. In this case, it can be split into 2 breaks of at least 15 and 30 minutes, taken in that order. 75. You're about to drive a vehicle fitted with air-assisted hydraulic brakes. Why might the brake pedal feel hard when you press it? A. The brake fluid reservoir is empty. B. The brakes are locked on fully. C. The pedal movement needs adjusting. Or D. The vacuum pump isn't working. And the correct answer is D. The vacuum pump isn't working. Explanation. If the brake pedal is hard to press, this could mean a loss of vacuum or a fault in the vacuum pump. You shouldn't drive the vehicle until the fault has been repaired. 76. Which colored band on the rev counter makes the best use of engine braking? A. Amber. B. Blue. C. Green. Or D. Red. And the correct answer is B. Blue. Explanation. There are usually 4 colored bands on the rev counter: green, amber, blue and red. The blue band will allow you to make the best use of engine braking. Try to keep in this band when going down a steep hill. 77. You are applying for an LGV or PCV license for the first time. What will your medical examination include? A. A hygiene test. B. A literacy test. C. A numeracy test. Or D. An eyesight test. And the correct answer is D. An eyesight test. Explanation. If you apply for a PCV or LGV license, you must demonstrate that your eyesight is good enough to drive safely. DVLA or DVA in Northern Ireland can give you specific information about this. It's your responsibility to tell DVLA or DVA if your eyesight changes or you can't meet the requirements. 78. Poor eating habits can increase your risk of long-term health problems. What may result from a poor diet? A. Deafness. B. Epilepsy. C. Heart disease. Or D. Lung disease. And the correct answer is C. Heart disease. Explanation. A poor diet can increase your risk of ill health. It might cause obesity, diabetes, or heart disease, which can increase your risk of sudden incapacity at the wheel. There is a greater risk of developing a serious illness and ultimately an early death. Smoking and the lack of exercise will increase the risks. 79. You arrive at the scene of an incident. How should you deal with someone who is hysterical? A. Let them wander off to calm down. B. Restrain them physically. C. Shout loudly to get their attention. Or D. Talk to them quietly and firmly. And the correct answer is D. Talk to them quietly and firmly. Explanation. A person who's hysterical might do things that you wouldn't expect. Try to keep the distressed person calm and safe until the emergency services arrive. 80. Which digital tachograph card is only available to enforcement authorities? A. A CPC card. B. A company card. C. Control card. Or D. Workshop card. And the correct answer is C. Control card. Explanation. Various types of smart card are used in digital tachograph systems. Driver card used by drivers. Company card used by operators. Workshop card available only to approved calibration centers. Control card available only to Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency (DVSA) officials and the police for carrying out enforcement. 81. You are at the scene of a traffic incident. What are the symptoms of someone suffering from shock? A. Flushed complexion and deep breathing. B. Muscle spasm and an itchy rash. C. Rapid pulse and sweating. Or D. Slow pulse and dry skin. And the correct answer is C. Rapid pulse and sweating. Explanation. Prompt treatment can help to deal with shock. Warning signs to look for include rapid pulse, sweating, pale gray skin, and rapid shallow breathing. While waiting for help to arrive, keep the casualty warm and comfortable and speak reassuringly to them. 82. When must an analog tachograph be recalibrated? A. Every 8 years. B. Every 4 years. C. Every 6 years. Or D. Every 2 years. And the correct answer is C. Every 6 years. Explanation. When an analog tachograph is installed and calibrated, an installation plaque is fixed near the tachograph. This shows the date of the most recent tachograph calibration. Under EU rules, this must take place every 6 years. 83. You are at the scene of a collision. People are injured. What should be done when the risk of further collisions has been dealt with? A. Clear a parking area for the emergency services. B. Get the casualties to drink something sweet. C. Make sure the emergency services have been called. D. Pull people who are hurt out of their vehicles. And the correct answer is C. Make sure the emergency services have been called. Explanation. Make sure you or someone else has called the emergency services. Check the casualties and if you feel able to give first aid, do so. Alternatively, ask any bystanders if they can help. 84. After driving continuously for the maximum period under EU rules, a bus driver must take a break. What's the minimum duration of this break? A. 15 minutes. B. 30 minutes. C. 45 minutes. Or D. 60 minutes. The correct answer is C. 45 minutes. Explanation. After driving for a period of no more than 4 hours and a half, you must take a break of at least 45 minutes, which mustn't be interrupted. If you are carrying passengers, they'll probably also be grateful for a break. Taking breaks at the correct time will keep you and your passengers safe and comfortable. 85. When would passengers be most likely to notice weight transfer? A. When the vehicle is cornering. B. When the vehicle is overtaking. C. When the vehicle is parking. D. When the vehicle is reversing. And the correct answer is A. When the vehicle is cornering. Explanation. A smooth ride at all times isn't always easy to achieve. However, scanning ahead for hazards will help you avoid late braking and cornering too fast. 86. You're driving a bus displaying this sign. When can you use its hazard warning lights? A. When approaching a school crossing patrol. B. When children are getting on or off the vehicle. C. When stopped at a pedestrian crossing. Or D. When there is a sign warning of a school ahead. The correct answer is B. When children are getting on or off the vehicle. Explanation. You might be driving in the rush hours when traffic is heavy, so when you stop you're permitted to show your hazard warning lights. This will tell other road users that children are getting on and off the bus. Look out for passing traffic and make sure that all your passengers get on and off safely. 87. Some coaches have a mirror on their near side, angled down to show the front near side wheel. When should this extra mirror be used? A. Before you change lanes on a motorway. B. Before you pass parked cars. C. When you are pulling in after overtaking. Or D. When you are pulling in to park at the curb. The correct answer is D. When you are pulling in to park at the curb. Explanation. This mirror offers the most benefit when you are maneuvering in confined spaces. It shows you where your near side front wheel is in relation to the curb or a bay marking line. 88. Why should you check your tires more frequently on a coach with 3 axles? A. Air pressure is more easily lost. B. Punctures can be more difficult to detect. C. The wheels will need balancing more often. Or D. You have no room for a spare wheel. The correct answer is B. Punctures can be more difficult to detect. Explanation. Tire checks should be made as a matter of routine. Inspect both the inside and outside walls, as well as the treads, for signs of wear, damage, bulges, separation, and exposed cords. 89. What category of license is required to drive an articulated bus? A. Category D. B. Category D plus E. C. Category D1. Or D. Category D1 plus E. The correct answer is A. Category D. Explanation. A full Category D license entitles you to drive all buses and coaches, including the articulated type. A full Category D license on its own doesn't cover you to drive buses or coaches drawing detachable trailers of more than 750 kilograms. For this, you'll need a D plus E license. 90. Some buses have different sized wheels on the front and rear. What do you need to be aware of when driving at high speeds on long journeys? A. The tires on the larger wheels are more likely to lose pressure. B. The tires on the larger wheels are more likely to overheat. C. The tires on the smaller wheels are more likely to lose pressure. Or D. The tires on the smaller wheels are more likely to overheat. The correct answer is D. The tires on the smaller wheels are more likely to overheat. Explanation. Because small wheels need to rotate faster, their tires are more likely to overheat on long journeys at speed. Make sure you check them when you take rest stops. 91. It's raining heavily. What effect could this have when you overtake a cyclist? A. Buffeting will be reduced. B. Exhaust fumes are more toxic when it's raining. C. Noise from your engine will be louder. D. Spray could affect their control. The correct answer is D. Spray could affect their control. Explanation. When passing other road users, especially motorcyclists and cyclists, in wet weather, the spray from your vehicle could affect their control. Leave plenty of room as you pass, and look in your left-hand mirror to check that they are still in control. 92. Your bus has a speed limiter fitted. What other related item must it have? A. A manual override switch for emergencies. B. A plate in the cab showing the limited speed. C. A warning sign on the back of the bus. Or D. An audible warning device for the driver. The correct answer is B. A plate in the cab showing the limited speed. Explanation. A bus equipped with a speed limiter must also be fitted with a plate showing the speed setting. This must be fitted in an obvious position where it can be clearly seen. 93. What's an advantage of progressive braking? A. Avoidance of brake fade. B. Improved passenger safety and comfort. C. Increased air brake pressure. D. Longer rest periods. The correct answer is B. Improved passenger safety and comfort. Explanation. The way you drive matters. The safety and comfort of your passengers is your priority. If you have the correct attitude when you are driving, your passengers will be assured of a comfortable and pleasant journey. Good forward planning and anticipation will help you avoid having to turn or brake suddenly. 94. You're driving a bus at night on a road without street lighting. Why could it be dangerous to overtake? A. It's harder to concentrate. B. It's harder to keep control in the dark. C. There might be unseen dips or bends in the road. D. You might dazzle other drivers. The correct answer is C. There might be unseen dips or bends in the road. Explanation. On unlit roads, it's more difficult to see bends, junctions, or dips ahead. This could prevent you from seeing oncoming traffic, pedestrians, or cyclists. Unless the road is well lit or you are on a dual carriageway, ask yourself whether overtaking is absolutely necessary. 95. The bus you are driving is fitted with automatic transmission. When would you use kick down? A. When changing to a higher gear. B. When driving a slow speed. C. When needing brisk acceleration. D. When stopping in an emergency. The correct answer is C. When needing brisk acceleration. Explanation. The kickdown facility on an automatic transmission allows a lower gear to be engaged to allow faster acceleration, for example when overtaking. This is achieved by firmly pressing the accelerator to the floor. 96. Your bus is fitted with lifts or ramps for less mobile passengers. Who should operate this equipment? A. Accompanying nurses. B. Bus company employees. C. Fully trained people. Or D. Wheelchair attendants. Correct answer is C. Fully trained people. Explanation. Make sure that you are fully trained in the safe use of lifts, ramps, and securing devices. If you drive a vehicle fitted with this equipment, never let untrained people operate it. 97. What does a kneeling bus improve? A. Access for the disabled. B. Access for the driver. C. Passenger comfort at higher speeds. D. Stability when cornering. The correct answer is A. Access for the disabled. Explanation. Kneeling buses are equipped with air or hydraulic systems that allow the vehicle body to be lowered. This improves access for disabled and elderly passengers. Remember to return the mechanism to its traveling position before moving off. 98. You're driving a 6-wheel double-deck bus. What do you need to know about punctures on the rear tires? A. They are less likely to happen. B. They are more difficult to detect. C. They are more likely to happen. Or D. They are much easier to detect. The correct answer is B. They are more difficult to detect. Explanation. The handling of a 6-wheeled bus or coach is not much different from that of a 2-axle vehicle, except that punctures can be more difficult to detect. 99. You're driving on a dual carriageway. When would you use the near side mirror? A. After overtaking, to see whether it's safe to return to the left. B. To check that the driver's door is closed properly. C. To look for following traffic moving out to overtake. D. To see whether any passengers want the next bus stop. The correct answer is A. After overtaking, to see whether it's safe to return to the left. Explanation. Use your near side mirror when you're overtaking another vehicle. This is particularly important on dual carriageways or motorways, where it can take some distance to overtake safely. Look carefully to make sure you're far enough ahead and can safely return to the left lane. 100. Which authority has the power to impose conditions on a passenger carrying vehicle (PCV) operator's license? A. DVLA. B. DVSA. C. Highways England. Or D. The Traffic Commissioner. The correct answer is D. The Traffic Commissioner. Explanation. Traffic commissioners are responsible for administering the regulations governing a PCV operator's license. They can take disciplinary action against an operator who falls foul of the legal requirements. A. Accident black spot ahead. B. Incident ahead. C. Low bridge ahead. Or D. Tunnel ahead. The correct answer is D. Tunnel ahead. Explanation. If you are driving a high vehicle, make sure that there is enough headroom available for you to go through the tunnel. There might be additional signs showing height and width restrictions. 2. What's the maximum speed allowed for a vehicle towing a trailer on a motorway? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. The correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. Explanation. Vehicles towing caravans or trailers on motorways are limited in 2 ways. The maximum speed is 60 miles per hour. On motorways with more than 2 lanes, towing vehicles aren't allowed in the outside lane unless other lanes are closed. 3. An enforcement officer keeps one of your tachograph charts. Who should sign the back of the replacement chart? A. The officer. B. The vehicle owner. C. You, the driver. Or D. Your transport manager. The correct answer is A. The officer. Explanation. When an enforcement officer keeps a record chart, the driver should ask the officer to sign the back of the replacement chart. They'll need to give their name, telephone number, and the number of charts they've kept. The replacement chart must be used to continue the journey. You should always carry more blank charts than you think you'll need. 4. Under EU rules, your minimum daily rest is 11 hours. On 3 days of the week, this might be reduced to what length of time? A. 10 hours. B. 7 hours. C. 8 hours. Or D. 9 hours. The correct answer is D. 9 hours. Explanation. Under EU rules, you must have a minimum daily rest of 11 consecutive hours. A reduced daily rest period is any period of rest of at least 9 hours, but less than 11 hours. 5. What is the mode switch on a tachograph used to record? A. Illness. B. Other work. C. Weekly rest periods. Or D. Who's driving? The correct answer is B. Other work. Explanation. As you change activities during the day, you should change the mode switch on the tachograph to record each activity. Failure to operate the mode switch could get you into trouble with your employer or the authorities. 6. What's most likely to cause tiredness? A. Having insufficient breaks from driving. B. Making frequent and regular stops. C. Taking driving breaks on board a vehicle. Or D. Using vehicles with automatic gearboxes. The correct answer is A. Having insufficient breaks from driving. Explanation. Tiredness will affect your concentration. Don't allow yourself to become tired through not taking proper breaks or rest periods. As a professional driver, you have a responsibility either for goods or for passengers, as well as for overall road safety. Make sure your vehicle is well ventilated so you don't become drowsy between rest periods. 7. What should you do first to help someone who's unconscious at the scene of an incident? A. Check that they are breathing. B. Look for any witnesses. C. Take the numbers of any vehicles involved. D. Try to get them to drink water. The correct answer is A. Check that they are breathing. Explanation. Gently tilt the unconscious person's head to clear their airway. Check for at least 10 seconds that the casualty is breathing by looking for movement in the chest, listening for sounds and feeling for breath on your cheek. Get someone to call the emergency services. 8. You arrive at the scene of an incident where a motorcyclist is lying in the middle of the road and unconscious. What's the first thing you should do? A. Clear the road of debris. B. Give the rider reassurance. C. Move the rider out of the road. D. Warn other traffic. Correct answer is D. Warn other traffic. Explanation. At the scene of an incident, the first priority is to prevent any further collisions by warning traffic. You can warn other traffic by switching on hazard warning lights or displaying an advanced warning triangle or by any other appropriate means. 9. At an incident, you suspect a casualty has back injuries. What's the best way to help them? A. Leave them where they are. B. Offer them a cigarette. C. Offer them a drink. D. Raise their legs. The correct answer is A. Leave them where they are. Explanation. If you attempt to move a casualty who has a spinal injury, it could cause further damage. Make sure an ambulance has been called for and talk to the casualty to keep them calm. 10. You're driving along a motorway. What should you do if the air pressure warning device starts to operate? A. Continue slowly to the next service area. B. Leave the motorway at the next exit. C. Stop immediately in the lane you are in. D. Stop on the hard shoulder as soon as possible. The correct answer is D. Stop on the hard shoulder as soon as possible. Explanation. If the air pressure warning activates, you should have enough air to allow you to stop safely on the hard shoulder. Don't delay stopping, as further loss of air may cause the brakes to lock on. Switch on the hazard warning lights. Use the nearest emergency telephone to call for assistance. 11. Why do air tanks on brake systems need to be drained? A. To remove any oil leaks that collect here. B. To remove excess coolant. C. To remove moisture drawn in from the atmosphere. Or D. To remove rainwater that seeped into the system. The correct answer is C. To remove moisture drawn in from the atmosphere. Explanation. Moisture in the air condenses as the air pressure increases. This moisture can be transmitted around the braking system and is especially dangerous in cold weather. It can lead to ice forming and blocking the valves and pipes. 12. When may an audible warning device for reversing be used in areas with a 30 mph speed limit? A. At any time of the day or night. B. Between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. C. Between 7 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. Or D. During daylight hours only. The correct answer is C. Between 7 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. Explanation. Some vehicles are fitted with an audible warning device that sounds when the vehicle is being reversed. As these devices make a loud noise, they shouldn't be used between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. in a built-up area. Audible warning devices are an effective safety feature, but they don't take away the need to use effective observation around the vehicle before and while reversing. 13. What makes the pictured vehicle environmentally friendly? A. It uses diesel fuel. B. It uses electricity. C. It uses solar power. D. It uses unleaded fuel. The correct answer is B. It uses electricity. Explanation. This is the sign for a tram. These vehicles are powered by electricity and reduce the emissions released into the environment. As they can carry many people, they can help to reduce the number of other vehicles on the road. 14. What does this sign mean? A. Lay-by 30 miles ahead. B. Maximum speed 30 miles per hour. C. Minimum speed 30 miles per hour. D. Service area 30 miles ahead. The correct answer is C. Minimum speed 30 miles per hour. Explanation. This sign is shown where slow-moving vehicles would block the flow of traffic. However, if you need to slow down to avoid an incident, you should do so. 15. What does this sign mean? A. Give way to buses. B. Give way to trams. C. Route for buses. D. Route for trams. Correct answer is D. Route for trams. Explanation. Take extra care when you are driving on roads where trams operate. Look out for road markings and signs that tell you to expect them. Modern trams are very quiet and you might not hear them approaching. 16. Which sign means that pedestrians might be walking along the road? A, B, C, or D? Correct answer is A. Explanation. Be cautious, especially if there is a bend in the road and you are unable to see well ahead. If you have to pass pedestrians, leave them plenty of room. You might have to use the right-hand side of the road, so look well ahead and in your mirrors before you pull out. 17. What does this sign mean? A. Loose chippings. B. Risk of punctures. C. Road flooded. Or D. Uneven surface. The correct answer is A. Loose chippings. Explanation. This is a warning sign to indicate loose chippings ahead. The sign is usually accompanied by an advisory speed limit. Vehicles traveling too fast for the conditions can throw up chippings or stones. Avoid causing damage to paintwork and windscreens by keeping your speed down. 18. What does this marker count down to? A. Concealed level crossing. B. A motorway slip road. C. A primary road junction. Or D. A roadside rest area. The correct answer is A. A concealed level crossing. Explanation. When you see this sign, reduce your speed. You might well have to stop at the level crossing, or there might already be traffic queuing ahead. 19. Where should you stand when using a motorway emergency telephone? A. Facing the oncoming traffic. B. In front of the barrier. C. Looking towards the grass verge. D. With your back to the traffic. The correct answer is A. Facing the oncoming traffic. Explanation. Motorway phones are free and easily located. You should face the oncoming traffic while using them, so that you can see the approaching vehicles. 20. Under EU rules, you might drive for up to 9 hours a day. What maximum may this be increased to on 2 days of the week? A. 10 hours. B. 11 hours. C. 11.5 hours. Or D. 9.5 hours. Correct answer is A. 10 hours. Explanation. You are permitted to extend the daily limit of 9 hours to 10 hours twice a week. Don't drive for more than the maximum hours allowed, as you risk a heavy fine and might lose your license. 21. Where are you most likely to find pedestrians stepping into the road? A. Motorways. B. One-way streets. C. Shopping areas. Or D. Wooded areas. The correct answer is C. Shopping areas. Explanation. In shopping areas, pedestrians frequently want to cross the road. They might be hidden by parked vehicles before stepping out into your path. Keep your speed down and be aware of the risk of pedestrians suddenly walking into the road. 22. What can prevent you from holding a bus or lorry driving license? A. Dyslexia. B. Heart disorders. C. Skin problems. Or D. Stomach problems. The correct answer is B. Heart disorders. Explanation. An illness that could affect you while you're driving, such as a heart condition, may make it unsafe for you to drive. You must tell DVLA if you develop any serious illness or disability that's likely to last more than 3 months and that could affect your driving. Partial blindness and mental disorders can also prevent you from getting a driving license for large vehicles. 23. What condition could prevent you from holding a lorry or bus license? A. Dermatitis. B. Dyslexia. C. Partial blindness. D. Stomach upset. Correct answer is C. Partial blindness. Explanation. Any medical condition that could affect your ability to drive a lorry or a bus safely might prevent you from holding a license. These conditions include serious visual impairment, heart disease, and some mental disorders. For more information about medical standards, you should contact the Driver's Medical Branch, DVLA, Swansea. 24. What will cause your fuel consumption to increase? A. Continuous use of the air conditioning. B. Continuous use of the air suspension. C. Continuous use of the electrical retarder. D. Continuous use of the mirrors. Correct answer is A. Continuous use of the air conditioning. Explanation. Use your air conditioning only when it's absolutely necessary. Running it continuously increases overall fuel consumption by up to 15%. 25. Where should you park your vehicle before checking the engine oil level? A. On a downhill slope. B. On a steep gradient. C. On flat ground. Or D. On sloping ground. Correct answer is C. On flat ground. Explanation. If you check the engine oil level when your vehicle is standing on a slope, the reading on the dipstick won't be accurate. Park it on flat ground so the dipstick shows the true level. 26. Your engine catches fire. What should you do before attempting to put the fire out? A. Drive to the nearest fire station. B. Empty the air tanks. C. Open the engine housing wide. D. Shut off the fuel supply. The correct answer is D. Shut off the fuel supply. Explanation. An engine fire is serious. If the fire breaches the fuel lines, it can easily spread to the fuel tank. If that happens, both the vehicle and its cargo will probably be lost. Therefore, your priority is to shut off the fuel supply. 27. It's very windy and you are overtaking a motorcyclist on a motorway. What should you be aware of that might cause them problems? A. The buffeting effect. B. The tire noise. C. Your engine noise. Or D. Your exhaust smoke. Correct answer is A. The buffeting effect. Explanation. Give them plenty of room. Watch carefully in your near side mirror, as the high winds and the buffeting effect from your vehicle might blow them off course. 28. It's raining. Why would the motorcyclist steer around rain covers on a bend? A. To avoid puncturing the tires. B. To avoid splashing pedestrians. C. To improve their view around the bend. Or D. To reduce the risk of skidding. The correct answer is D. To reduce the risk of skidding. Explanation. Drain covers usually have a metal surface. When wet, these covers are slippery and can cause a motorcycle to skid. Be prepared for riders to avoid them. 29. What's the minimum distance you should allow for braking when it's raining heavily? A. 5 times the normal distance. B. The normal distance. C. 3 times the normal distance. Or D. Twice the normal distance. The correct answer is D. Twice the normal distance. Explanation. If you're traveling in heavy rain, You should be aware that it could take twice as long for you to stop as it would in dry weather. Increase your distance from the vehicle in front to allow for the longer stopping distance. 30. You are driving on a motorway in heavy rain. What could cause your steering to become unresponsive? A. Braking gently and in good time. B. Tires becoming hotter in the bad weather. C. Water entering the braking system. Or D. Water reducing the tire's grip on the road. Correct answer is D. Water reducing the tire's grip on the road. Explanation. If a buildup of water prevents the tires from gripping the road, the steering can become unresponsive. If this happens, ease off the accelerator and slow down gradually. 31. Your vehicle is fitted with an anti-lock braking system. What's it designed to allow you to do? A. Apply the brakes more quickly. B. Brake much later than normal. C. Drive at faster speeds. D. Stop safely in an emergency. Correct answer is D. Stop safely in an emergency. Explanation. Anti-lock braking systems sense when the wheels are about to lock. The sensor control releases the brakes and immediately applies them again. It will do this many times per second. This both prevents skidding and enables the driver to steer, something that's impossible when the steering wheels are skidding. 32. What will pumping the brake pedal in a vehicle fitted with an anti-lock brakes cause? A. Increased brake wear. B. Increased effectiveness. C. Reduced brake wear. Or D. Reduced effectiveness. The correct answer is D. Reduced effectiveness. Explanation. Before driving a vehicle fitted with an anti-lock brakes, refer to the handbook. This will give you details of the manufacturer's recommended method of use. Remember, anti-lock brakes will enhance your skills, but they can't replace them. 33. You're driving a slow-moving vehicle on a narrow, winding road. What should you do to let other vehicles overtake you? A. Drive more slowly. B. Show a left turn signal. C. Stop in a safe place. D. Wave them past. Correct answer is C. Stop in a safe place. Explanation. Don't frustrate other road users by driving for long distances with a queue of traffic behind you. This could cause them to lose concentration and overtake in an unsafe way. Stop where it's safe and let them pass. 34. You are following a car being driven slowly by a learner driver. What should you do if it isn't safe to overtake it? A. Be patient and stay well behind. B. Drive along the center line of the road. C. Flash your lights so the driver sees you. D. Switch your hazard lights on. Correct answer is A. Be patient and stay well behind. Explanation. Learner drivers are often nervous. If you stay well behind, this will reduce the risk of incidents occurring if they make a mistake, and you won't intimidate them. Remember, you were once in that situation yourself. 35. You stop for pedestrians at the zebra crossing. What should you do if they don't start to cross immediately? A. Be patient and wait. B. Drive on. C. Sound your horn. Or D. Wave them to cross. Correct answer is A. Be patient and wait. Explanation. If you stop for pedestrians and then don't start to cross, be patient. Don't wave them across or sound your horn. This could be dangerous if the driver of an approaching vehicle isn't aware of them. The driver might not have seen or heard your signal, making it very dangerous for the pedestrians to start or cross. 36. Why could it be dangerous to wave people across at pedestrian crossings? A. There might be another vehicle coming. B. They might be distracted. C. They might not be ready to cross. D. They might not see your signal. The correct answer is A. There might be another vehicle coming. Explanation. You should always try to stop if it's safe for people waiting at pedestrian crossings. However, avoid waving them to cross. Another driver might not have seen them, might not have seen your signal, or might not be able to stop safely. 37. A group of school children are standing close to the left-hand curve. What should you do as you drive past? A. Check your near side mirror. B. Check your off-side mirror. C. Switch on your hazard warning lights. Or D. Switch on your headlights. Correct answer is A. There might be another vehicle coming. Explanation. As you approach the children, consider whether you need to sound the horn as a warning. Always check your near side mirror as you pass any hazards on the left so that you know when your vehicle is clear of the hazard. 38. What should you do when a vehicle pulls out in front of you at a junction? A. Accelerate past it immediately. B. Flash your headlights and drive up close behind. C. Slow down and be ready to stop. D. Swerve past it and sound your horn. The correct answer is C. Slow down and be ready to stop. Explanation. Plan ahead and learn to anticipate hazards. Give yourself more time to react to any problems that might occur, such as a vehicle pulling out unexpectedly. Be tolerant of other road users who don't behave correctly. Don't react by flashing your lights, sounding your horn, or making gestures, as any show of aggression on the road can quickly lead to a serious incident. 39. How is drinking alcohol likely to affect your driving? A. You'll be able to concentrate better. B. You'll become colorblind. C. You'll feel more confident. Or D. You'll have faster reactions. The correct answer is C. You'll feel more confident. Explanation. Alcohol can increase confidence to a point where a driver's behavior might become out of character. Someone who normally behaves sensibly suddenly takes risks and enjoys it. Never let yourself or your friends get into this situation. 40. What can seriously affect your concentration while driving? A. Contact lenses. B. Fresh air. C. Tinted windows. D. Tiredness. Correct answer is D. Tiredness. Explanation. Tiredness can seriously affect your concentration, even to the point of falling asleep. You always need to be alert so that you can safely deal with the constantly changing environment around your vehicle. 41. What should you do if you aren't sure whether your cough medicine will affect your driving? A. Ask a friend for advice. B. Ask your doctor for advice. C. Drive a little more slowly. D. Drive if you feel alright. Correct answer is B. Ask your doctor for advice. Explanation. If you're taking medicine or drugs prescribed by your doctor, check that they won't affect your driving. If you forget to ask when you visit a surgery, check with your pharmacist. 42. You take some cough medicine given to you by a friend. What must you do before driving? A. Ask your friend whether taking the medicine affected their driving. B. Check the label to see whether the medicine will affect your driving. C. Drink some strong coffee. D. Make a short journey to see whether the medicine is affecting your driving. The correct answer is B. Check the label to see whether the medicine will affect your driving. Explanation. Never drive after taking drugs you don't know about. They might affect your judgment and perception and therefore endanger lives. 43. Why is tailgating dangerous? A. You are likely to be distracted. B. Your engine will overheat. C. Your view ahead is reduced. D. Your view to the rear is reduced. The correct answer is C. Your view ahead is reduced. Explanation. Tailgating is very dangerous because there isn't enough room to stop if an emergency arises. It's also intimidating for the driver that you are following. 44. You're driving a long vehicle and want to turn right at the roundabout ahead. How should you signal if you need to occupy the left-hand lane? A. Give a right signal after entering the roundabout. B. Give no signal on approach. C. Signal left on approach. D. Signal right on approach. The correct answer is D. Signal right on approach. Explanation. There are times when, due to the size of your vehicle, you have to take up part of another lane. If you need to do this, make sure that you use effective observation all around. Be aware that other road users might not understand the reasons for your position on the road. You should signal your intentions and take up your position in good time. 45. You're driving behind two cyclists. They are approaching a roundabout in the left-hand lane. What should you expect them to do? A. Go in any direction. B. Go straight ahead. C. Turn left. D. Turn right. The correct answer is A. Go in any direction. Explanation. When following cyclists onto a roundabout, be aware that they might not take the exit you expect them to. Cyclists approaching in the left-hand lane might be turning right. They might not have been able to get into the correct lane due to heavy traffic, so give them room. 46. You're approaching this roundabout and see the cyclist signal right. Why is the cyclist skipping to the left? A. It's a quicker route. B. The highway code doesn't apply to cyclists. C. They might use the left-hand lane to turn right. D. They're going to turn left instead. The correct answer is C. They might use the left-hand lane to turn right. Explanation. Cycling in today's heavy traffic can be hazardous. Some cyclists might not feel happy about crossing the path of traffic to take up a position in an outside lane. Be aware of this and understand that, although they are in the left-hand lane, the cyclist might be turning right. 47. You're waiting to come out of a side road. Why should you look carefully for motorcycles? A. Motorcycles are small and hard to see. B. Motorcycles are usually faster than cars. C. Motorcycles have right of way. D. Police patrols often use motorcycles. The correct answer is A. Motorcycles are small and hard to see. Explanation. If you are waiting to emerge from a side road, remember to look for motorcycles. Their small size makes them easy to overlook. Be especially careful if parked vehicles are restricting your view. If you can't see, don't go. 48. Why are motorcyclists advised to wear bright clothing? A. It helps to keep them cool in summer. B. The colors are popular. C. They must do so by law. D. To help other road users to see them. The correct answer is D. To help other road users to see them. Explanation. Although they are advised to wear clothing that's bright or reflective, motorcyclists often wear clothing that's mainly black. This can make them difficult to see, so you must look carefully for them. 49. You're following a cyclist. What should you do if you wish to turn left a short distance ahead? A. Go around the cyclist on the junction. B. Hold back until the cyclist has passed the junction. C. Overtake the cyclist before the junction. D. Pull alongside the cyclist and stay level until after the junction. The correct answer is B. Hold back until the cyclist has passed the junction. Explanation. Make allowances for cyclists. Allow them plenty of room, and be aware that they also have to deal with hazards. They might swerve or change direction suddenly to avoid uneven road surfaces. 50. How should you overtake horse riders? A. Drive slowly and leave plenty of room. B. Drive up close and overtake as soon as possible. C. Speed isn't important but allow plenty of room. D. Use your horn just once to warn them. The correct answer is A. Drive slowly and leave plenty of room. Explanation. Horses are easily frightened, so pass them slowly and carefully, giving them as much room as possible. On country roads, expect farm animals, horses, pedestrians, and farm vehicles. Always be prepared to slow down or stop. 51. Where in particular should you look out for motorcyclists? A. At a filling station. B. At a road junction. C. Near a service area. D. When entering a car park. The correct answer is B. At a road junction. Explanation. Motorcyclists and cyclists are smaller and usually more difficult to see than other vehicles. Look out for them at junctions. Failing to see them can lead to a collision. 52. What should you do when you are driving through a tunnel in heavy traffic? A. Closely follow the tail lights of other vehicles. B. Follow the instructions given by variable message signs. C. Stay close to the vehicle in front to reduce congestion. D. Switch off your dipped headlights to reduce dazzle. The correct answer is B. Follow the instructions given by variable message signs. Explanation. In congested tunnels, you should always obey the instructions given by variable message signs and tunnel officials. Listen out for radio announcements and observe the road signs and signals. Keep your distance from the vehicle in front. 53. You're driving in fog that's starting to clear. When should you switch off your high-intensity rear fog lights? A. When visibility is more than 10 meters, 32 feet. B. When visibility is more than 100 meters, 328 feet. C. When visibility is more than 50 meters, 164 feet. Or D. When visibility is more than 75 meters, 246 feet. Correct answer is B. When visibility is more than 100 meters, 328 feet. Explanation. Switch off your fog lights when fog starts to clear and visibility improves to more than 100 meters, 328 feet. Don't leave your fog lights on when the fog has cleared, because they can cause unnecessary glare or distraction for other drivers. 54. In fast traffic, when should you leave a 2-second gap between your vehicle and the one in front? A. When it's raining and the roads are wet. B. When the roads are dry. C. When the roads are icy. D. When you're driving in fog. The correct answer is B. When the roads are dry. Explanation. In good dry conditions, you should leave a 2-second gap between your vehicle and the one ahead. When the weather is bad, you'll have to keep a greater distance because it will take you longer to stop. In wet weather, it will take up to twice the distance. In icy weather, this could increase to 10 times as far. 55. Why should you allow extra room for motorcyclists when they are riding through roadworks? A. The traffic may be in single file. B. There might be reduced speed limit. C. There might be temporary traffic lights. D. They might swerve to avoid potholes. The correct answer is D. They might swerve to avoid potholes. Explanation. Motorcyclists can ride through narrow gaps in traffic and generally don't take up as much room as a car. However, other factors, including the road surface, can affect their stability. Give them an extra safety margin whenever possible. 56. You're driving in a town. What should you do when you see this sign on a stationary bus ahead? A. Accelerate quickly. B. Drive past slowly. C. Expect the driver will be looking after the children. D. Wait until it moves off. The correct answer is B. Drive past slowly. Explanation. Children getting off the bus will be hidden from your view, and they might not be able to see you. Even if they can see you, they might have poor judgment of danger. You should drive slowly as you pass the bus and be ready to stop. 57. How should you slow down or stop when you are driving on an icy road? A. Always use the retarder. B. Brake gently and in good time. C. Change down through the gears. D. Use the parking brake in a rapid on and off movement. The correct answer is B. Brake gently and in good time. Explanation. When you have to slow down or stop, you should always avoid harsh, late braking. This is particularly important on icy or slippery roads, where you need to brake gently and in good time to make sure you keep control of your vehicle. 58. You are driving a fully laden vehicle approaching an uphill gradient. What will happen if you start to overtake? A. The weight of the load will help you go faster. B. You'll be able to get past more quickly. C. You'll need to use a high gear. D. You'll take longer to get past. The correct answer is D. You'll take longer to get past. Explanation. Always plan well ahead before overtaking. Take into consideration the size of your vehicle and whether there is a gradient ahead. The load on your vehicle will slow you down on an uphill gradient. It might be better to wait until you are on the level before trying to overtake. 59. You're driving near a school in heavy traffic. What should you do when there are children walking close to the curb on your side of the road? A. Drive slowly until you are clear of the area. B. Move to the other side of the road. C. Stop for a moment to see what they do. D. Wave at them to move back from the curb. The correct answer is A. Drive slowly until you are clear of the area. Explanation. Children can be unpredictable, and when they are in groups, they might fool around and push each other into the road. You should drive with extreme caution. When you are near them, you need to be ready to stop suddenly. 60. You're driving on a road with uneven surface. What should you do if you are following a motorcyclist along this road? A. Allow extra room in case the rider swerves to avoid potholes. B. Drive close behind and get ready to overtake. C. Drive closely to shield the rider. D. Leave less room so the rider can see you in their mirrors. The correct answer is A. Allow extra room in case the rider swerves to avoid potholes. Explanation. Never follow any road user too closely. This is particularly important when you are following scooter or motorcycle riders or cyclists. They might brake or swerve suddenly, for example, to avoid a pothole on a road with a poor surface. 61. A tire has been replaced on your vehicle. What precautions should be taken when tightening the wheel nuts? A. Fully tighten each nut before moving to the next. B. Tighten the nuts evenly with a torque wrench. C. Tighten the nuts in a clockwise direction. D. Tighten the nuts with an air-operated power tool. The correct answer is B. Tighten the nuts evenly with a torque wrench. Explanation. When a wheel is refitted, the wheel nuts studs should be tightened gradually and diagonally across the wheel. You should tighten the nuts to the specified torque setting using a calibrated torque wrench. 62. Which of these is the main cause of collisions involving motorcycles? A. Icy roads. B. Other drivers. C. Other motorcycles. D. Wet roads. The correct answer is B. Other drivers. Explanation. The main reason why there are so many collisions at junctions is that drivers fail to see motorcyclists. A bright jacket or single headlight might help you identify an approaching motorcyclist, but you should be aware that not all motorcyclists wear bright clothing or use their headlights during the day. 63. When are motorcyclists particularly vulnerable? A. At traffic lights. B. In gusting winds. C. Near zebra crossings. D. When leaving motorways. The correct answer is B. In gusting winds. Explanation. Always be concerned for the safety of other road users. Be aware of the various factors and situations where you might have to take action to keep more vulnerable road users safe. 64. Diesel fuel has been spilled on the road. Which road users will this be particularly dangerous for? A. Car drivers. B. Horse riders. C. Lorry drivers. D. Motorcyclists. The correct answer is D. Motorcyclists. Explanation. Spilled diesel creates a serious risk to other road users, especially motorcyclists. Take care when refueling and make sure that all fuel caps and tank hatches are properly closed and secure. 65. You are reversing your vehicle. What should you do while the audible warning device is operating? A. Be cautious and keep looking all around. B. Concentrate solely on your blind areas. C. Expect others to be aware of your course. D. Rely on a clear path behind. The correct answer is A. Be cautious and keep looking all around. Explanation. Don't rely on an audible warning device to claim right of way. It's your responsibility to be cautious and take all-round observation while you're reversing. 66. What are traffic officers authorized to do? A. Carry out enforcement duties. B. Issue fixed penalty notices. C. Stop and direct anyone on a motorway. D. Test drivers suspected of drink driving. The correct answer is C. Stop and direct anyone on a motorway. Explanation. Traffic officers don't have enforcement powers, but they're able to stop and direct people on motorways and some A-class roads. They only operate in England and work in partnership with the police at incidents. Traffic officers can be recognized by their orange and yellow jackets and their vehicles, which have yellow and black markings. 67. You see this sign on a smart motorway. Which lane can you use? A. All lanes, including the hard shoulder. B. Any lane except the hard shoulder. C. The hard shoulder only. D. The 3 right-hand lanes only. The correct answer is A. All lanes, including the hard shoulder. Explanation. Mandatory speed limit signs above the hard shoulder and all other lanes show that you are on a smart motorway. In this case, you can use the hard shoulder as a running lane. You must stay within the speed limit shown. Look well ahead for any vehicles that have broken down and are blocking the hard shoulder. 68. You are on a motorway and there is a strong side wind. Which vehicle is particularly at risk? A. A motorcycle. B. A road tanker. C. A sports car. D. A taxi. The correct answer is A. A motorcycle. Explanation. Motorcycles can be very vulnerable to strong side wind. Allow extra room when overtaking them in windy weather. Check your near side mirror while alongside and before moving back to the left. 69. What can you do to help maintain concentration while you are driving? A. Avoid meals containing bread. B. Don't eat at all when on duty. C. Eat sugary snacks when on duty. D. Have regular meals and rest breaks. The correct answer is D. Have regular meals and rest breaks. Explanation. Being as healthy and alert as possible will make you safer on the road. Take regular meal and rest breaks, and keep the foods that contain complex carbohydrates, such as bread and vegetables. This releases energy slowly and will keep you satisfied for longer than foods with a high sugar content. 70. What should you try to do when you lift a heavy box or suitcase? A. Lean sideways and lift. B. Lift and twist together. C. Look ahead when the load is secure. D. Look down all the time. The correct answer is C. Look ahead when the load is secure. Explanation. Once you have a secure hold on the object, keep your head up and bend your knees. 71. What's the first thing you should try to do if your vehicle catches fire while you're driving through a tunnel? A. Drive out of the tunnel. B. Stop and lift the vehicle immediately. C. Stop and put out the fire. D. Stop at the side of the tunnel. The correct answer is A. Drive out of the tunnel. Explanation. If your vehicle catches fire in a tunnel, you should first try to drive it out, but only if you can do so safely. 72. You've been stopped at a roadside check. What would staff from the Environmental Health Department be checking? A. Exhaust emissions. B. Illegal immigrants. C. License entitlement. D. Tachograph changes. The correct answer is A. Exhaust emissions. Explanation. Local authority environmental health departments check vehicles' exhaust emissions. They have the power to prosecute the driver and the operator, as do enforcement bodies such as DVSA. 73. What can help to maximize fuel economy? A. Air suspension. B. Cruise control. C. Diff lock. D. Re-grooved tires. The correct answer is B. Cruise control. Explanation. Using cruise control can help save fuel. The sensitive electronics make continuous micro-adjustments that improve efficiency. It should only be used when you can see well ahead in good road conditions. Be prepared to switch it off immediately if the traffic situation changes. 74. You're driving down a snow-covered hill. Why should you take care when using an independent endurance brake retarder? A. Compressed air could escape. B. The drive wheels could lock. C. Your brakes could overheat. D. Your speed could increase. The correct answer is B. The drive wheels could lock. Explanation. Select an appropriate gear in good time and, if your vehicle has a dashboard mounted lever, apply the endurance brake retarder in stages. Braking too much, too soon might result in locking your drive wheels. 75. What should you avoid when using an independent endurance brake retarder on slippery roads? A. Anti-skid road surfaces. B. Brake pad wear. C. The drive wheels locking. D. The front wheels spinning. The correct answer is C. The drive wheels locking. Explanation. The endurance brake retarder usually operates by applying resistance via the transmission to the vehicle's driven wheels. If the road is slippery, the tires might lose grip and the wheels will lock. 76. How often must an analog tachograph be checked at an approved calibration center? A. Every 5 years. B. Every 6 years. C. Every 2 years. D. Every year. The correct answer is C. Every 2 years. Explanation. An analog tachograph must be checked every 2 years and recalibrated and sealed every 6 years. This must be done at an approved calibration center. Digital tachographs, unlike analog ones, must be recalibrated every 2 years. 77. What's the national speed limit for buses and coaches on a dual carriageway? A. 55 miles per hour. B. 60 miles per hour. C. 65 miles per hour. D. 70 miles per hour. The correct answer is B. 60 miles per hour. Explanation. Don't be tempted to drive on the limiter when using dual carriageway roads. The speed limit for passenger carrying vehicles is 60 miles per hour. Be considerate to faster moving traffic by not using the middle or outside lanes unnecessarily. 78. What should you do if you are asked to leave your bus by an official who isn't in uniform? A. Ask to see a warrant card. B. Comply with the request. C. Invite the official aboard. D. Refuse to leave the vehicle. The correct answer is A. Ask to see a warrant card. Explanation. If you are asked to leave your vehicle by an official who isn't in uniform, ask to see their warrant card. The official is likely to be an enforcement or police officer, but don't presume this. 79. What must the driver do when they leave their bus unattended? A. Check that the gear lever is in first. B. Check that the gear lever is in reverse. C. Check that the parking brake is applied. D. Check that the tachograph chart is removed. The correct answer is C. Check that the parking brake is applied. Explanation. Make sure that your vehicle is safe whenever you leave it unattended. Always stop the engine and apply the parking brake. 80. How can you avoid harsh braking? A. Plan ahead and take early action on all stops. B. Pump the brakes when approaching a bus stop. C. Use only the gears to slow down. D. Use the parking brake just before stopping. The correct answer is A. Plan ahead and take early action on all stops. Explanation. Your first duty is to your paying customers, who want to reach their destination comfortable and safely. Harsh braking can cause your passengers to be thrown forward on the bus, so avoid this by looking and planning well ahead. Give yourself plenty of time to react to traffic situations. 81. What must be clearly labeled on a bus? A. The location of the air vents. B. The location of the bus station. C. The location of the first aid equipment. D. The location of the security cameras. The correct answer is C. The location of the first aid equipment. Explanation. It's essential to know the location of first aid equipment, the fuel cut-off device, and the fire extinguisher on every bus that you drive. Take time to familiarize yourself with their location whenever you drive a different vehicle. When you take your PCV test, you'll be asked questions on safety. 82. What should you do if there is a fire on the upper deck of your bus? A. Get all the passengers off the bus. B. Make sure passengers have their belongings. C. Move all the passengers to the lower deck. D. Open all the windows on the upper deck. The correct answer is A. Get all the passengers off the bus. Explanation. Fire can spread extremely quickly. Your priority is the safety of your passengers. You must get them off the bus straight away. If at all possible, disconnect electrical lines and cut off the fuel supply. Fire can destroy a vehicle very quickly. 83. What should you do if you notice that your coach's right rear indicator isn't working? A. Continue your journey using arm signals. B. Get it repaired before continuing. C. Get it repaired on your return to the depot. D. Get your passengers to their destination and then repair it. The correct answer is B. Get it repaired before continuing. Explanation. All lights must be in working order, even in daylight. A faulty right rear indicator could cause a serious incident if another motorist attempts to overtake as you change lanes or turn right. 84. What does this sign mean? A. Bus lane. B. Bus stop. C. Buses only. D. No buses. The correct answer is D. No buses. Explanation. No buses with more than 8 passenger seats are permitted past this sign. Exceptions apply for scheduled services, school and works buses. 85. You'll be driving a high-floor coach. You'll be going over several high bridges. Why should you check the weather forecast before starting your journey? A. In hot weather, the bridges might be closed to heavy traffic. B. Rain can make crossing bridges very difficult for buses and coaches. C. Some roads might be closed to certain vehicles in high winds. D. You won't be able to climb the bridges if it's frosty. The correct answer is C. Some roads might be closed to certain vehicles in high winds. Explanation. Some exposed places are frequently subject to high winds. These include high-level bridges and roads, viaducts, and some motorways. Check the weather forecast and plan on an alternative route. Remember, you're responsible for your passengers' safety. Don't ignore warnings of severe winds. 86. You're the driver of a bus. Is displaying reflective yellow school bus signs. When are you allowed to use hazard warning lights? A. When children are boarding the bus. B. When parked to take a rest period. C. When slowing down to approach a bus stop. D. When slowing down to finding a parking space. The correct answer is A. When children are boarding the bus. Explanation. Buses carrying school children must display a distinctive yellow reflective sign on the front and rear, unless they are running a scheduled service for the general public. Buses displaying the sign are permitted to use hazard warning lights when they stop for school children to get on or off. 87. It's important to be able to work out the weight difference between a full bus and an empty one. How many passengers will add about 1 ton to the vehicle's overall weight? A. 8 passengers. B. 15 passengers. C. 25 passengers. D. 30 passengers. The correct answer is B. 15 passengers. Explanation. You should also make allowances for any luggage your passengers might bring on board. An average of 2 cases per passenger on a 50-seat coach will add about 1.5 tons to the overall weight of your bus or coach. 88. A speed limiter is fitted to a bus. Where must the speed limiter setting be displayed? A. In the driver's cab. B. On the driver's side at the front of the vehicle. C. On the near side of the vehicle. D. On the rear of the vehicle. The correct answer is A. In the driver's cab. Explanation. If a speed limiter is fitted to a vehicle, there must be a notice showing the speed at which it's set, clearly displayed in the driver's cab. 89. What will affect a double-deck bus more than a single-deck bus? A. Dense spray. B. Heavy rain. C. Strong wind. D. Thick fog. The correct answer is C. Strong wind. Explanation. If you're driving a double-deck bus, you'll feel the effect of the wind more than you would on a single-deck vehicle. This is because a vehicle's height increases the surface area that can be affected by the wind. 90. You're driving a long bus. When would you need to straddle lanes? A. On all bends and corners. B. On the approach to all roundabouts. C. Only when joining a bus lane. D. To avoid mounting the curb. The correct answer is D. To avoid mounting the curb. Explanation. There might be times when you have to take up part of another lane in order to make a turn or maneuver. Use your mirrors and check for other traffic that might try to move into the gap you've left to make your turn. Signal and take up your position in good time. 91. What must you do before moving off when you are driving a service bus? A. Ensure your fuel tank is above a quarter full. B. Finish issuing tickets to passengers. C. Make sure all passengers have a seat. D. Take off your sunglasses. The correct answer is B. Finish issuing tickets to passengers. Explanation. On regular services, traffic congestion can soon put you behind schedule. Nevertheless, you have a responsibility to your passengers at all times not to take shortcuts or jeopardize their safety, for example, by driving off while you are still issuing tickets. 92. What must be clearly displayed on your bus? A. The emergency exit location. B. The location of all bus stops. C. The route timetable. D. Your employee number. The correct answer is A. The emergency exit location. Explanation. Make sure that your vehicle displays all the information required by law, the legal lettering, the seating, standing capacity, and the locations of the emergency exit, fuel cut-off switch, and electrical isolator. 93. What will result from having overinflated tires? A. The fuel consumption will be reduced. B. The tires will give better grip. C. The tires will wear more quickly. D. You'll have improved acceleration. The correct answer is C. The tires will wear more quickly. Explanation. Your tires must be in good condition and properly inflated to the manufacturer's recommended pressure. Research has shown that the tires most likely to fail are those that have been overinflated. 94. What should you do before getting out of your bus? A. Apply the parking brake. B. Change the destination board. C. Check the air pressure gauges read full. D. Put the hazard warning lights on. The correct answer is A. Apply the parking brake. Explanation. Don't park where you cause obstruction or inconvenience to other road users. It's an offense to leave your bus with the engine running and or without applying the parking brake. 95. You're driving a double-deck bus. Why do you need to know if anyone is using the stairs? A. No one under 18 years old might use the stairs. B. Passengers using the stairs could fall if the bus brakes or swerves. C. The upper deck is only to be used when the lower deck is full. D. Tickets for the upper deck are more expensive. The correct answer is B. Passengers using the stairs could fall if the bus brakes or swerves. Explanation. You must always be aware of anyone using the stairs. Be particularly careful to avoid any sudden movement, such as when braking or cornering, as this could cause passengers to stumble. 96. A bus stop is blocked and you can't get into it. What's the most important thing you should do before opening the exit door? A. Carry on to the next bus stop. B. Check for traffic on the left. C. Check for traffic on the right. D. Try to get the bus stop cleared. The correct answer is B. Check for traffic on the left. Explanation. Make sure that you allow your passengers to get on or off the vehicle safely. If you're unable to stop close to the curb, don't open the doors until you are sure it's safe. You must take care of your passengers at all times. 97. When can you drive a bus at night without having the interior lights switched on? A. When most passengers want the lights off. B. When the passengers want to sleep. C. When there are no passengers. D. When there are no standing passengers. The correct answer is C. When there are no passengers. Explanation. Whenever passengers are on board, the interior lighting must be left on. It might be turned off when the bus is empty. 98. What must you check after refueling your bus? A. The low fuel warning light is working. B. The position of the emergency fuel cut-off switch. C. Your fuel caps are securely closed. D. Your tank is full to the top. The correct answer is C. Your fuel caps are securely closed. Explanation. It's a legal requirement that you check all fuel caps are properly closed and secure after refueling your vehicle. 99. Which license category do you need to drive an articulated bus, a bendy bus? A. Category D. B. D plus E. C. D1. D. D1 plus E. The correct answer is A. Category D. Explanation. An articulated bus, commonly known as a bendy bus, isn't considered to be a bus towing a trailer. Therefore, it can be driven on a Category D license. 100. Your bus is accessible to wheelchair users. In what situation can you refuse to allow them access? A. When the designated space is occupied. B. When traffic behind you will be held up. C. When you are running behind schedule. D. When you are shortly due to take a break. The correct answer is A. When the designated space is occupied. Explanation. It's illegal for bus and coach operators to discriminate against people with disabilities. You must always make reasonable adjustments to the way that any service is provided. This means that you must allow wheelchair users access to the designated space unless it's already been taken by another wheelchair user.
You have a 2-hour drive to make on a motorway. You have a cold and your nose is slightly blocked. You take an off-the-shelf cold remedy to help reduce the symptoms. It's a cold and dull day, and the car heater is on. You also turn on your dipped headlights. An hour into the boring journey, you begin to feel drowsy. Question number 1. What information should you check on the medication that you just took for your cold? A. Information about the manufacturer of the medicine. B. Information about how many pills are in the packet. C. Information about the retailers who stock the product. Or D. Information about the medicine causing drowsiness. And the correct answer is D. Information about the medicine causing drowsiness. So guys, we are still at the same scenario where you are driving on a motorway, you have a cold and you took a cold medicine. Question number 2. Why would you be using lights in daylight? Remember that you are turning on your dipped headlights. So this question is, why would you be using lights in daylight? And let's have a look at our options. A. To catch sight of road signs easily. B. To improve your view of the road. C. To maximize your visibility to others. Or D. To observe other vehicles more clearly. And the correct answer is C, to maximize your visibility to others. Question number 3. How does this journey affect you? Now remember that you are driving 2 hours on the motorway, you have a cold, you have taken tablets for your cold, and also it's a dull day outside, so you are using your dipped headlights. And you are beginning to feel drowsy 1 hour into your journey. So let's see what our question is. How does this journey affect you? A. You become attentive. B. You become drowsy. C. You feel angry. Or D. You feel happy. And the correct answer is B. You become drowsy. Next question. What should you do about your condition? So you become drowsy. So what should you do? A. Drive more slowly, turn the vehicle around and go back home. B. Keep driving, slow down a little while taking a caffeinated drink. C. Stop in a service area, drink a caffeinated drink or coffee, and then rest. Or D. Stop on the hard shoulder, recline the seat fully, and rest. And the correct answer is C. Stop in a service area, drink a caffeinated drink or coffee, and then rest. Question number 5. How could you help yourself stay alert in the short term? So again, remember you are going to be driving to a service area, but in the meantime, you still need to drive there. So how are you going to keep yourself alert? A. Open a can of drink. B. Open the window. C. Turn on the radio. Or D. Turn up the heater. And the correct answer is B. Open the window. So open the window, get some fresh air so you can stay alert whilst you are getting to the service station. Obviously, if you will turn up the heater, it's just going to make you feel even sleepier or drowsier. So that's not a good option. Opening a can of drink again is not going to do much for you. And neither will the radio. I mean, if you get a slow song on the radio, then probably it's going to make you even drowsier. So the obvious answer would be to open the window so you can get some fresh air inside. Now let's move on to our next scenario. Scenario number 2. Please pay attention. So you are driving in heavy traffic. It just rained, but now the bright sun is causing glare on the wet road. A car overtakes, then pullbacks sharply into the traffic just in front of you. Further on, there is a roundabout with 2 lanes on approach. You need to take the first exit, turning left. A large vehicle in front signals left but straddles both lanes. The traffic is still heavy and there is a zebra crossing up ahead. People are waiting to cross. So, our first question for this scenario is, if you are affected by the road conditions, how should you react? So remember, it rained previously, now it's bright and sunny, but there is glare on the road. So how should you react? A. Slow down and if you need to, stop. B. Speed up to get out of the sunlight. C. Turn around and go back home. Or D. Turn on your hazard warning lights. And the correct answer is A. Slow down and if you need to, then stop. Question number 2. What should you do about the overtaking vehicle? So remember that there is a car which overtakes, then pulls back sharply into the traffic just in front of you. So what should you do about the overtaking car? A. Become upset, slow down and use the horn. B. Feel annoyed, speed up and use the horn. C. Remain calm, slow down and increase the gap. Or D. Stay focused, speed up and reduce the gap. And the correct answer is C. Remain calm, slow down, and increase the gap. Question number 3. How should you be positioned as you approach the roundabout? So further on, there is a roundabout with 2 lanes on approach. You need to take the first exit, turning left. So how should you be positioned as you approach the roundabout? A. In the left-hand lane while signaling left. B. In the left-hand lane without signaling. C. In the right-hand lane while signaling right. Or D. In the right-hand lane without signaling. And the correct answer is A. In the left-hand lane while signaling left. Question number 4. Why is the large vehicle taking this position? So at the roundabout, the large vehicle in front of you signals left but straddles both lanes. So why is the vehicle taking this position? A. The driver isn't sure which way to go. B. The indicators are not working properly. C. The load being carried is extremely heavy. Or D. The vehicle needs more room to turn. And the correct answer is D. The vehicle needs more room to turn. Question number 5. What should you do at the zebra crossing? So after the roundabout, the traffic is still heavy and there is also a zebra crossing up ahead. People are waiting to cross. What should you do at the zebra crossing? A. Inch forward slowly as the pedestrians cross. B. Rev the engine until the pedestrians cross. C. Stop and then wave the pedestrians across. Or D. Stop and wait for the pedestrians to cross. And the correct answer is D. Stop and wait for the pedestrians to cross. And now let's move on to scenario number 3. And here it is. You drive through the city center, choosing to travel outside of the rush hour. In the city, there are double red lines along the roadside. Later, you reach a major junction. The traffic lights are not working, but there are very few vehicles on the road. At work, you have to park on the roadside. When parking, your steering feels a little heavy. You pick up your laptop to take to work and then you lock your car. You leave your camera on the back seat. So, question number 1. What effect could your choice of travel time have on your journey? So remember that you are driving through the city center, however, you are driving outside of the rush hour. So, what effect could this have on your journey? A. Higher traffic volume. B. Increased delays. C. Reduced mileage. Or D. Reduced travel time. And the correct answer is D. Reduced travel time. And apologies, the B is the one in the error, so that's the wrong one. The correct answer is D. Reduced travel time. So of course you are traveling outside of the rush hour, so you will have less of the traveling time to do before you reach work. Question number 2. What do the red lines mean? So in the city, there are double red lines along the roadside. What do they mean? A. No stopping at any time. B. No stopping at lunchtime. C. No stopping at night time. Or D. No stopping at peak time. And the correct answer is A. No stopping at any time. Question number 3. What should you do at the traffic lights? So the traffic lights are not working, but there are a few vehicles ahead on the road. So what should you do at the traffic lights which are not working? A. Continue on and assume you have right of way. B. Drive across the junction as quickly as possible. C. Proceed with care as with an unmarked junction. Or D. Stop and wait for signals to start working again. And the correct answer is C. Proceed with care as you would with an unmarked junction. Question number 4. What could be affecting your steering? So you got to work and now you are parking your car and you just notice that your steering feels a little heavy. What could affect your steering? A. The tires which are low on tread. B. The tires which are non-matching. C. Tires which are overinflated. Or D. Tires which are underinflated. And the correct answer is D. Tires that are underinflated. Question number 5. What should you do with your camera? Now remember the scenario from the beginning to the end. So you are driving to work, you are parking at work, you take your laptop from your car, but you forget your camera on the back seat. So the question is, what should you do with your camera? A. Cover it up with a thick blanket. B. Leave it lying on the back seat. C. Lock it away securely out of sight. Or D. Put it in a bag on the front seat. And the correct answer is C. Lock it away securely out of sight. Now let's move on to our next scenario, which is scenario number 4. You have a short but an essential journey that you need to make. It's early in the morning and the roads are icy in places, so it's winter, it's a cold weather. It's very cold and also there is snow falling. Your tires are making almost no sound at all. On turning left, the back of your vehicle slides a little to the right. Further on, there is a slow-moving vehicle spreading salt on the road. What should you do in such weather conditions? A. Allow more time. B. Fill your fuel tank. C. Put down your sun visor. Or D. Reduce your tire pressure. And the correct answer is A. Allow more time for your travel. Question number 2. How should you brake under the conditions described? It's early morning, the roads are icy in places, it's cold, snow is also falling. So how should you brake under these conditions? A. Gently and quickly. B. Gently and slowly. C. Quickly and heavily. Or D. Slowly and heavily. And the correct answer is B. Gently and slowly. Question number 3. What does the lack of tire noise indicate? So you are on the icy road and your tires are making no noise whatsoever. A. The road could be icy. B. The road surface is worn. C. There could be grit. Or D. There is new tarmac. And the correct answer is A. The road could be icy. Question number 4. What should you do in the skid described? On turning left, if you remember the scenario, the back of your vehicle slides a little to the right. What should you do in the skid just described? A. Steer firmly to full left lock. B. Steer firmly to full right lock. C. Steer gently to the left. Or D. Steer gently to the right. And the correct answer is D. Steer gently to the right. Question number 5. What color beacon would this slow moving vehicle have? So the slow moving vehicle which is spreading salt. What will the color of the vehicle's beacon be? A. Amber. B. Blue. C. Green. Or D. White. And the correct answer is A. The color will be amber. And our next scenario is the following. You are waiting to turn right in the town center. Cars are parked along the roadside, obstructing your view. There are many shop windows. The area is busy with traffic and pedestrians as well. Further on, a vehicle is unloading on the left, and there are several oncoming cars. A police officer is directing traffic where the traffic lights have stopped working. He's facing you with one hand straight up, his palm showing. There is a bus lane, but no signs showing periods of operation or permitted use by other vehicles. Question number 1. How could the shop windows help you here? A. By letting you check for any good bargains, sales, or promotions. B. By letting you check that the vehicle's indicators are working. C. By showing reflections of any unseen vehicles approaching. Or D. By showing the number of cars parked on the main road. And the correct answer is C. By showing reflections of any unseen vehicles approaching. Question number 2. What hazard do the parked cars create? So you have cars which are parked alongside the roadside, obstructing your view. So what hazard do the parked cars create? A. Empty parking spaces may be available. B. Pedestrians or cyclists could be hidden from view. C. The road surface would be difficult to see. Or D. Traffic wardens may be working in the area. And the correct answer is B. Pedestrians and cyclists could be hidden from view. Question number 3. What should you do about the delivery vehicle? So the area is busy with traffic and pedestrians as well. And further on, as you drive, there is a vehicle unloading on the left, and you also have quite a few oncoming cars. What should you do about the delivery vehicle? A. Rev the engine and press the horn repeatedly. B. Speed up and quickly pass the vehicle. C. Stop and wait until the vehicle pulls away. Or D. Stop and wait until the way is clear ahead. And the correct answer is D. Stop and wait until the way is clear ahead. Question number 4. What must you do in response to the officer's signal? So a police officer is directing traffic where the traffic lights stopped working. He's facing you with one hand straight up, his palm showing. What do you need to do in response to the officer's signal? A. Drive carefully and slowly past the officer. B. Slow to a crawl while flashing the headlights. C. Stop and wait patiently until signaled to go on. Or D. Travel through the junction as quickly as possible. And the correct answer is C. Stop and wait patiently until you are signaled to go on. Question number 5. When can you use the bus lane? Remember, you are in the city, you are driving, there is also a bus lane, but there are no signs showing the periods of operation or if and when the lane can be used by other vehicles. So when can you use this bus lane? A. At any time. B. Between 11 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. C. During the rush hour. or D, not at any time? And the correct answer is D, not at any time. Hey guys, today a hazard perception test. I will be playing you a clip and you need to identify the hazard in the clip. Then I will also give you the correct answer and the explanation. So let's go. The next clip will give you the correct answer, so please pay attention to the red circle. That's the correct answer. Explanation. You are driving through a residential area. You see a learner driver approaching a junction on a road up ahead to your right. At this point, the vehicle is a potential hazard. You should be prepared to slow down in case the driver doesn't stop at the junction. The learner driver initially stops at the junction, but he then pulls out. As soon as the vehicle pulls out, it becomes a developing hazard. You slow down and stop as the driver stalls in the middle of the road. Take extra care and be patient with learners as they are inexperienced and should be given special consideration. Hi everyone, today I have a hazard perception test for you and I'll be playing you a video and you need to spot the developing hazard. So let's have a look at the video together. Make sure that you pay attention and see if you can spot the hazard. At the end, I'll give you the right answer.
I wrote this song to remind me of you, of the time we spent together, laughing and sharing everything. I want this song to remind you of happy days. I wrote this song especially for you, as my thanks for making me smile again, and being there for me when I lost faith in love and didn't want to live. In every word there's a clue.
And the correct answer will be circled in the following clip. It will be circled in red. And again, here is the correct answer. And in a few seconds, I'll be giving you the explanation. So, keeping in mind the video, you are traveling on a country road. A sign warns you of the road becoming narrow up ahead. A car drives through the rail underpass ahead. There is another oncoming vehicle approaching, which becomes a developing hazard as the road narrows. So, you slow down and you let the car pass safely through the underpass. Thanks for watching, guys, and please don't forget to subscribe, share, and like this video so you can see more. And don't forget to put those notification bells on so you are the first to know of any new videos I upload. Bye!